Chapter 1 Changes, can be started from now. Chapter 1 Changes, can be started from now. Seraphim Martial Soul, born with a full soul power of level. Qingluan Douluo's familiar voice sounded above her head. RENXUE suddenly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the shining orb under her hand. In an instant, all the servants in the hall knelt on one knee and congratulated RENXUE and Douluo, who was standing behind her. Congratulations to the great priest, congratulations to the young master, God bless the Wuhan Palace. Familiar dialogue, familiar scenes, familiar but long-lost faces. For a moment, RENXUE's eyes were a little blurred, and her nose was a little sore. Is this scene in front of you real, or was it just a dream she had when she was dying to regret? When her pupils were shocked and she held her breath, a warm and thick palm touched the top of her head. Good job, RENXUE. After successfully awakening the Seraph Martial Soul, it is inevitable to reach the 20th level innately. But Douluo still patted RENXUE's head lovingly and gave her encouragement and praise. It's not too late, get ready to hunt your first and second soul rings. Hearing this, RENXUE hurriedly raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, trying hard to prevent her voice from trembling. She tugged at the corner of her mouth with a just right smile and said in reply, "No, Grandpa, I want to do some training first, and wait until I'm in perfect condition before going hunting for spirit rings." RENXUE has been very sensible since she was a child. After hearing her thoughts, Douluo did not stop her, but continued to encourage her. Okay, our RENXUE has grown up and has his own training plan. During the training, let your Grandpa Qingluan follow, don't be too aggressive, but don't be too lazy and indulge yourself. In the end, as if he was afraid that his serious appearance would dampen RENXUE's enthusiasm, Douluo added bluntly, "Oh, I know, Grandpa." Then RENXUE turned her head and said to Qingluan Douluo, who was putting away the spirit test orb, "I'm going to trouble Grandpa Qingluan too." RENXUE returned to her room alone in the name of changing clothes. Gata. After locking the room from the inside, RENXUE slowly sat down along the door as if she had lost all her strength. She's back, really back. After her god position was shattered, her realm fell to the Contra realm, and after witnessing the death of Bibi Dong and the demise of the Wuhan Empire, RENXUE, unwilling to be humiliated in prison, resolutely chose to commit suicide. But when her consciousness gradually dissipated and she was dying, her soul was transferred to a strange golden space. This space is quiet, peaceful, and warm. It was empty except for the rows of bronze bookshelves lined with books. A few breaths after she entered this golden space, books flew out of the bookshelf and were spread out in front of her. While turning the pages of the book, the content and images in the book emerged in RENXUE's mind. Bashu, Tangmen, Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village, Blacksmith, Martial Soul Awakening, Blue Silver Grass and Clear Sky Hammer. Familiar names, familiar scenery, and familiar events made RENXUE gradually understand everything. Her world is actually a set of books called Douluo series. And the protagonist in the book is the stain when she became a god, destroying Tang San, the instigator of her, Bibi Dong, and Douluo's lifelong guarding of the spirit hall. The more the pages of the book were turned, the more surprise RENXUE felt in her heart. Tens of thousands of years later in the Douluo world, in the parallel world, and even in the god realm, no matter what major changes occur, the name Tang San cannot be separated. In other words, it is not an exaggeration to say that the god realm has become the possession of the Tang family. Living in the Douluo continent where no one had achieved the breakthrough to become a god for hundreds of years, RENXUE, who had received a formal historical education, could not believe that there was such a transcendent existence. All along, what kind of mentality has she been using to face this existence that even the gods can subvert, the opposite sex that makes her heart throb? After reading the tragedies described in the book and the psychological activities unabashedly recorded in the book, RENXUE wished she could cut out her eyes and kneel in front of the graves of her ancestors. Rise! How could she feel appreciation and admiration for this kind of person? A villain who is selfish and knows how to judge the situation is not terrible. The frightening thing is that this villain is not only talented, but also has various adventures, and even inexplicably labeled himself and Wahundian as the way to kill early on. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu's breathing suddenly became rapid, and the soul power in her body surged restlessly. No, calm down. Qian Rongxiu, you need to calm down now. Haven't you already thought about it? If there is a chance to make up, you must stick to your heart, must be careful and cautious at every step, must not disappoint everyone's cultivation and expectations of you, and must protect them. You must also kill your enemies with your hands, to avenge the past, for all the people who have passed away. Qian Rongxiu repeated word by word, the oath she made to her soul in that golden space. The originally impetuous mood also calmed down between these words. Right now, her grandfather is still there and has not yet made a sacrifice to open the door to the divine world. In the enshrinement hall, those enshrined grandfathers who guarded her growth are also there. In the Pope's palace, her mother Bibi Dong was also there. None of them died in Jialing Pass. She had just awakened her martial spirit, had not accepted the soul ring, and had not gone to the Tiandu Empire to waste her youth. He didn't even know that hypocritical Destiny's son Tang San, who had labeled their Wuhan Hall as there is a way to kill early on. In the year 2626 of the Douluo calendar, she was 6 years old, and there was still time for everything. To change her own destiny, to change the destiny of the one she loves and the one she owes, can start now. Wiping the tears of regret and joy that flowed unconsciously from her face, Qian Rongxiu, who had completely calmed down, began to mobilize her soul power and mental power to perceive her current situation. As a human being, she must make a breakthrough. Okay. The moment she sank her consciousness into the spiritual sea, Qian Rongxiu noticed something was wrong. Her spiritual power still retains, although she was seriously injured after the angelic position was shattered, and her level fell to Contra, but she still retained a lot of spiritual power that had broken through to the God level, and the total amount was far stronger than that of ordinary titled Douluo. She came back with this mental power? Although he was surprised, Qian Rongxiu was relieved after thinking about the description in the book that Tang San, who had traveled through time after the death of Bashu, had extremely strong mental power. It's just that the titled Douluo level has spiritual power with a bit of divine power. It was not something her weak body could bear. She could feel that while mobilizing her spiritual power, the weak angelic power in her sea of consciousness was working hard to swim between her meridians and maintain this family. Exercise is a must. As long as she can quickly refine the angelic power that is about to completely dissipate, her huge mental power will not become a burden, but will become her most powerful weapon at this stage. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 What She Said is the Oracle. Chapter 2 What She Said is the Oracle. That's what happened, Grandpa Qingluan. I want to train my body's basic qualities to prepare for absorbing more powerful soul rings. The book says that the theoretical age of the first spirit ring is about 420 years, and the age of the second spirit ring is about 760 years. But I already have a soul power of level 20, so if I work hard, can I achieve the feat of absorbing 2,000-year-old soul rings in one fell swoop? Qian Rongxiu, who had sorted out her thoughts, took a certain book that summed up the research experience of scholars in Wahundian, called Qingluan Douluo, and explained her needs and ideas. Qingluan Douluo felt that although what Qian Rongxiu said was a bit risky and shocking, it was not completely unreasonable. He didn't veto Qian Rongxiu's idea, but he didn't agree either. He just smiled kindly and said, "My subordinates are very pleased that the young master has such an idea. But let me test your physical strength first." "Okay, Grandpa Qingluan." Saying that, Qian Rongxiu stretched out her arm to facilitate Qingluan Douluo's test. "Young master, your bones are well developed and your physical strength is also excellent. The subordinates recommend that you do 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer long distance run every day while running the soul power assistance. After training in this way, your meridians will inevitably be subtly widened by the soul power, and the cup as the carrier will become larger, and the energy that can be tolerated will naturally be more. At that time, even if you can't achieve the unprecedented 900-year soul ring, it's okay to absorb year soul rings. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. RENXUE happily agreed. But he added silently in his heart. Just 100 push UPS and 100 sit UPS every day, how is this enough? How can she sleep peacefully after doing the training content similar to that of the Destiny's Child? The training volume must be doubled, no, tenfold. Only by being absolutely crushed in terms of numbers can this person who is favored by heaven and the world never have a chance to turn around. After getting an effective and safe training formula from Qinglu and Douluo, RENXUE began to practice hard. In the process of exercising, she relied on her strong mental power to control the traces of divine power to walk between her limbs, relieving fatigue, and at the same time strengthening her limbs significantly. Qinglu and Douluo is worthy of being a peak Douluo. He has a good grasp of RENXUE's current physical training limit. After each set of training, push UPS, sit UPS, etc., although RENXUE's spirit said, I can still persevere, I'm fine, but when she sat down to rest and replenish water, her limbs seemed to be broken. Decadence is real. It takes 2 hours to guide her divine power and soak in a medicinal bath to adjust her breath before she can return to the factory state. After returning to good condition and taking nutrition and protein supplements, RENXUE continued to devote herself to training for 2 weeks a day, and continued in this manner. Qinglu and Douluo, who was watching and protecting from the side, couldn't help but silently retreat tactically when he saw RENXUE training so hard. Young master knows how to be diligent and hard-working at such a young age. The Spirit Hall, have a promising future. In the first 2 weeks, no matter how well RENXUE managed her time, she could not complete 10 times the amount of training while ensuring her own health and the sleep duration of her children. But under her tyrannical mental strength and the restraint and self-discipline training that her body could not resist at all, she achieved the goal of 10 times the training volume on the first day of the 3rd week. Mental strength is very important. RENXUE, who took the time to bathe and sleep, couldn't help but sigh with emotion during this rare moment of relaxation. Although she thinks she has strong willpower and can bear hardships and stand hard work, but the physical fatigue and constant approaching the limit will really make people want to quit. But with strong mental power, it completely cut off her retreat. First of all, she will not faint due to lack of oxygen or reaching her limit due to high-load exercise. Secondly, as long as she wants to move, the mobilization of mental power can allow her to control her limbs and force herself to move. No matter whether she still has strength or not. This second point is also the reason why RENXUE took the initiative to go to Qinglu and Douluo for advice on appropriate training methods. After obtaining an absolutely safe exercise method, it completely eliminated the possibility of a single overtraining that would have a negative impact on her young body. She can train unscrupulously now. At this time, Qinglu and Douluo, who had been waiting in the corner for more than 2 weeks, saw that RENXUE not only failed to stop, but instead acted more and more outrageously. His mentality gradually changed a little. The great priest has gone to retreat. Said to call him again when the young master decides to hunt for spirit rings. Now the situation. Should I report it? The 3rd and 4th weeks passed like this over and over again. Starting from the 5th week, after RENXUE fully adapted to 10 times the training volume per day and successfully absorbed that trace of angelic power, she increased her training volume again. Because now, her training goal has changed. She needs more powerful soul ring assistance. Combined with the contents of the book, RENXUE knew that Tang San had had many adventures since the 3rd spirit ring, and was no longer within the normal range. Moreover, he is also a twin martial soul, and the first soul ring of his second martial soul is a 10-year-old soul ring. As before, she just absorbed the double yellow soul ring step by step, what will she use to fight with others? Therefore, she must surpass Tang San in terms of spirit rings. It's just that even with Qinglu and Douluo, it's not enough to have a double purple soul ring. Starting from the first soul ring, there is at least a 10-fold gap to make people feel at ease. After sorting out what she saw in the Douluo series, RENXUE finally locked her first soul ring on the million-year-old soul beast Tianmeng Binkan in the core of the Star Do forest. Her current mental power is enough to support the energy generated when a million-level soul beast is sacrificed. Her body has been transformed by divine power, and according to RENXUE's estimation, its strength is at least comparable to that of a soul sect majoring in defense. Moreover, sacrifice itself is a way for the soul beast itself to reduce all negative attributes and allow the sacrificed person to receive energy unconditionally. 1 to 2 more months of preparation, but RENXUE believes that everything should not be careless, and when there is no % certainty, don't act hastily. Her countless failures in her previous life all confirmed the above truth. At every critical moment, as long as she thinks twice before acting, as long as she is careful, the battle at Jialing Pass will never end like that. Being fortunate enough to live a new life once again, RENXUE will never allow herself to recklessly repeat the same mistakes. Beyond that, she continued to exercise for a purpose. That is to let the body be able to support her, and pray for days before enshrining the gods in the temple to start the angelic test. She is the young master of the Spirit Hall and the successor of the Seraphim. But just with these 2 prefixes, all the worship halls will be dispatched to enshrine her to lure away the 2 guardian spirit beasts at the core of the Star Do Great Forest, and protect the law to absorb the million-year spirit ring. Even if Douluo, who has always doted on RENXUE, heard these words, he might just laugh at a childish remark. But as a divine examiner, that's different. Her foreknowledge, her willfulness, any anomaly in her behavior can have a good and irrefutable reason. Because what she said at that time was the oracle. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Young Master, what are you doing, young master? Chapter 3 Young Master, what are you doing, young master? Another month has passed. In the worship hall where no one was disturbing, RENXUE was training in full swing. Qinglu and Douluo, who was secretly observing, finally couldn't sit still. Young master. What are you doing, young master? In this month, he witnessed the young master ruthlessly expand a day's training volume he had set previously from 10 times a day to 20 times. This is still a child who is only 6 years old. You call this only 6 years old? The bloodline of the Seraphim martial soul is so terrifying, but the Chihiroji he watched growing up was obviously not like this. How to do? The situation in the young master's training is getting more and more outrageous. Should he go and inform the great enshrinement? Help, who can give him a reference? He is really in a hurry. Finally, another week later. Because of the Pope's summons, Douluo left the country and prepared to take RENXUE to the Pope's palace. Only then did Qinglu and Douluo be freed from the secret observation and protection post of memorizing small notebooks and trembling hands. After being disturbed by Guan Yu, who was in charge of interrogating the Pope, Douluo realized that he had been meditating for more than 2 months. Qingluan didn't call me. Douluo knew that Qingluan was different from the always unreliable Guangling. If he didn't come and tell himself during this period, then it wasn't that he was lazy and sabotage, but that Xioxu really, just trained hard for more than 2 months. What training is more important than obtaining a soul ring and continuing to practice? From his point of view, RENXUE's wave was a bit of a waste of time. It just so happened that Pope Bibidong was also here to inquire about this matter, and it was a good thing to take this opportunity to make RENXUE realize that she was on the edge of a corner. But in this way, their already bad mother-child relationship. Douluo sighed again when he thought of Pope Bibidong. The pain of losing a son, the revenge of killing a son, why didn't he have it, just as the only major offering to the god of the Angel of Justice? his initial disregard after knowing the truth of the matter was already the greatest blasphemy to the god he served. What's more, Bibi Dong is extremely talented and is responsible for the glorious future of Wuhan Palace. How could he disobey the justice he served, deceive his own conscience, and harm the victim again? He hopes that Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu can maintain a good mother-daughter relationship, and that Qian Rongxiu can have a happy childhood like children in ordinary families. But between them was his son who died so tragically that he could not even reincarnate his soul, which made Qian Daoliu reluctant to let go, and pushed his only granddaughter to recognize this father-killer and enemy as her mother. God, how should I think about this child? What is the right thing to do? In the magnificent corridor of the temple, under the shadow of the gorgeous colorful windows that were deserted, the hunched and sighing figure of the peerless Douluo who was supposed to be supreme was actually no different from an ordinary lonely old man. Zioxiu? Wash up and I'll take you to the Pope's palace. She summoned you for something. Qian Daoliu came to the hall occupied by Qian Rongxiu for training, and shouted to Qian Rongxiu who was doing push-ups. Okay grandpa, wait for me for another half an hour, my training will be over soon. Okay. Afterwards, Qian Daoliu stood with his hands behind his back, standing next to Qinglu and Douluo who concealed his figure, watching Qian Rongxiu doing training together. 100 push-ups, followed by 100 sit-ups and squats, and finally running? Is this kind of training for more than 2 months? Looking at it like this, Qian Daoliu shifted his dissatisfied gaze to Qinglu and Douluo beside him. That look means nothing more than that, so you don't stop, can't stop and don't tell me, are you more stupid than Guangling? Qinglu and Douluo, who completely understood Qian Daoliu's eyes, called out his grievances at this moment. He hurriedly picked up the small notebook he had recorded, and started to complain, to Qian Daoliu why, crying, from the first page. Up. What? You mean, Zioxiu has to do 20 sets of this kind of training a day now? Yes, great offering. The young master is re-challenging her limits in weekly training, and her physical strength has also been strengthened in a terrifying manner. I don't know whether I should stop it or not, we have never seen this scene before, *A. Seeing Qinglu and Douluo's indescribable expression, Qian Daoliu knew that his accusation just now was hasty. He patted Qinglu and Douluo's shoulder to express his comfort and apology, and asked again. Is there any health problem? Qinglu and Douluo leaned over again, and replied cautiously, under this high-load exercise, the young master's body is completely unaffected. Although it benefits from the repair and nourishment of the medicinal bath, this is completely unreasonable. But considering that the young master has the bloodline of the seraphim martial soul. Before Qinglu and Douluo finished speaking, Qian Daoliu waved his hand to interrupt, I'm also a seraph martial soul. This. Qian Daoliu's implication was that he would never have been so outrageous when he was 6 years old. Could it be, the one over the Pope's palace? It's not impossible. The speculation between the two stopped instantly when they talked about that woman. The matter of that woman was placed in the enshrinement hall, and it was always the end of the conversation. She used to be a student of the Pope who took good care of the shrine. It's just that incident. But now that his status had changed, Bibi Dong, who held power as the Pope and had greater ambitions, also began to check and balance the power of the shrine hall. Whenever Pope Bibi Dong was mentioned during the meeting, Golden Crocodile Douluo would smash a few tables before giving up. While Qinglu and Douluo and Qian Daoliu remained silent and pondering, the efficient Qian Rongxiu had already finished a set of training quickly, washed and changed at the speed of light, and appeared in front of them in a well-dressed manner. Grandpa, I'm ready. Qian Rongxiu changed out of the large t-shirt and shorts that were convenient for sports, and put on the unique white robe of the Wuhan temple, which is edged with gold thread and embroidered with patterns of wings. In the Wuhan temple, there are only 2 people who can wear the angel's wing robe like this. One is Qian Daoliu, and the other is Qian Rongxiu. The blonde waist-length hair was combed and tied into a neat ponytail. The clean and clear blue eyes, coupled with the baby's fat cheeks that have not completely disappeared, make people want to pinch 2 red marks on her face before they stop. With this in mind, QIAN Douluo did the same thing. As for the love of his granddaughter, if he was called the second in the world, no one would dare to say that he was the first. Haha, RENXUE's face is so nervous that she's going to see the Pope. RENXUE knew that QIAN Douluo was afraid that she would lose her temper like before and not want to see the Pope, so she was diverting her attention. At this time, Grandpa's acting skills, in her opinion, were extremely clumsy, but she had a magical power that made her addicted. RENXUE pouted her lips very cooperatively, pinched her waist, and said fiercely to QIAN Douluo, "No. I'm not nervous. It was clearly Grandpa who pinched me." Grandpa Qingluan saw it. Hearing his granddaughter's vigorous rebuttal, the smile on QIAN Douluo's face became wider. He turned his head and asked in a serious and doubtful tone, "Oh really? Qingluan? Have you seen it?" This. Qingluan Douluo, who was suddenly called out, was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, RENXUE continued to act arrogantly with her finishing blow, "Grandpa Qingluan, don't be afraid, tell the truth. I will make the decision for you." "Yes, tell the truth, can my great priest decide for you?" "Little lord, great offering? Do you feel that my life is an eyesore? Is it wrong to breathe too?" For a while, Qingluan really missed those days when Guangling was there. Because as long as this is the case, it will be Guangling who is unlucky, not him. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Let me protect you. Chapter 4 Let me protect you. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Qingluan Douluo's loveless expression written all over his face, RENXUE and QIAN Douluo both laughed. Lao las entertainment. It turned out that it wasn't that difficult. RENXUE remembered that she had always been indifferent to others, although there were exceptions to her grandfather, but at the moment when she really lost him, RENXUE's heart was full of remorse, reluctance, and self-blame. She obviously has many opportunities to do better. People are subject to birth, old age, illness and death, and this is irreversible as long as they don't become gods. RENXUE thinks she sees things cheerfully, but what she hopes is that even if her grandfather does not go to the god realm to obtain eternal life due to her efforts, she can still leave no regrets, have a clear conscience, entrust her sincerity to him, and let him feel the love brought by her. Come happiness and love. These are the regrets she had in her previous life after she entered the divine realm. So now, she has changed. To her surprise, the result of this change, and the happiness contained in it, far exceeded her imagination. It would be great if her relationship with Bibi Dong could also improve. After Bibi Dong blocked that fatal blow for herself, no matter how many grievances there were in her heart, it didn't matter anymore. Only then did she truly understand that only her closest relatives could be trusted in times of crisis. Besides her grandfather, all she had was Bibi Dong. With this thought in mind, RENXUE followed QIAN Douluo to the entrance of the Pope's hall before she knew it. Yu Guan, who served Bibi Dong, had been waiting at the door for a long time. After seeing QIAN Douluo and RENXUE, he lowered his head to express his greetings, and then pushed the door open. The Pope has been waiting for a long time. If the former RENXUE heard this sentence, she would definitely raise her brows and reply in a neutral tone, "Why is her old man so decadent that even sitting is uncomfortable? That's not very good. After all, if she is gone, Wahundian will welcome the youngest pope ever." Today was different from the past. At this time RENXUE was unusually quiet, not even the slightest fluctuation in expression. This shocked QIAN Douluo, who had always known RENXUE's nature. "My granddaughter has grown up and is sensible." He couldn't help thinking with relief. Entering the papal palace, which has not been destroyed by the war, is as grand and bright as ever. The red carpet hangs down from the height of the steps, and the flags of the major Douluo titles belonging to the Wuhan Temple are hung on both sides. Pope Bibidong was sitting at the highest point of the pinnacle of glory, a throne that symbolized the Pope's power and status. There were no outsiders in the hall, so the three of them, who were used to not even doing superficial efforts, didn't even say hello. Qian Daoliu was just standing with RENXUE, and Bibidong was just sitting sideways. Neither side looked sideways nor opened their mouths, as if in their eyes, the other party didn't exist. After a long time, Bibidong on the throne spoke first. A big offering is a big shelf. The Pope will not give up too much. Qian Daoliu's response was also not salty and sarcasm. For a moment, accompanied by Bibidong's sneer, the anxiety in the hall was on the verge of breaking out. Ha 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 ha. After a smile, Bibidong suddenly put on a serious face, and asked the two people in the hall. I heard that RENXUE has awakened her martial soul for more than 2 months, but she still hasn't hunted for the soul ring. Is there something unspeakable? Hearing this, Qian Daoliu frowned. Just listen to Bibidong continue. After the son of the former pope awakened his martial spirit, he didn't hunt the spirit ring for a long time, and he didn't show his strength. This made all the bishops very disturbed, and they all asked me about the situation. If there is something important, doesn't the hall of worship not even have the etiquette and obligation to report it? In the end, Bibidong changed the subject and pushed the tit-for-tat in the hall to its peak. To be honest, for Bibidong, she didn't care whether RENXUE found the spirit ring after awakening her martial soul, whether she was sick or not, and when she died. But she couldn't stand her sitting on the Pope's seat, and RENXUE could be the son of the previous Pope or the current Pope. With this status, she had to behave decently. It's annoying. Bad memories were surging in her mind along with anger, and there were faint veins popping up in Bibidong's hand holding the scepter. Just when she couldn't help but want to scold again, RENXUE, who had been acting as a mute, stepped forward and spoke. To His Majesty the Pope, this is my decision alone. Her voice had not lost the tenderness of a child, but her calm tone and clear speech made Bibidong feel like she was enlightened. After her irritation subsided, she frowned and looked carefully at the child she had always regarded as an injustice. She lowered her head slightly, put one hand on her chest, observing the most basic etiquette when talking to the Pope, and continued to explain. The chief priest is practicing in retreat, the second priest has a mission to go out and has not returned, and the third priest is ordered to obey me. And based on my personal judgment, I still have to train for another 1 to 2 months, and I will start hunting for spirit rings after half a year. Oh! After training for 2 months, you have to train for another 2 months, and then you have to wait for another 3 months before hunting for the spirit ring? Although she didn't know the meaning of the time difference, after Bibidong nodded her head to express her understanding, she confirmed, that is to say, you will hunt for the spirit ring in half a year. Yes. Reason. Everything is for the inheritance of the temple. Hearing the reason given by RENXUE, Bibidong not only laughed out loud again. A very good reason indeed. The inheritance of the enshrinement hall has always been the core of Wuhan Hall's invincibility. Once this reason is spoken, it represents the will protected by Qian Daoliu and Wuhandian for generations, that is, the aloof god. Thinking of that god's holy appearance, and thinking of the divine test she was accepting, Bibidong became restless for a while. She waved her hand and was about to drive away. Okay, let's go if there is nothing to do. Then I have one more thing. Say. After getting the permission, RENXUE looked at Qian Daoliu who was in doubt, and gestured to him with a small question gesture. She took a deep breath. 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After slowing down for more than half a minute, she took action. Under the surprised gazes of Bibidong and Qian Daoliu, she stepped up the steps in front of the throne step by step. Standing in front of Bibidong, looking at the stunning face that was consistent with her memory, she opened her arms and hugged Bibidong. Due to the position, the young RENXUE could only hug Bibidong's legs. She didn't look at Bibi Dong's astonished expression. She just buried her head between her legs and choked in a low voice, "It's good to see you're okay." As soon as these words came out, Bibi Dong frowned. "What do you mean you're fine?" Before he had time to ask her if she was acting strangely, she heard RENXUE say slowly, "I will definitely make you happy. This time, it's me who will protect you. Mother." After saying this, as if fleeing, RENXUE walked down the steps in 3 steps and 2 steps, and left the Pope's palace holding Douluo's hand. She did not turn her head to look at the expression on Bibi Dong's face. She was afraid that she would say something against her will out of embarrassment and nervousness. She only saw the expression of relief and helplessness on Grandpa's face in a daze. Except for RENXUE, everyone in the hall is a peak Douluo or above. No matter how soft RENXUE's voice was, these 2 people still heard her clearly. After walking out of the Pope's palace and walking on the way to the enshrinement hall, Douluo stopped and called out to RENXUE, who had been dragging him along. "Zioxue." "Okay." RENXUE turned around, pretending to smile innocently, imitating a childlike attitude to comfort Douluo. "Grandpa. Don't worry. I will protect you too. Grandfather." Douluo, who originally wanted to say no need, finally changed his words when looking at RENXUE's eyes full of hope and admiration. "Grandpa is waiting for that day. Great." Looking at RENXUE's cheering appearance, and listening to the faint singing of birds in the nearby bushes, Douluo, who was still heavy in his heart not long ago, felt that it was finally the day when the rain was over and the sky was clear. After walking for a short distance again, this time it was RENXUE who took the initiative to turn around. She turned around, walked backwards, and said to Douluo, "And Grandpa, I will go to the temple." "The temple?" "Yes. The temple within the temple." Seeing RENXUE's completely different serious appearance from before, Douluo felt that the granddaughter in front of him was both strange and familiar. Both he and RENXUE knew what each other was talking about. The temple in the enshrinement hall is the angel temple, and there is only one thing for those who have the seraph spirit to go to the angel temple except for the offering. That is to accept the divine examination. Very difficult. The trial before accepting the God's examination was simply not something that RENXUE, a 6-year-old child with only level, could endure. But Douluo didn't say these words, he just asked RENXUE, "Have you considered? Think about it. I have worked hard for it for a long time. Since Mom is so worried about my soul ring, choosing a day is worse than hitting the sun, so I will go today. It is good." No matter how worried she was, no matter how clear her sense was that it was wrong to let RENXUE run wild, Douluo still didn't stop her in the end. He was just ready to guard RENXUE's side for days and to rescue her immediately if she was in any danger. At the same moment, in the papal palace, Bibi Dong maintained the posture she was hugged by RENXUE just now, and froze for an entire hour. Go check on RENXUE. What did she go back to the enshrinement hall for? According to the order. A black shadow flashed behind the Pope, and then he escaped into the netherworld again. But 5 minutes later, black fluctuations appeared again behind the throne. "I just heard that she went to the temple." "The temple?" There was light in Bibi Dong's dazed eyes. "It's the temple. Qinglu and Douluo, you definitely don't bother to tell lies." "Understood, you step back." After hearing the reply, Bibi Dong thought a lot. She couldn't understand why RENXUE would suddenly take such an attitude. Could it be what Douluo said, or who did she know something from? No. Those in the enshrinement hall are not people who love to talk. Went to the temple, RENXUE, she. Could the words she just said and her inexplicable attitude be due to the oracle? End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Miracles. Chapter 5 Miracles. Just after awakening her martial spirit, she received an oracle. So could RENXUE be the one chosen by God? At such a young age, you have to shoulder the burden of being favored by the God of Angels. I thought about it, but my thoughts stopped here. Bibi Dong was confused as to why she was so concerned about Jian Rongxue's situation. Whether she dies or not, whether she lives well or not, what does it have to do with me? Bibi Dong didn't think about it. She subconsciously used the negative emotions in her heart to block out all the emotions that had arisen towards Jian Rongxue just now, which inexplicably made her irritable and somewhat uneasy. She should be the one who hates this evil breed, the kind who wants to eat its flesh and drink its blood. She should have only this kind of emotion towards Jian Rongxue. After returning to the worship hall, Jian Daoliu immediately summoned Qinglu and Douluo, Qianjun, and Jiangmo Douluo, who had not retreated. From now on, I will accompany Zioxu to pray quietly in the temple for 108 days. During this period, no one is allowed to enter the worship hall, and those who violate it will be killed without mercy. Follow the instructions of the great priest. After the great priest Jian Daoliu hurried to the temple with Jian Rongxue, Qianjun, and Jiangmo Douluo, who had been saluting all the time, raised their heads and whispered to Qinglu and Douluo. Third priest, do you know why the great priest brought the young master to the temple? Could it be that he was harassed and threatened by that woman in the papal palace? Seeing Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and I will declare war with the Pope Palace from now on, Qinglu and Douluo hurriedly vetoed it. No. I once heard Golden Crocodile Douluo mention once that the shrine of the Hall of Worship is the true foundation of the Hall of Spirits. Therefore, the great priest took the young master to the temple this time, probably to start the inheritance. Regarding Qinglu and Douluo's explanation, demon-conquering Douluo was a little confused. Could it be that what the three priests said was the 108 days of prayer? The previous pope did it too, and it doesn't seem to be anything special? And at that time, the pope was already at the level of soul saint, and Zioxu had just awakened soul marshal. That's why the big offering is so serious. As he spoke, Qinglu and Douluo couldn't help thinking of Jian Rongxue's desperate training appearance. Could this be a certain destiny in the dark? 3 offerings, don't make riddles when you speak. To put it bluntly, our brothers' brains are not as bright as yours, and we can't understand too complicated and profound words. That is to say, if the young master succeeds in praying for 2 days to come out, then she may be the first person to become a god in Douluo continent in the past years. Qianjun, conquering demon Douluo, Jian Rongxue didn't make any preparations before heading to the temple. With the lessons learned from her previous life, she has developed the habit of keeping herself in a safe state anytime and anywhere after leaving the safe zone. Ziyuya followed behind her, except for the language. Jian Daoliu's words of "don't worry, so worried and what to do" were written all over his body after saying, "Don't worry about Grandpa, I've prepared for it, so don't worry." After that she didn't even change the robe on her body, and knelt directly in front of the majestic and magnificent seraph statue. With the experience of her previous life, at this time Jian Rongxue skillfully crossed her hands and stood in front of her chest, lowered her head, closed her eyes, and whispered prayers while letting the soul power flow between her body. The prayers and congratulations read the achievements of the God of Angels before she became a god, her words and deeds, and the praises of her descendants after she became a god. Although the gods have been far away from this continent for more than 2 years, in the era when gods appeared frequently and the continent was chaotic, gods were not considered rare existences. As the embodiment of justice and compassion, the God of Angels is not that unpopular little god. She was the light and hope in everyone's hearts in the era of wars and chaos, and many civilians were displaced. Therefore, whether it is a troubadour or a royal noble, she has never been stingy in her praise. Just before she became a god, her life of traveling between continents and doing righteous deeds has 330 pages. As the only granddaughter of the great priest, Jian Rongxue was able to recite the thick Bible proficiently at a very young age. Time passed, Jian Rongxue once again knelt in front of the God of Angels and recited the congratulatory speech. Jian Rongxue only felt a kind of melancholy as if she had passed away, and a sense of enlightenment that everything is enlightened. Time passed in this prayer over and over again. But RENXUE, who was in the center of the temple, didn't know it. She didn't even notice that a golden halo gradually began to spread from her body. Apart from RENXUE, there is also Douluo in the hall. RENXUE saw all the visions that RENXUE couldn't see, but he saw them squarely. But Douluo didn't dare to say much, and didn't even dare to move his body, for fear that his abruptness would interrupt the miracle that was slowly brewing. Another week later, the golden halo gradually solidified, standing behind RENXUE. She has a graceful figure, but her demeanor is dignified and majestic, and there is something behind her that is ready to go. A bigger golden halo enveloped RENXUE in it. A month later. At this moment, the illusory form finally revealed her true face. In her compassionate kindness, she has the determination to slash everything in the world with her sword. Dots of flame appeared in the holy sword in her hand, and the bloated golden giant behind her also turned into folded wings. This is exactly what the God of Angels looks like. 2 months later, 3 months later, at the moment of reaching 1 day, the image of the God of Angels behind RENXUE suddenly opened her eyes, and at the same time the 6 wings also opened wide. Circles of holy white gold halo descended from the clouds with divine murals painted on the roof of the temple. The congratulatory words praising the God of Angels began to echo in the temple, and the faint fragrance of flowers gradually progressed along with the voice. When the angel god behind RENXUE raised the holy sword in her hand, fire burned on her side, and the holy light illuminated the earth. A huge feather fell from midair, hanging above RENXUE's head. The descendant RENXUE, who inherits my will, won the 9 trials of angels. The first test: set foot on the long steps to the gods. Climb the 333 steps. The time limit is 5 years. If it is not completed, the qualifications for the angel god test will be deprived, and the seraphim's martial soul will be deprived. RENXUE, who was the examiner of the oracle in the palace, and Douluo, the great priest who served the god, both heard this oracle. The god bypassed her representative in the human world to worship Douluo, and directly issued an oracle to RENXUE. And it's an angel. 9 tests. Douluo had guessed in the past days, but when he really heard the Jukeo and saw the golden 9 diamond-shaped imprints on RENXUE's forehead, his hands were still a little bit unstoppable. Trembling. He was excited that he could finally witness the arrival of the angel god. But he is also afraid. RENXUE is only 6 years old. Although the time limit for the divine exam was 5 years, it was far more difficult than the divine exam he had in those years, so how could she pass it? Deprivation of qualifications for the god examination, deprivation of martial soul, this is more torment than death. End of this chapter. Chapter 6: The Beloved Son of the God of Angels. Chapter 6: The Beloved Son of the God of Angels. When she got the result she was waiting for, RENXUE did not have the surprise she had imagined. Instead, she felt a sense of satisfaction that the plan had come as expected. But although this adventure was a good one, don't take it again next time. After praying this time, only about 30.00% of her soul power and about % of her spiritual power are left in her body to control. How can this work? It's too unsafe and too careless. At least 80.00% of the soul power should be reserved to deal with various emergencies, right? At the very least, the spiritual power as a nirvana, trump card, and life-saving talisman must be kept above 90.00%. 5, right? What if the blue-silver grass that was locked up in the secret room in the dark sky was not growing well, and what kind of stimulation did Tang Hao receive to come and destroy the Wuhan Palace today? What if that sea god who loves to meddle in other things, does things disgustingly, doesn't abide by the rules of the god realm, and suddenly descends to the lower realm to attack her, the successor of the god of angels? If her weak body didn't have the blessing of mental power, she wouldn't need anything like Uncertain Storm or Poseidon's Twilight, just a tap from that fork would kill her. Thinking of these horrific consequences, RENXUE ruthlessly reflected on herself, after hearing Bibi Dong's words, "Is there something unspeakable?" When this sentence can barely be summed up as a word of concern, the impulse of a hot brain. "RENXUE? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Seeing that RENXUE couldn't get up for a long time after receiving the oracle, Douluo, who was standing behind, was a little anxious. Sure enough, she was still too young, and the burden of praying for days was too much for her. Thinking of this, Douluo hurriedly used his soul power to lift RENXUE up and drag him in front of him. "Ah, Grandpa, I'm fine." After realizing it, RENXUE realized that she seemed to be a little too involved in her spiritual world, and for a moment forgot about her current situation. So she hurriedly showed off her biceps without flesh to her grandpa to show how strong she was, and then hurriedly sorted out the lies she had thought up a long time ago and after she had accepted the divine examination. "It's just. It seems that I heard something, saw something, and I haven't recovered for a while." Douluo looked at RENXUE rubbing his temples with a dazed expression. He couldn't help being shocked again. "RENXUE, you mean you received a separate oracle?" It feels like it should be. But I don't understand it a little bit. If I tell you, Grandpa, you can analyze it for me, can you?" So RENXUE proficiently uttered the oracle that she had already planned. The god pointed out her 2 unobtained soul rings and guided her to see the scene deep in the Douluo forest. Surrounded by vicious green pythons, giant orangutans, and a female toddler in human form, a poor but nutritious pure white caterpillar. At this time, the god said, "There are more than 1,000,000 years, but the life is not long, so you can sacrifice." After a while, he guided her to look towards the periphery of the Douluo forest, only to hear God say again, "The evil tiger, which is not tolerated by heaven, has been practicing for years. The soul ring is useless, take its alchemy and refine it." After finishing speaking, Douluo was stunned again. He is already a peak Douluo, no matter what happens, his emotions will not be too turbulent. But today is the 4th time he has been surprised by reality. The first time was the miracle when the phantom of the angel behind RENXUE appeared. The second time was hearing RENXUE's surprise and fright when she got the Angel 9 examination. The third time was looking at RENXUE's worry when she hadn't got up for a long time. And now, it is the 4th time. How should he sum it up? Aiko. Calling RENXUE the beloved son of the god of angels should not be an exaggeration or an offense. Which god would appoint the god of choice when awakening the martial soul, and frequently issued oracles, and even fed the configuration of the soul ring into his mouth, although this soul ring configuration is a bit ahead of schedule. But, since this is the arrangement, there is no need to worry about the angel divine examination. Not only will RENXUE not be deprived of her martial spirit, she will even become stronger with the help of the oracle. Given time, if RENXUE completes the god test properly for several decades, she will not only become the first god in the past 2 years, but also the youngest god in the past 2 years. The moment he thought of this, Douluo's mind immediately cleared up. He knelt down, held RENXUE's shoulders with both hands, looked into her eyes, and said in a kind and gentle voice, "RENXUE, please go back to your room and wash up briefly. I'll ask them to prepare some food for you to nourish your stomach and body. Grandpa is going to tell the others to get up quickly for the meeting. RENXUE can just come to the meeting room when she is full. Don't be too anxious, just let Jin Crocodile and Grandpa Qingluan sit and wait. Don't come hungry, got it?" "Understood, Grandpa." RENXUE did not reject Douluo's pampering, she even acted coquettishly, taking advantage of her age and fatigue, and let Douluo carry her into the room. Being small and acting coquettishly has no psychological burden, this makes RENXUE's mood jump a bit more. After taking a bath after a long absence, my tense nerves were slightly relaxed. The warm steam and water mist, the sporadic sound of water dripping from the barrel and the hair to the ground, accompanied by the soothing and health-enhancing floral and fruity fragrance emitted by bursts of heat. Everything around her gave RENXUE a real sense of alive. She wants to protect every bit and every drop of this peaceful and ordinary life. Wow! Amidst the sound of violent water rushing, RENXUE stepped out of the barrel, used her soul power to dry herself, put on her robe and left the bathroom. Therefore, in order to protect the happiness she wants, after the meeting today, it is also a day of hard work. The food was brought to RENXUE's door only 2 minutes after she came out of the bathroom. When Grandpa talks about nourishing the stomach and nourishing the body, then be careful. Because this is the preview of the white porridge set meal, green vegetables and eggs combo punch. But fortunately, there is grilled fish, so the rice is still edible. Every time she took a bite, RENXUE could feel the deep concern from her grandfather. After all, if Douluo just ordered the chef in the kitchen to cook some meals that nourished the stomach and nourished the body, he would definitely not give such things to him. Served it myself. Although she was full of dissatisfaction and dislike, RENXUE felt that the meal was delicious and even left something to be desired after eating. Finally, after gargling with a glass of lemonade, RENXUE used the angel's pure holy soul power to purify the smell of fireworks on her body. After combing her hair, she walked towards the council hall where the grandpas in the hall of worship often hold meetings. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 What and number 039, S more outrageous. Chapter 7 What's more outrageous? When RENXUE came to the council hall, there were already 6 of the 7 Douluo in the enshrinement hall. The last one absent was Guangling Douluo. RENXUE and everyone present were not surprised by this result. First of all, Guangling is on a business trip. After receiving the emergency order from the enshrinement hall to withdraw, even running at full speed with the strength of a titled Douluo would take some time. Secondly, as long as there is no war in the spirit hall, Lightling Douluo will definitely find a place to be lazy even if he is in the enshrinement hall. He can be trained by Golden Crocodile and Qingluan Douluo for half an hour because he is 5 minutes late, but he will never bend his soul by being seconds early. RENXUE walked into the conference room, and greeted the various priests. Hello, grandpas. The worshippers, led by Golden Crocodile Douluo who was sitting in the second seat, all stood up one after another, placed one hand on their heart, and returned the gift to RENXUE. See young master. Everyone who worships the grandfather is polite, no gift. Even if she has never experienced it again, RENXUE was very close to everyone who worshipped her when she was a child. Although the worshippers always respected her as the young master in terms of titles and actions, they actually doted on her as their own granddaughter. It's just that the amazing thing about the worship hall is that everyone's titles are very persistent and talk about each other. This was what RENXUE overheard from the servants who had served the Hall of Worship for a long time after failing the latent mission and returning to the Hall of Spirits in her previous life. Even though Golden Crocodile Douluo looked very loyal, there were times when he tried to get Douluo to call him Grandpa. But since they had an indescribable battle, he could only call him Brother Douluo with his eyes shining. Besides, he will be called Guangling Douluo Nazai. And Qingluan Douluo learned well. Because he was taught by Golden Crocodile when he was young, he would call Golden Crocodile Douluo his uncle very affectionately in private. After being spoiled by Guangling Douluo's old naughty character, he began to imitate Golden Crocodile Douluo and call him Guangling Nazai. But at the same time, he called Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo my stupid brothers. Guangling, the son of everyone, naturally disapproved of this title. So apart from Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo whom he dared not offend, he would say something heartbroken when anyone said a few words about him. You say this as a father, because of the father, it hurts here. Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, who are the youngest, with the lowest level of cultivation and only use their brains on fighting, would often scratch their fingers and think about the seniority relationship of the 5 older brothers above them. Hey, don't tell me. Douluo is the elder brother of Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Golden Crocodile Douluo's nephew is Qingluan Douluo, but Guangling is the son of Golden Crocodile, Qingluan, and Xiangxi Douluo at the same time. RENXUE once felt that it was really a drop in price for all the priests to look like this in private, which violated their sacred status. But when she watched them die in front of her one by one, RENXUE realized what she had lost. When RENXUE couldn't stop being in a daze again, recalling the past, Douluo called out, "Xiaoxue, come here. It is good." Under Douluo's greeting, she stood obediently beside the main seat, perfectly acting as the protagonist of today's meeting, and the mute background board behind the big worship seat. After waiting for another stick of incense, Douluo took a deep breath. "Guangling hasn't arrived yet. I'm coming." Stuck at the limit of Douluo's patience, along with a gust of cold wind, Guangling Douluo made his debut. "See the great offering, see the young master." After bowing respectfully and perfunctorily to Douluo and RENXUE, Lightling Douluo immediately revealed his true face and began to wave wildly to RENXUE in the serious conference hall. Yo young master, I haven't seen you for a long time, you are beautiful again. You haven't reached 18 yet, so you can change like this, you really deserve to be the most honorable and brightest flower in our spirit hall." Lightling. Hearing Guangling Douluo's more and more outrageous praise, he felt that Golden Crocodile Douluo slammed the table fiercely. In an instant, Guangling Douluo swallowed back the endless compliments to RENXUE that he had planned earlier, and sat obediently on his seat. He even put his legs together and put his hands on both knees. Group member Guangling has been banned for 10 minutes by Administrator Golden Crocodile. Puff. In the past, RENXUE felt that Guangling really didn't look like a worshipper, but now she finds this scene very funny and heartwarming. Maybe, in the future, I can try to talk to Guangling Douluo more, or even secretly ask a teacher in my heart, and secretly learn his shameless old urchin skills. The so-called speaker has no heart, and the listener has heart. Qingluan Douluo, who had been in charge of security some time ago, heard Guangling Douluo's praise of RENXUE, and inevitably subconsciously looked at her a few times. RENXUE looked, indeed, different from before. Shen Yun, temperament, could it be? Qingluan Douluo, who had observed everything from the time after his martial soul awakened to the present, was stunned by the prophecy that he might have fulfilled. "Dear worshipper, why did you summon us urgently this time?" As the second enshrinement and the oldest enshrinement, Golden Crocodile Douluo announced the start of the meeting and made inquiries on behalf of the chief enshrinement. Seeing that the great priest looked serious and did not reply immediately, Qianjun Douluo frowned. "Is it going to declare war with the Pope Palace?" As soon as these words came out, the alarm of his twin brother Zhang Mo Douluo immediately rang, and he opened his mouth to swear. "I am determined to subdue the demon and live and die with the worship hall." The lion Douluo at the side couldn't listen anymore. He waved his hands to signal the two people not to try to participate in this kind of complicated brain-thinking exercise, and asked the great priest Douluo, "I heard from the third priest that you went to the Pope's palace 3 months ago? Then you took the young master to stay behind closed doors in the temple. Okay, stop guessing." Douluo interrupted their speculation by raising his hand, and made a simplified summary. "It's a good thing. However, it is also a major event for you to dedicate your loyalty and lives to the Wuhan Palace, the Worship Palace, and my lineage of seraphim." Hearing this, all the priests frowned instantly, and then they sat upright, and the second priest with the highest status, Golden Crocodile Douluo, spoke on their behalf. "We will definitely live up to your trust. Please tell me about the great sacrifice. The foundation of Wuhan Palace is in the Temple of Enshrinement Hall. You must have heard these words after serving for so many years." "Yes." Golden Crocodile Douluo responded. "There have been rumors all these years, and you should have some guesses." "It's right." Although they had heard such gossip for a long time, they still took a breath of cold air the moment they received Qian Daoliu's affirmation. There is the inheritance of our seraphs' martial souls becoming gods. Now, the God of Angels has chosen my granddaughter, Qian RENXUE. Dear worshippers, after 30 seconds of astonishment, Golden Crocodile Douluo took the lead, and all the worshippers present stood up, held up their clothes, knelt on one knee, touched the ground with one fist, put one hand on their heart, and congratulated in unison, "Congratulations on the great sacrifice! Congratulations, young master! God bless my spirit hall!" Because of the excitement, the voices of the worshippers were even subconsciously mixed with leaked spiritual power. If Qian RENXUE was just an ordinary child who had awakened a level martial spirit, she might have been temporarily deaf from the shock. However, Qian RENXUE looked calm and showed no pain at all, and all the worshippers were immersed in the surprise of being the youngest chosen god. No one noticed this small detail. And just when several worshippers thought that the next step was to discuss how to protect Qian RENXUE, the chosen one, from growing up, they only heard Qian Daoliu in this conference room that was already under current surging, and through. Dropped a self-destructing soul guide. Not only that, and what's more outrageous? The God of Angels' favor for Xiaoxue is far more than that. She even made a separate oracle in order for Xiaoxue to successfully pass the divine examination at this age and lay a stronger foundation for strength. At this moment, Qinglu and Douluo, who had always maintained a cool, calm, and steady air in front of everyone, finally succumbed to the reality that challenged his three views several times. Say, no matter how rare the soul beast is, we will definitely offer it to the young master. Faced with Qinglu and Douluo's excited loyalty, Qian Daoliu sighed. Well, it would be easy to say if it was only rare. The first spirit ring that the God of Angels sought out for Xiaoxue was a million-year-old spirit beast imprisoned deep in the core of the Star Do forest. Boom! With a loud noise, the newly purchased green granite table in the conference room collapsed. What appeared immediately was the exclamation of Golden Crocodile Douluo, whose beard was knocked upside down by the soul power. What? A million-year soul beast? End of this chapter. Chapter 8. God bless the Wuhan Temple, it end number 039, too early to call. Chapter 8. God bless the Wuhan Temple, it's too early to call. Golden Crocodile, I'll take it from your salary. Okay, big offering. The sound of gold coins rushing away made Golden Crocodile Douluo calm down. He could only wave his hand, crush the table fragments on the ground into powder, and then use soul control to dump them into the trash can. After instructing the attendant coolie who was guarding outside the palace to prepare a new table and bring it in and put it away, it was already 5 minutes later. The worshippers relied on their strong xingxing to regain their former composure. The meeting continues. As for the second soul ring, does God have any arrangements? Qinglu and Douluo, who first noticed the problem, asked Qian Daoliu. Have. It is an evil tiger with a cultivation base of about 7 years. It's just a 7-year-old evil tiger compared to the shock that a million-year-old soul beast brought to them. The matter of letting a 7-year-old soul beast serve as Qian RENXUE's second soul ring was already a piece of cake, like eggs mixed with cucumbers. It's ordinary. But how can the evil tiger obediently offer sacrifices? So God said, kill him, throw away the ring and keep the pill. What is this, Dan? Under Qinglu and Douluo's continuous questioning, Qian Daoliu explained unhurriedly, I don't know. But according to Xiaoxue's description, in the picture she saw, in addition to a soul ring produced after the evil tiger died, it also produced a sphere that was extremely spiritual, had extremely fast escape speed, and could even tear apart space. Out. The elixir that can be refined in the oracle should refer to this special sphere. Wait, why is this oracle so clear? Look. Didn't you just hear some noise? Qinglu and Douluo, who felt that he had overlooked something, couldn't hold it back for a moment and slammed the table and asked, is it an oracle with an extremely clear picture? Hey, I am still old, I forgot to mention it. The oracle that Zioxu received was as clear as if it were made of a shadow stone. In an instant, the table that had just been moved into the conference room was broken again. But at this moment, except for Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE, no one cared about this poor table. There is only one thing on the minds of all the worshippers. Damn it, God bless Wuhan Palace, it's too early to call. In the conference room, there was silence for more than 5 minutes. It was not until the third priest, who said he would go out and move the table back in person, moved the table back that the meeting could continue. Qinglu and Douluo, who pretended to move the table but actually went out to take a deep breath like crazy, felt that he had finally found a sense of normalcy amid the crazy collapse of his outlook on life. That great sacrifice, in your opinion, how should we defeat that million-year-old soul beast, even if the 7-year-old evil tiger is against common sense, where his cultivation is, we should not be afraid of our lack of strength. After hearing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo also asked additionally. The crusade against million-year-old soul beasts definitely requires us to mobilize all of our priests, but, wouldn't it be enough for the 7 of us to fight? The divine examination is of great importance. Do we dare to tell the truth to the Pope, looking for help? As a scholar and oracle maker, Qian RENXUE saw that the trend of the discussion in the meeting was a bit crooked, so she suddenly said, "Everyone who worships Grandpa, how about I make the plan this time?" In the past, the young Qian RENXUE would not appear and speak at such high-level meetings. But at this moment, due to the addition of buffs such as God's Chosen, Oracle, Beloved Son of the God of Angels, etc., no one would think that a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul would make a plan to defeat the million-year soul beast. Something's wrong. Qian Daoliu is also very curious about Qian RENXUE's plans and views on her own soul ring hunting. Zioxu, tell me what you have in mind. Seeing that Grandpa had agreed, Qian RENXUE declared the conclusion directly, saying, "Let's attack this evil tiger first and take away the inner elixir, and then we will march into the core area of the Stardow Forest. As for the useless soul ring that the evil tiger produced, I don't want it to be wasted. I remember that there was an elder in Wuhan Palace who broke through to a titled Douluo recently." Although she was just asking a question, Qian RENXUE knew for sure that the elder who had just broken through to the title Douluo was a female elder named Gu Ji. In her previous life, she sacrificed herself in the soul hunting operation planned by Bibi Dong, and died together with the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. They had met several times. Gu Ji was entrusted by her grandfather to secretly bring a letter to her because she was on her way to the mission. When delivering the letter, she also gave her some special snacks from Wuhan City. The long-lost taste of her hometown has made her remember it from the time she was 11 years old until now. Therefore, she wanted to take this opportunity to give back to the 9th elder who had shown kindness to her but had a tragic ending. In that book, she was so unimportant that she didn't even have a title or name. After thinking for a while, Qinglu and Douluo answered Qian RENXUE's question. The person the young master mentioned should be the 9th elder Gu Ji. Since I haven't hunted the soul ring yet, my account has not been banned yet. After nodding her head to show that she understood, Qian RENXUE said, "I think this tiger is good, let her come. Remember correctly, the martial soul of the 9th elder is Huo Yuan, right? If the evil and wind attributes are successfully added to the flame, our Wuhan Palace will have another top-notch soul master. Then let me first thank the young master for the gift of the 9th elder." Qinglu and Douluo said this, which meant that he had taken over the task of spreading the message and communicating with the Pope's palace. Regarding the decision to enshrine the hall, a single elder generally has no right to stop it, not to mention that this decision is a meat pie from heaven for the 9 elders. As for that, there is nothing to fear from the million-year-old soul beasts. All I have to do is divert the 2 guardian beasts away from me. It's the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Considering that Qian RENXUE might not know those 2 soul beasts and it was difficult to describe them, Qian Daoliu added at the side. It's just 2 10-year-old soul beasts, nothing to be afraid of. Lion Douluo, a man of few words, spoke very confidently at this moment. It's just the girl in the oracle, what should I do? The human mixed in the soul beast is undoubtedly a transformed 10-year soul beast. Seeing Lion Douluo's decapitation motion, RENXUE shook her head and said, "Not dealt with. Because no one can use it now, and we have no way of knowing what kind of soul beast she is, so why bother? We only need to force the two guardians to leave the core area for the safety of the girl. At that time, Grandpa will help me protect the law in case of any changes. The focus of this operation is to obtain the first and second soul rings, and do not add extraneous matters." RENXUE doesn't like rabbits. She didn't even think that the soul ring and soul bone of the soft bone rabbit could be of any help to her. It might be considered to give it to someone to hunt. Moreover, she has a blood feud with this rabbit. As the heroine in the work, RENXUE cannot guarantee whether she will be affected by the will of heaven. This is just a test. It is not advisable to be so hasty in eradicating the weeds. If we scare the snake, it will be too much. It would be best to trap the rabbit and Tang San together in the barren taboo domain with a radius of hundreds of miles, use the power beyond gods to deal with the gathering and disintegration of his spirit and body, and then blow up that space completely forever. No future troubles. Heck, think too much. RENXUE hurriedly pretended to cough lightly and continued to talk about her plan. This was also the key point of her insistence on being the plan producer. "I think it's the evil tiger that grandpas should be careful about. That tiger with 7 years of cultivation?" Why? Everyone did not understand, but RENXUE, as the maker of the oracle, was mentioning. The evil tiger's real name is, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. It has 6 multiple attributes of evil: darkness, space, time, thunder and lightning, and wind. It is very intelligent when it is young, not inferior to adult humans, and it is sinister and cunning. There are many difficult and weird skills in the book, among which the arena of life and death, which forces time back and rejuvenation and forced duel, is the most outrageous. If she was rashly dragged into this skill without preparation, even her grandfather Douluo might die on the spot. Thinking of this, RENXUE slowly said, "The pictures of the evil tiger in the oracle are mostly weird and absurd. I don't think God will hit the target without aim, there must be a deep meaning in it." "Is there such a thing?" Douluo also expressed surprise. "Yes, Grandpa, it's just that when I summarized the content for you, I didn't have time to think about it carefully. But now, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong." RENXUE explained briefly and then continued to tell everyone, most of the content in the picture can also be interpreted as skills, such as the rapid charge that is comparable to teleportation, the sudden destruction of vegetation where the evil tiger passes, the sly and terrifying eyes like a fox, etc. But in the final picture, everyone has become smaller. No, they all turned into children, crawling in front of the huge black tiger with its mouth wide open. If it were a skill explanation, it would be too absurd and unreasonable. It is just a soul beast. Could it be that it can rejuvenate people, or is it that this evil tiger has a special mental attack that makes everyone unbearable like a child? RENXUE has been a well-behaved and sensible child since she was a child. Apart from her strong rebellion and hostility towards the Pope, she has always been inarticulate and unsmiling. Now, as an angel examiner, no one doubts the authenticity of her words. The priests, who had always been considered to be the pinnacle of wisdom and combat power in Wuhan Palace, after hearing about this incident that they had never heard of, the first thing they thought about was not that RENXUE was talking nonsense, but that they actually really are the lonely people in such a situation. It was Douluo who made a concluding speech at this time. "The evil tiger, first find out what kind of soul beast it may be. Don't take any of the scenes mentioned in Zioxu's oracle lightly. This spirit beast may be an extinct species, or it may be related to some legends. Qingluan, you take Qunjun, no, you take Guangling to the library and find out the description of this evil tiger overnight. Even if there is a similarity in one word, it should be recorded and brought back for discussion. According to the order, Qinglu and Douluo dragged Guangling, who had basically not said a word since the beginning of the meeting, left the meeting room. Zioxiu, Grandpa is going to enshrine important people in the hall now, you can go to rest or train. Let Grandpa Qianjun and Grandpa Jiangmo accompany you. Okay, Grandpa. Qian Rongxiu agreed well, but after watching Qian Daoliu leave the Pope's palace, she walked straight into the temple in front of bodyguard Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo. Qianjun, demon conquering Douluo, Omega Omega. No one is allowed to enter the temple without permission, and any offender will be killed without mercy. Little Lord, you can go in, but we can't. How do you take on this bodyguard mission? What should I do? Jiangmo Douluo looked at the towering gate of the temple, and asked Qianjun Douluo helplessly. What can I do? Qianjun rolled his eyes back at Zhang Mo, and then said angrily, what else can we do? Go find the second worshipper quickly and let the second worshipper go find the big worshipper. Okay bro. In the temple, Qian Rongxiu came to the steps leading to the statue. After starting the divine test, the statue of the god that originally stood in the center of the hall was now located on the high steps in the folded space. The golden light slowly spread downwards from the statue. If you ignore the terrifying soul power emanating from it, you will only feel that this is an extremely beautiful and sacred scene. Qian Rongxiu did not pay too much attention to the scenery that she would see for 5 years in the future. She took a deep breath, mobilized her soul power to protect her body firmly, and then took a step towards the steps. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 She has and number 039, T heard that this tiger is so evil. Chapter 9 She hasn't heard that this tiger is so evil. The sudden increase in pressure made even Qian Rongxiu, who had been prepared, unable to help but feel stunned. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled it. After using her strong mental power to control the soul power in her body that was beginning to become disordered due to external pressure, she without any hesitation or pause, he took 2 steps and stood directly on the 3rd step. At present, is this the limit? Qian Rongxiu murmured to herself, feeling the violent acceleration of her heartbeat and the surrounding soul power cutting into her skin like wind blades. Now % of her soul power and % of her mental power are used to resist pressure and protect her body, and there is no more energy left for climbing. Then let's practice here for now. After making a decision, Qian Rongxiu crossed her legs on the spot and adjusted the flow of soul power. As Qian Rongxiu, who has already passed the level once and successfully became a god, she knows that the pressure she feels is actually the leaked soul power. The higher the steps, the greater the pressure, the more soul power, and the more divine power it contains. As long as she can make perfect use of the location here, the few years before passing the godly rank are the unique time for her to cultivate her soul power and absorb divine power. Qian Rongxiu has suffered from insufficient background before, so this time she is not going to strive for the quickest way to become a god. She has to be steady and patient to complete every step before ascending to god. When Qian Daoliu informed the elders that he had borrowed the 9th elder to come to the enshrine hall, he left Qinglu and Douluo behind and rushed back to the enshrine hall with Zhang Mo Douluo, who hurriedly reported the news. Looking at Qian Rongxiu, who looked indifferent and even enjoying the strong soul power surrounding her body, Qian Daoliu twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Zioxiu has her own rules regarding the divine examination. From now on, if she enters the temple, you 2 brothers must not block her, and there is no need to make too many announcements. Just follow her in and guard her. Even though Qian Daoliu believed that no one could trespass into the enshrinement hall, when he thought of Qian Rongxiu's talent and her current status, Qian Daoliu still felt that it would be safer and more secure if he added more layers. In order to win more resources for Qian Rongxiu in the Hall of Spirits, the great priest of the Hall of Worship, who has kept his ears to the outside world for many years, has to start putting on a show and going to work. The worship hall was led by the great worshipper, and everyone had a long-awaited experience, excluding daily overtime work outside of practice. Even Qianjun and demon-conquering Douluo, whose brains couldn't keep up with the proceedings of the meeting, started guarding RENXUE on a shift system throughout the day. During this month, RENXUE moved her training location from the original 3rd step to the 10th step. Although it was a bit rash, but considering that now that she was on the 10th level, she could only use % of her soul power and % of her mental power to protect her body, she agreed to this big adventure. According to the research theory in the Spirit Hall, even if a soul master does not obtain a soul ring after breaking through, he can still obtain soul power and practice, and the result of cultivation can be reflected after obtaining the soul ring. So for RENXUE, this month's training was not wasted. More importantly, in addition to absorbing soul power to increase the level, RENXUE is also using her mental power to do a more important thing: expansion. The soul power that a soul master can absorb within a level is limited, and RENXUE has always believed that this is related to talent. But after reading those books in her dream, her understanding was subverted. The meridians that absorb soul power can be opened and broadened. The secret book that Tang San practiced was called Xian Tian Gong. She didn't see a detailed description of it in the book, but said that it was an inner martial art from the Tang sect of Bashu. Martial arts secrets, meridians. Based on these unfamiliar keywords, RENXUE actually found books on this topic in the big library during her mealtime. It is said that this knowledge is the once extremely powerful ancient Oriental medicine and martial arts doctrines that have been lost for many years and have become extinct on the Douluo continent. Although she felt sorry for her extinction, she now knew the conclusion and principle. After weighing the risk of not being able to defeat Tang San at a high level in the future, RENXUE decided to charge. With the help of her high-intensity mental power to protect the important organs in her body, she slowly introduced the soul power on the steps, and began to try to open up and widen. The pain at first made RENXUE very worried, but after the pain passed, she felt enlightened, and after the obvious increase in the amount of soul power she could absorb, RENXUE began to be unscrupulous. She completely reproduced the method of forcing the body to move with mental power during the previous physical training, and rubbed her body against the steps full of holy soul power. RENXUE's cultivation is in full swing, and the investigation of the evil tiger in the Hall of Offerings has also made a breakthrough. Thanks to the Wuhan Palace's collection of classics and various theories and miscellaneous talks from all over the continent, Qingluan, who was busy with the handover of Elder Gu's Hiju, and after dragging Guangling through the night for nearly a month, finally let him read it in one place. They found what they wanted in this record of myths and legends. Immediately, the battle meeting in the enshrinement hall was held again. Apart from RENXUE, who was cultivating in the temple, Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, who were bodyguards, even the 9th elder, who was borrowed, was also present. This evil tiger is named Dark Devil, Evil God Tiger. According to the legend, the first evil god descended on a white tiger and caused it to mutate, degrading the original holy light attribute of the white tiger into the ultimate evil power. After the white tiger mutated into the evil tiger, black wings sprouted from its back, and its tail turned into an evil hook like a snake or scorpion. First of all, the appearance is clear, and it is exactly the same as the concept map that RENXUE would point out based on the scene in the dream. Besides, it is deduced that this dark devil god tiger may have 6 attributes: evil, darkness, time, space, thunder and lightning, wind. There are so many, although he figured out early on that this evil tiger's talent must be extraordinary, but after actually confirming it out of date based on the contents recorded in the book, all the priests were still a little surprised. The sprinting skill described by the young master, the rare and outrageous super high speed, should be related to its wind and space attributes. The source of the withered trees must be inseparable from the dark devil god tiger's own huge evil power. And it doesn't rule out that this beast has the ability to absorb life force from nature. And in the end, the weird abilities that the young master mentioned, that everyone has become smaller and put under the tiger's mouth, must be the powerful skills brought about by the time attribute. After listening to Qinglu and Douluo's analysis and report, everyone couldn't help but look dignified. Elder Guzhiju, who was standing with the door closed and was temporarily unfit to sit, widened his eyes and gasped. She only heard that the young master was generous and kind and wanted to give her an evil tiger's soul ring. However, she had never heard that this tiger was so evil. This is not sending a soul ring, this is sending the grace of reinvention. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. How dare you? Chapter 10. How dare you? But everyone here has been worshipping for many years, including the extremely experienced and elderly golden crocodile Douluo, and even the peak Douluo QIAN Douluo, who is unstoppable under the gods. After a moment of silence, the best plan to fight this evil tiger has been discussed. Just make it impossible for him to release his skills. QIAN Douluo does not allow any priest to take the risk of death. For them, the core target is only the inner alchemy of the evil tiger, and it doesn't matter who kills the evil tiger. Therefore, they will repel the evil tiger with a thunderous attack, and give Elder Guzhiju a chance when beheading, and they will only give her one chance. If her attack cannot give the evil tiger a fatal blow, then what awaits the dark evil tiger is a full blow from the peak Douluo Sendaolio, who has activated his martial soul true form and is blessed by the angel domain. 9th Elder Guzhi had no objection to this. It is already an honor for her to have all the priests take her to hunt for spirit rings. What's more, for a soul beast that can make all the top-titled Douluo so vigilant, how could she have the nerve to put the top combat power of the spirit hall in danger because of her own mistakes and greed? If you can't grasp the opportunity, you can't blame others. I thought this meeting would end here, and I even started to think about how she should brew a big move to ensure that the 9th elder who killed the dark devil god tiger never expected that she would be enshrined by QIAN Douluo. Once again, the three views were shattered. About the distribution of missions for the crusade against million-year-old soul beasts in the core of the Stardew Forest, I will arrange them here. What? How many thousands of years? She didn't dare to say that the big priest made a mistake. Since the big priest is right, then... Omega. And what is this action actually about? The hunting of the first and second soul rings of His Royal Highness Qian RENXUE, the young master of the Wuhan Hall, right? Then this, million-year soul beast? Ah, no, Guzhi, calm down, you are not young anymore, don't always be frizzy. Could it be that this is a secret mission carried out under the guise of obtaining a soul ring for His Highness? Guzhi didn't know, but she was trying her best to rationalize this task and use her own three views to try to understand. After letting Qingluan and Guangling go back to rest for a day, the soul hunting project officially started after a month. Did not choose to travel in the soul beast car, Qinglu and Douluo directly opened the martial soul avatar, carrying QIAN Douluo, Qian RENXUE, and golden crocodile Douluo as the guardian, and the rest of the offerings were to sit on Guzhi Elder Huoyuan. The real body of Wuhan followed closely behind. Two giant birds full of energy soared from the worship hall, which naturally attracted the attention of the Pope's hall. Everyone is dispatched. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and looked into the distance, with a hint of puzzlement and surprise in her tone. Could it be that she really got the inheritance? But even so, only QIAN Douluo was more than enough to accompany him, so why let the worship hall go all out? However, although Bibi Dong was a little curious, she didn't delve into it, because at this stage she was too busy to take time off. The deadline for the 5 Rakshasa exams was approaching, so she had to focus on breaking through the exams. Peak Douluo's traveling speed is absolutely unmatched. In just 10 hours, they had already arrived inside the Stardew Forest. The worshippers put away the overflowing soul power from their bodies and began to search for the dark demon evil god tiger according to the plan. When Qian RENXUE's martial soul awakened, it was in mid-February after her birthday. And now, the time has come to November. It is also winter in the Stardew Great Forest. The branches and the ground are covered with snow, even if you simply inhale or exhale, you will feel as cold as drinking ice. Although the temperature inside the forest was so cold that RENXUE had to release her fire-attributed soul power to keep herself warm, the white snow and low temperature also exposed the traces of the evil tiger. It is not a snow leopard, and it does not have a long and plush tail to smooth out its footprints. Its scorpion tail will only accentuate its characteristics as a spirit beast, making it easier for the sharp-eyed Qingluan Douluo and Lightling Douluo to quickly locate its lair. Found it. After a while, after just a stick of incense, Guangling Douluo and Qingluan Douluo met to confirm, and located the habitat of the dark devil god tiger. A cave with obsidian veins. Decoy plan. After looking at the surrounding environment recorded in the photo stone, Qian Daoliu announced in a deep voice. According to the order. After all the worshippers got the order, they acted quickly. Before leaving, Qian Daoliu came in front of RENXUE, squatted down, rubbed her cheeks that were already a little red from the cold. "Zioxu, Grandpa Lion is protecting you. Don't run around when you are in danger. Grandpa will definitely be able to save you in time within the realm." "Well, Grandpa, don't worry, I won't run around." "Okay, Zioxu, be good. Grandpa will come back as soon as he goes." The so-called bait plan is the second hunting plan formulated according to the temperament of the dark devil god tiger in the records. Since the dark devil god tiger is a cunning and evil spirit beast with the characteristic of devouring spirit beasts, he will definitely not give up the great tonic of having the Qingluan Wuhan soul master. Seduced by Qingluan Douluo, who was already a little tired, he showed a very real exhaustion, luring this cunning beast to the encirclement outside the cave. At the moment of entering the encirclement, Qian Daoliu activated the angel domain to seal it off, then Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, who had been charged for a long time, were the main combat forces to defend one side and besiege, while Golden Crocodile Douluo sealed off the other side and attacked at the same time. Forced the irresolute evil tiger to the ambush of Elder Goose Hiju, who was waiting for a rabbit. If the ninth elder cannot kill him with one blow, Qian Daoliu, as the ruler of the sky and the opener of the realm, will give the tiger the final blow with the force of thunder. In addition, Qian Daoliu is also a layer of insurance above the sky. Once the evil tiger is not repulsed as planned, but instead activates the weird time attribute skills to fight hard, Qian Daoliu, as the master of the angel field and the peak Douluo, can still save it. As the fourth fighting force of the enshrinement hall, Lion Douluo shoulders the heavy responsibility of guarding RENXUE at the edge of the angel realm and will not participate in the battle for the time being. The order he received was that once Qian Daoliu in the sky was attacked, he would immediately flee the Star Do forest with RENXUE, and return to the shrine hall to wait for news. Highlight 1 will carry the dog to the extreme. RENXUE fully agreed with this arrangement. He believed that Grandpa would not be killed with all the preparations, but she didn't feel that she would be placed in an absolutely safe environment forever. When Qian Daoliu was busy fighting and had no time to take care of her, there was nothing wrong with doing what he could. The plan is in full swing. Accompanied by the roar of tigers in the jungle not far away, RENXUE knew that the soul hunting plan had officially started. As expected, the dark demon evil god tiger fell into the trap. The moment he entered the siege, he was already hit hard by Qianjun and Jiangmo Douluo, who had been waiting for a long time. After using the sprint skill to escape in a hurry, he fell into the hands of Golden Crocodile Douluo, the peak Douluo of the 98th level assault system. After several times of dodging carelessly, he already had several fatal wounds on his body. Fear, this emotion that he had forgotten for tens of thousands of years, hit his heart again. The thought of running away came to his mind. Only, to the despair of the dark devil god tiger, what was waiting for him on his escape route was a burst of high-temperature lava that had been brewing for a long time and that concentrated all the strength of the Huoyuan Wuhan at one point. Seeing the skills he was about to hit at full speed, the dark devil god tiger was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He resented the insidiousness and cunningness of this group of humans, he resented that these humans were far beyond his strength, and he resented that he could not make these humans pay the price before he died. And many more. The dark devil god tiger narrowed his eyes at this moment of lightning. He saw a small figure guarded by a lion at the edge of this damned realm that made him feel like he was on fire. At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger smiled. He smiled insanely, even full of madness. He found the humans who would make these cunning villains pay, bear the last of his wrath. But in an instant, the dark devil god tiger's body completely gave up resistance, letting the raging fire burn him to nothing. At the moment when his figure disappeared, his inner alchemy rushed forward violently, and its speed far exceeded any previous displacement. In the time it took to even take a breath, the inner alchemy rushed to the edge of the angel's domain, and the last resentment of the dark devil god tiger, the soul condensed in the inner alchemy, also exploded. A thick shadow rose from the ground, and immediately surrounded RENXUE without warning. In less than a blink of an eye, the scene in front of RENXUE suddenly changed. It was dark and cold around her, and she was stepping on a stage. And standing opposite her was a black tiger that had shrunk countless times, but its eyes were full of mischief. Seeing this, RENXUE took a deep breath. Her mood is complicated. Look, something happened despite being so careful, so I just said that this little preparation wasn't enough, right? Heartache. But more, it is helpless and inexplicable. The dark devil god tiger only had a soul state, yet he dragged her into the arena of life and death. I say. How dare you? End of this chapter. Chapter 11. The next chapter is my attack. Chapter 11. Next is my turn to attack. Time turned back to the age of 6, but for RENXUE, there was no change at all. She is 6 years old now, a pseudo-20 level Great Soul Master, and quasi-god level spiritual power. RENXUE smiled when she saw the dark devil god tiger rushing towards her as if she was sure of winning and full of loopholes. See, that's what happens when you don't realize the importance of prudence even after you die. She clasped her hands together, released her martial soul, and instantly spread her 6 wings. The golden light of the golden soul power surrounded the spiritual power with the angel's divine thoughts and suddenly rippled outwards, knocking the dark devil god tiger flying in one fell swoop. Then it's my turn to attack. After finishing speaking, RENXUE's golden spiritual power suddenly condensed into a solid body, and the phantom of the seraphim behind her slowly condensed. This is exactly what she came up with after her research. The biggest killer weapon for using spiritual power at this stage. Wuhan Avatar spiritual power version. At this moment, the seraph is holding a gradually formed holy sword in both hands. As RENXUE's raised hand quickly fell down, the holy sword in Angel Shadow's hand was also cut down with an extremely terrifying sacred light. Boom! The life and death arena condensed by evil collapsed under the power of RENXUE's sacred spiritual power. The dark devil god tiger that was originally standing on the arena also disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to dust, and the surrounding darkness was gradually purified by the holy light. The next moment, RENXUE's consciousness returned to her body. Littles know. Although the two of them have been fighting each other for a long time in their souls, in reality it is just a matter of breathlessness. After Douluo discovered something strange, he quickly swooped down from the sky at full speed. It's too late. Douluo never imagined that with his peak Douluo's strength, there would be times when it would be too late. Just when he was desperate, the black bead stopped without warning, and then fell to the ground suddenly as if it had lost its energy. Grandpa. I'm fine. The first time she opened her eyes, RENXUE saw Douluo's anxious face and the violent soul power all over his body. Grandpa, if you don't restrain yourself, I'm afraid I'm really going to die. Only then did Douluo react, and hastily put away the soul pressure around him, squatted down and carefully raised his hands to stroke RENXUE's head and cheeks. It's okay, it's fine. Grandpa was negligent, Zioxu, don't be afraid. Looking at Grandpa's dazed pupils and the trembling hand that touched her, RENXUE shook her head and comforted her. "It's okay, Grandpa, just make a more careful plan next time." However, I had already thought of the possibility of an accident and had prepared my trump cards for myself early on. The priests who came one after another were also shocked when they heard this sentence. The young master was only 6 years old, and he hadn't obtained a soul ring yet, so he was able to keep a hand of cards to defuse the threat of a fatal blow from the dark devil god tiger before he died. Ah! How anxious I was before, how surprised I am now. RENXUE didn't give a shit either. After embellishing the facts a bit, she confessed to Douluo. "When I ascended to the divine level, I refined a bit of angel soul power and successfully integrated it into my spiritual power. Now my spiritual power is far stronger than ordinary soul sex, and it also contains the spirit of the angel god, so I dare to agree to fight against the evil tiger with the worshipping grandfathers. Otherwise, just my cowardice, let alone your angel domain, Grandpa, even if you let me huddle in the shrine of the shrine, I still feel that the guards are not strong enough, and I can't sleep well." Although RENXUE said the last sentence out of conscience, Douluo and all the priests felt that it was RENXUE's witty words to appease everyone. Cooperating with her jokes for a while, and showing a gratified and reassuring laugh, Douluo nodded and concluded, "Under the divine attribute of the god of angels, even the evil gods have to avoid it by 3 points, not to mention that this dark devil evil god tiger has only been blessed or cursed by a certain evil god. It thinks that dragging you into the field is the best outcome, but it never expects that it has chosen the worst outcome among all of us. Yes, Grandpa, just now it hastily dragged me into a strange arena in the form of a soul. The tiger has become smaller, but I am still 6 years old, and my spiritual power and angel power are still there. When I saw the oracle at the time, I remembered that everyone was getting smaller, but I kept it the same. So the dark devil god tiger's skill is not to rewind everyone's time, but to rewind everyone's time no matter how old they are." After RENXUE's description, Douluo and other priests learned about the ability of the dark evil tiger to press the bottom of the box, and also understood why RENXUE saw such a weird scene in the oracle's screen. Good guess, but don't guess next time. In case the dark devil god tiger distorts you until you have awakened your martial soul, how will you deal with it? After this thrilling encounter, Douluo also vaguely realized why the god of angels always mentioned the word caution to RENXUE. In the past, he was just trying to gain fame and did not know how to make progress. He thought that RENXUE was just a child, and he completely misunderstood or magnified the will of God. But now, he knew he had lost his way, he knew he was wrong. Be careful, you can never go wrong. If RENXUE hadn't been cautious, just now he would have lost his only granddaughter, the Son of God who had been waiting tens of thousands of years for the Seraph Wuhan. He almost became the sinner of the whole family. Thinking of this, Douluo couldn't help expressing thankfully, "Fortunately, we didn't underestimate the enemy too carelessly when we made the plan. Otherwise, if it releases this skill, except for RENXUE and I still have a little room to struggle, there is absolutely no possibility of you all surviving." The benefit brought by the Seraphim martial soul is the innate full soul power of level, so Douluo thinks it is possible to turn the tables. But other offerings, even those with innate full soul power, may not be enough for the dark demon and evil god tiger with a fleshy body. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Soul Hunting Project 2, Start. Chapter 12 Soul Hunting Project 2, Start. As a peak Douluo, Douluo has not been able to take a breath with lingering fear like this for decades. He sorted out his emotions, turned his head and asked the ninth elder who had been standing on the outermost edge of the rules, "Is Elder Guji's soul ring hunting going well?" I heard that the ninth elder stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and performed the largest standard of etiquette in the Wuhan Hall. "It's a great honor to worship, fortunately, I don't disgrace my life." "Then you go and absorb it. We will nurse you back to health here and protect you at the same time. Thank you for offering." Gu Ji believed that she would not thank you for this great favor, and her top priority was to quickly absorb this soul ring, so as not to waste everyone's time and efforts. If you are grateful, when she returns to the shrine, she will have plenty of time to say, 1 year or 10 years will do. The ninth elder's process of absorbing the dark demon tiger's soul ring was surprisingly smooth. Titled Douluo's physical body was strong enough to support her absorbing a soul ring that was about 7 years old. After half an hour passed, Gu Ji opened her eyes. After reperceiving the improvement of her body, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise and excitement. For your information, I did not feel any evil thoughts from the dark demon evil god tiger when I absorbed the soul ring. The process was extremely smooth. This was as RENXUE expected. Because the book did not describe the accident Tang San encountered when absorbing the spirit ring, and in the book and the war she knew, this dark devil god tiger's spirit ring did not show any outstanding performance. Its popularity is not even as good as Tang San's first spirit ability, blue-silver entangling, which is impressive. Therefore, according to the content described in another book in the Douluo series, the essence of the dark devil god tiger's body should be condensed in this inner alchemy. So, even without the essence, what kind of soul skills did the dark devil god tiger bring to Elder Gu Ji to make her so excited? Then I heard Elder Gu Ji excitedly say, although the soul ring of this dark devil god tiger is not a 10-year soul ring, it has brought me 2 soul skills. 2 soul skills. The first soul skill, Dark Demon Evil Fire. I can attach evil attributes and wind attributes to my flames, thus turning them into yin fire. It is effective for all the soul skills before me, even the martial soul avatar. The second soul skill, Guardian of the Evil God. Relying on the absolute defense of the most evil attribute left by the evil god in the soul ring, at the same time, my movement is not restricted, and I can also release attack skills during this period. Currently, with my level 92 soul power, absolute defense can last for 5 seconds. What a soul ring! RENXUE couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although they are all biased towards auxiliary skills, RENXUE, who has become a god, has already seen earth-shaking changes in the standards for soul ring and soul skills. Any attack type skill, after becoming a god, or even if you only have the strength of a titled Douluo, through precise control of your own soul power and soul power attributes through mental power, you can achieve rapid changes and freedom of movement. However, auxiliary and additional changing skills are not acceptable. And this extreme yin fire is the additional skill in RENXUE's self-defined classification. It can strengthen Gu Ji's fire kite martial soul to a level that does not belong to its level. As a peak Douluo, Douluo naturally felt something about this. He immediately praised, very good, great. My spirit hall has another powerful general. Gu Ji never expected that she would be able to receive praise and blessings from the most powerful priest in Wuhan Hall. Thinking of the opportunity for her to be reborn, she immediately made a decision. Great offering. I know that my strength is still insufficient, and I can't repay the grace of this rebuilding. Please allow me to pledge allegiance to the enshrinement hall and to the seraphim lineage here. Please allow me to serve as the guardian elder and guard the young master until she inherits the throne. Gu Ji was more talented. When she became a titled Douluo, she was only 50 years old. In Douluo's eyes, she was just a child. Seeing the child make actions and choices that pleased him, he couldn't help but admire again. Good, very good. This attitude was already the great enshrinement's permission. Gu Ji came to RENXUE, performed the knight's salute and addressed her, Your Highness. Everything was in the silence when the two looked into each other's eyes. RENXUE saw the sincerity and determination in repaying kindness in Gu Ji's eyes, while Gu Ji saw the ambition and faint flash of divinity in RENXUE's eyes. Aunt Gu, please give me your advice in the future. I will live up to His Highness's expectations. At this point, another pair of different groups appeared in the worship hall. While resting and reorganizing, Guji also successfully integrated into the worship group because of her choice. While slowly adjusting their breath, they exchanged friendly experiences of serving the young master and the small shocks of the recent period. An hour later, the great priest looked at the slowly darkening sky, stood up and said to the crowd, "The auspicious time has come, soul hunting plan, start." End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Sister. Chapter 13 Miss Qian. Qian Douluo and Qian RENXUE, who had arrived at the core of the star forest and lurked according to the plan, received a report from Lightling Douluo, who went to explore the way. Great offering, the situation has changed. Details. It is indeed the azure bull python and the titan ape, but there is more than one human being. In addition to the little girl, there is also a young woman. Hearing this, Qian RENXUE was stunned. She knew what was wrong. At this time, Bibi Dong hadn't acquired her 7th spirit ring, so the rabbit's mother was naturally still alive. While Qian RENXUE was stunned, Qian Douluo also continued to ask, "How is the cultivation base? The little girl has just transformed into a human being and doesn't have soul power. And that woman, already a level 77 soul sage, couldn't see her real body. However, she looks similar to the little girl, so it is estimated that they should be mother and daughter. It should be a big soft-bone rabbit." In the core of the Star Do forest, the identity of the humans living together with the soul beasts is naturally self-evident, so after directly stating his judgment, Lightling Douluo asked, "Great offering, young master, what should we do now?" Qian Douluo did not answer, but cast his gaze on Qian RENXUE. Qian RENXUE nodded and said, "The plan remains the same, just take the little one away." According to the order. 5 minutes later, with a heavy cry like a cow mooing, resounding in the core area of the Star Do forest, the wedding hunting plan 5 officially kicked off. Little Miss Dance. With the roar of the giant ape titan, the earth trembled. "Brother, be careful. Despicable human. Eat my blow and the gravity will collapse." The roar of the land and trees collapsing, and the sharp friction sound when the soul skills collided, sounded one after another, deafening. Using the little rabbit as bait and the titan ape's impulse as a counter-assistance, the lonely azure bull python instantly became the toy of the 2 peak attack type Douluo, golden crocodile Douluo and lion Douluo. The 2 top combat powers at the core of the Star Do Great Forest were both enshrined and unable to escape. As the mother of the little rabbit, the woman quickly activated her soul power and chased in the direction where Qinglu and Douluo was fleeing. But how could a woman at the Soul Saint level catch up with Qinglu and Douluo's speed when he was running away with all his strength? Even the pace of the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, was beyond her reach. I can only look at the direction of their strong bodies from a distance, try to catch up and shout, "Ming! Don't be impulsive. Go find Xiaowu first, and then come back to save your elder brother." It's just that her voice was too small, and it was drowned in the aftermath of the battle early on. The crisis was unique. When she ran towards the erming titan ape, the titan ape was so angry at his attack that he couldn't touch Guji, who was making a feint attack. Qianjun and Zhang Emo had to be attacked in close combat. Worship Thump, he put his fists together, used all the soul power in his body, and smashed hard to the ground, using the collapsed earth and rocks as a weapon. He attacked the 3 Douluo who were fleeing nimbly in a wide range. But this large-scale attack not only caused the splashed stone chips to spread to the core area, but also completely ignored the woman around her. Seeing that the situation was not good, she had completely released the pressure of the 10-year-old soul beast against the titan giant ape, so she could only use the invincible golden body to avoid the boulders and gravel all over the sky. But the invincible golden body only lasts 6 seconds. After the short 6 seconds, what awaited the woman was not only the more ferocious gravel and boulders in the sky, but also the aftermath of mental power rippling when the titan giant ape roared. At this time, Qian Douluo and Qian RENXUE had already quietly touched the inside of the core of the Star Do forest. In a crack at the bottom of the lake, Qian RENXUE found the target of her actions. After Qian RENXUE turned her head and nodded to Qian Douluo waved her big hand, and the lake that was still surging was split into two in an instant. Qian RENXUE's feet landed on the ground, and after taking a few steps forward, she said loudly, "I came to find you." Hearing the sound, the giant white cocoon, which was still pretending to be dead in the gap just now, moved. A childish voice, but pretending to be majestic, said slowly, "Human, are you here to find brother?" This familiar self-identification made Qian RENXUE sure that she was not looking for the wrong bug. This is exactly the million-year-old soul beast Skittering Iceworm described in the second book of the Douluo series. After confirming, Qian RENXUE nodded and said, "Yes, I think there will not be another million-year-old Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in this Douluo world. You still know brother's identity?" Qian RENXUE really expressed deep embarrassment at this self-proclaimed. After she twitched her brows slightly, she said with high EQ, "Not only do I know your identity, I also know that you are going to die." Hearing this, Tianmeng Iceworm obviously broke through her defenses. "Nonsense! Brother can at least last another 1 year. Well, counting the time you can use your soul to wander outside, you may be able to live another 2,000 years. Due to time constraints, Qian RENXUE completely forgot about the social attribute points she clicked when she was shueking he. She skipped the process of opening the map, pulled out her dagger and said directly, "Be my soul ring. I will take you forever." Eternal life. Tianmeng Bingkan thought that maybe it was because no one or beast had spoken to him for so long, so when he heard such ridiculous and confusing words, he was still in the mood to continue chatting. "You mean, becoming a god?" "Yes." Qian RENXUE didn't take it seriously, she continued calmly, "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Qian RENXUE, the successor of the Seraph Martial Spirit, the examiner of the 9 divine examinations of angels, and the next god of angels." Successor of God, he actually met the successor of God, but even so, Tianmeng Iceworm still retains the most basic reserve of being a senior soul beast. He replied to Qian RENXUE with some distrust. But, if you failed the magic test, I would be gone." "But I won't fail." In Qian RENXUE's voice, there was an unquestionable confidence and affirmation. Seeing that Tianmeng Bing Silkworm's attitude had wavered, she directly mobilized her mental power and invited Tianmeng Bing Silkworm to chat online with her. The moment he answered the online chat with a try-it mentality, Tianmeng Bing Shen was frightened by what he saw. Qian RENXUE's mental power is different from Bai's ordinary mental power. Her mental power is not only a light golden color, but also contains 3 attributes: sacred, light, and flame. After further perception, Tianmeng Iceworm discovered the more terrifying truth hidden under the appearance of this attribute of mental power. This Sister Miss Qian. In the rest of my life, I will be able to honor my ancestors and stand out in the world, and my path to becoming a god will all depend on you. Double updates will resume tomorrow. I hope everyone can comment, interact, vote, and support the stand-alone author. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Soul Ring, read. Chapter 14 Soul Ring, read. While shouting excitedly in the mental space, Tianmeng Iceworm was so decisive that Qian RENXUE didn't even say a second word, and directly started the sacrifice. As Tianmeng Bingshu, who has cultivated his spiritual attributes to the extreme, he knows very well what he just sensed in Qian RENXUE's mental power. "My sister Qian is only 6 years old, you just awakened your martial spirit not long ago, right?" He didn't even get the first soul ring. That vast spiritual sea is not even inferior to any titled Douluo or 10-year-old soul beast, and what's even more frightening is that just now her spiritual power already has obvious divinity. Even if it's just a tiny divine thought, it's something that only belongs to the domain of gods, Tianmeng Bingqin knew too well that he missed this time, and what awaited him might really be 1 year of despair after a painful 2,000 years of imprisonment, with his soul wandering and dissipating. He will not have a more fertile choice than he has now. After seeing the divine sense in Qian Rongxue's mental power, his thoughts instantly became clear. Fearing that Qian Rongxue would regret it, he immediately opened the purple sand sacrifice directly. A huge white halo, accompanied by dots of golden light, enveloped Qian Rongxue within. The seraphim martial spirit opened on its own, and the milky white thick soul power hovered above Qian Rongxue's head, condensing into a ring at an extremely fast speed. Qian Rongxue was passively absorbing and transforming the energy of Tianmeng Iceworm's sacrifice, and at the same time was forced to listen to an excited voice in her sea of consciousness and laughed madly. Ha 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 ha! Great, great! My Tianmeng Iceworm has finally grown up. I didn't expect Qunjia, your physical strength is so terrifying. I don't even want to seal my own spiritual power. Come and accept the most complete sacrifice of the first million-year-old soul beast in history. After the crazy voice of Tianmeng Iceworm disappeared in his mind, the infusion of spiritual power ended, and a faint frost began to condense on Qian Rongxue and the angel Wuhun. This is the powerful ultimate ice attribute energy left in the body of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm after absorbing the 10,000-year ice marrow. Let the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm gnaw the ice marrow for hundreds of thousands of years, and at this moment, Qian Rongxue's martial spirit was transformed, and the attributes of the ultimate ice were added to the seraphim's martial spirit. And this is not all of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's sacrifice. After Qian Rongxue absorbed all the ice marrow energy, she was surprised to find that the sacrifice was not over yet. The body of the Tianmeng Iceworm is slowly disappearing, leaving a white jade bone like a skeleton. And this skeleton, under the guidance of Tianmeng Iceworm, is merging into Qian Rongxue's body. Before Qian Rongxue's worries surfaced, she heard Tianmeng Bingqin explain in her mind. Sister, don't worry, I've heard about the inheritance of your angelic martial spirit. The exoskeleton belongs to the external spirit bone, it won't get in the way, you can rest assured to absorb it. This is so sweet. Only now did Qian Rongxue realize that she had really underestimated the soul beast's desire to become a god, and also underestimated Tianmeng Bingqin's determination to become stronger and stand up under that weak, silly appearance. But at the moment Qian Rongxue didn't distract her attention to respond to Tianmeng Iceworm. In her opinion, even though offering sacrifices was an extremely safe process, if she didn't supervise the work herself, she couldn't let go of it. It's too dangerous. How can you allow spirit beasts to mess around on human bodies? Under the attentive guidance of Tianmeng Bingqin and the active cooperation and supervision of Qian Rongxue, the cold external soul bone slowly integrated into her body along the spine in just a few minutes. Half of it is integrated into the ribs, and the other half is integrated into the base of her wings. Another 10 minutes later, the spirit bone was officially absorbed, and Qian Rongxue opened her eyes. Qian Daoliu naturally noticed that the sacrifice ended successfully, glanced at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's body that had turned into dots of starlight, and said to Qian Rongxue, "Let's go." "Good grandpa." After Qian Rongxue nodded, Qian Daoliu used his soul power to easily lift Qian Rongxue up. Because Qian Daoliu had just devoted himself to protecting Qian Rongxue and guarding the surroundings, they did not know much about the current battle situation between the worshippers and the two 10-year-old soul beasts. Out of safety and security considerations, the grandparents and grandson tacitly followed the way they came here, flying slowly at low altitude. Looking down from mid-air, Qian Rongxue saw the collapsed trees and collapsed ground along the way. And Qian Rongxue, whose spiritual power was so rich that it was faintly leaking, swept into the collapsed ruins at a glance, and there was a touch of red that gradually dissipated. Soul ring, red, grandfather. When Qian Rongxue called and pointed out a clear direction. Qian Daoliu also noticed the red light with only a little afterglow. That is. Go down and have a look. It is good. Qian Daoliu, who also had speculations in his mind, did not reject Qian Rongxue's proposal. He dodged and took Qian Rongxue to the ground. The death of the soul beast revealed its real body, a rabbit about the length of a forearm, buried in the ruins with no life left. Really? It was the mother rabbit who died. Looking at her broken body buried under the gravel, Qian Rongxue had already thought through the cause of her death clearly without using her brain. She raised her hand and used her soul power to clear away the boulder that was pressing on the rabbit, and tried her best to piece together the whole body of the rabbit that had returned to its original body after death. Feeling the pieces of the rabbit still limp in her hands, Qian Rongxue knew that she would not feel comfortable before she died. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxue clasped her hands together, and recited a section of the farewell speech written in the Angel Bible, "Rest in peace. Your daughter will be accompanying you soon, and you won't be alone down there." After finishing speaking, Qian Rongxue closed her staring, blood-red rabbit eyes, and took away the right hind leg bone that exploded after her death. "Let's go, Grandpa. It is good." Qian Douluo naturally heard the congratulations recited by Qian Rongxue and the auspicious words full of reunion. Previously, he thought Qian Rongxue was just pitying the death of this rabbit and couldn't bear to see the soul beast die tragically. Just about to comfort Qian Rongxue, and teach her that in this world the strong live, the weak perish, and the fittest survive, everything has its destiny. I heard Qian Rongxue's words of festive reunion after putting together the rabbit's corpse. Is there something big wrong with his granddaughter's growth as a human being? No, 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 even if there are gods looking after him, as a grandfather and an elder, he still needs to educate him the day after tomorrow out of caution. Without Qian Douluo's suggestion, Qian Rongxue put the soul bone into the soul tool early on. This time it is really going to officially retreat. Qian Douluo raised his head to the sky and let out a loud cry, while the rest of the priests responded one after another, and gave up the attack on the azure bull python and the titan giant ape without hesitation. As the bait, Qinglu and Douluo directly charged up, and threw the girl transformed from a soul beast in the opposite direction from where they met. Seeing the little rabbit being thrown like a cannonball, neither the azure bull python nor the titan giant ape dared to fight, and chased after the little rabbit at the place where the little rabbit fell with all their life's speed. "Human! You must die! Little Miss Wu!" Qinglu and Douluo had no intention of wasting a 10-year-old soul ring at this time, and had already calculated the strength when he took action. At this time, when the girl was thrown and fell, she precisely landed on a giant web made by a crypt demon spider. Not only did he land safely, but he didn't even get hurt. Qinglu and Douluo, who knew the plan was successful after a glance back, couldn't help boasting at this moment, "I'm really into details." End of this chapter. Chapter 15. How did you gain from this trip? Chapter 15. How did you gain from this trip? Finally, for the sake of safety, all the worshippers gathered directly outside the Stardo forest. Unlike when he returned, Qingluan, a model worker, was the only one on the way. Although Elder Gu's Hiju said that she could help the three priests share the pressure, her words were perfectly ignored due to the disadvantage in speed and the eagerness of all the priests to gossip. Be on guard. After leaving the sphere of influence of the Stardo Great Forest, Zhang Mo Douluo couldn't help but leaned forward, curiously said to Qian Rongxue, "Young master, how was your harvest this time?" Once this question was asked, 8 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Qian Rongxue, even Qian Douluo was no exception. It's no wonder they are so excited and can't hold back their hearts. The problem is, they have lived such an old age in their life, and they have never seen a million-year soul ring. Looking at Zhang Mo Douluo, who was so curious that she almost scratched her head, Qian Rongxue smiled and directly showed her soul ring, but she didn't hide it. "This million-year soul ring from Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has provided me with a total of 4 soul skills." 4. Rao had already made corresponding mental preparations, but when they really heard how different the million-year soul ring was, everyone still took a breath of cold air. The first soul skill, the spiritual domain. It has given me the ultimate mastery of mental power, and I can release skills such as soul impact, mental power sharing, and detection in a simpler and more mental-saving way. In addition, in this field, I can also simulate the environment, stealth, transfiguration, etc. on a large scale. Qian RENXUE's description is very understatement, but any one of the skills soul shock, invisibility, and transfiguration can be used as a soul skill if taken alone, and it is included in a soul ring. Its outrageous degree can be imagined and no. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who is good at fighting and has rich experience, directly substituted the first spirit ability of this spirit ring into the battle. I just listened to him groping for the stubble on his chin and muttering to himself. If this spiritual domain is used in conjunction with the angel domain, the angel field has the effect of melting and purifying the opponent's soul power. In the field, the enemy's actions can also be restricted, making it difficult for the opponent to move an inch. Even if it is teleportation, it will just stay in place. The mental range of the opponent in the field under normal conditions is less than 1 meter, and the range of vision does not exceed 3 meters. On this basis, give the other party a dimensionality reduction blow in terms of mental power, and deceive the other party into thinking that they have broken through the realm of angels. Whether it is a single duel, or a group attack, this will be an extremely terrifying skill. And this is only the first soul skill. After figuring out Qian RENXUE's sense of powerlessness and despair as an opponent after Qian RENXUE formally possessed the angel domain, Golden Crocodile Douluo continued to ask Qian RENXUE. Then young master, what about the second soul skill? The second soul skill is rubbing. I can imprint the opponent's soul skill at the moment it is used, and then release it through my mental power. The power is limited by my mental power and is not limited by attributes. What is a pity is that the same skill can only be rubbed once before being consumed. The number of rubbings in a day is only 10 times. The number of soul skill rubbings that can be stored is 100. This was also the first time Qian RENXUE perceived her soul skills. To be honest, she was a little surprised by this result. Is this the benefit of being stronger mentally and finally leading every step of the way? Hiss. At this moment, apart from taking a deep breath, all the priests couldn't imagine how to describe the abnormality of this soul skill. In the end, it can only be summed up in one sentence: the million-year spirit ring is so terrifying, my young master's becoming a god is just around the corner. The third soul skill, the life reflection shield. A defensive shield built with spiritual power can bounce back all physical and spiritual attacks. If the opponent's attack far exceeds the upper limit of my mental power, the remaining damage will be blocked by Tianmeng Iceworm for me. Unless the opponent's ability is enough to kill a million-year-old soul beast with one blow, I will not suffer any harm. This is outrageous, and the Skidarim Iceworm will instead block the damage. He has sacrificed himself, so how can he resist? On this point, if she hadn't read the book and knew about the existence of the so-called spirit, Qian RENXUE would not be able to figure it out at all. In terms of information, they are really too backward. Many historical records have turned into incomplete legends. The records of ferocious beasts that were dormant for only 1,000 years have completely disappeared. The originator of soul beasts like the dragon god cannot even trace a complete record. The gap in knowledge was so great that even Qian RENXUE, who knew the truth, could not understand it. Judging from the fact that even though the Wuhan Palace let her go, the rabbit still died at almost the same time, within 1 year, could this be the so-called forced influence of the story in the book? Qian RENXUE didn't think about this question carefully at this time. She showed the Tianmeng Iceworm that had been tucked into her cuff after the sacrifice, and explained to all the priests, although Tianmeng Iceworm has sacrificed to me, because his mental power is too strong, although he is not good at fighting, his cultivation has actually lasted for 1,000,000 years. Therefore, after the sacrifice, he can maintain his original soul and wisdom, and stay with me as a soul in his soul state. After finishing speaking, the silkworm baby hidden in her cuff appeared on the stage. Not only did it add a sparkling special effect of snowflakes to itself, but it even had a grand opening with a loud voice. "Hello everyone, is this brother?" Before he finished speaking, Tianmeng Binkan keenly sensed that he was surrounded by a group of peaked Douluo, and hurriedly corrected his attitude and words, humbled, "Good morning, everyone. This is my little Tianmeng Bingzi." The embarrassing silkworm baby was pinched back into her sleeve by RENXUE. After coughing twice in embarrassment, RENXUE continued to tell everyone about her story with a straight face, pretending that nothing had happened just now. "Soul Ring, this last fourth soul skill is a bit ordinary, it's called Absolute Zero. First of all, it gives my angel spirit the properties of ultimate ice. In addition, when I release the skill, the ultimate ice will freeze everything, even time and space. However, the skill range is linked to my soul power and ice attribute proficiency, so at present I can only freeze myself." Seeing the subtle astonishment on the face of RENXUE, the pretendingly mature little adult, all the worshippers couldn't help but laugh. As a grandfather, Douluo gave RENXUE a headache, and teased, "This is considered ordinary, but you are too greedy." After being shot, RENXUE covered her injured head and said back, "Let Grandpa do it himself. It's not too much for me to be greedy in the harvest, right?" After finishing speaking, he also looked for help from everyone offering sacrifices. "Am I right? What your highness said is absolutely true." Elder Guzhiju agreed with RENXUE's words without any hesitation. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had a much talked about private battle with Douluo, rarely dared to answer the question. He abruptly changed the subject and said, "After returning to the hall of worship and absorbing the pill beads of the dark devil and evil god tiger, the young master will probably become a great soul master who has never been seen before or since." Well, that shouldn't be the case. RENXUE disagreed with this. "Young master, why? RENXUE is already so terrifying, how can she not bear the title of someone who has never been seen before or since?" Then I heard RENXUE gasping for breath at the Circuit de Versailles, "Because by then, I will already be the Soul Lord." Good guy, they neglected to absorb the soul ring by leapfrogging, and to bless and improve the soul master's own soul power. So grandpas, after I go back, you can think about when to set out to hunt for the third spirit ring for me and bring it back to the offering hall. Of course, I will compress my soul power and cultivation, and try to make a breakthrough after half a year. After all, a solid foundation is very important." After a brief silence, Golden Crocodile Douluo respectfully replied, "What kind of soul beasts the young master needs at that time, you only need to give an order, and we will definitely provide them." Listening to Golden Crocodile Douluo's promise, a strong smile flashed across RENXUE's eyes. "Then Grandpa Golden Crocodile, don't regret it then." About how to match her tricky soul ring, RENXUE actually already had an idea in her heart. For the third soul ring, let's set the target for the moment. Mr. Xiang, who is still hibernating and recovering from his injuries, right now, after millions of years of Tianmeng iceworms sacrifices and strengthening without leaving any room, RENXUE's total mental power is even more exaggerated than when she became a god, and her body can also resist the attacks of ordinary contras. However, since the third soul ring was produced by Mr. Xiang, who had 48 years of cultivation, RENXUE felt that the current level of mental and physical strength was still a bit unstable. She had to prepare better in case of emergencies. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Hui, that end number 039, S it. Chapter 16 Hui, that's it, Stardew Great Forest. Not long after RENXUE and his party withdrew, a mournful sound that resounded through the forest came from the core of the Stardew forest. Roar. What? Under the roar of the Qingtian bull python and the titan giant ape, the piercing cry of a girl is very strange. "Mommy, mommy!" She knelt down next to the hardened body of the big rabbit, and big tears fell from her eyes. Seeing her mother's body broken into several parts, and even her soul bone being cruelly taken away, Xiaowu felt resentful in her heart. Her 10 fingers on the ground were embedded in the ground because of anger and pain. She widened her blood-red rabbit eyes, and swore bitterly into the distance. Martial Soul Hall, kill my mother and take her soul ring and soul bones. I will cut them into pieces. After returning to the worship hall, Qian Rongxiu originally wanted to go to the Pope's hall to make a fuss, to show her presence in front of Bibi Dong. But after hearing that the Pope was in retreat and his release date had not yet been determined, she gave up the idea. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the ascension to the god rank, while training his physical fitness, and at the same time used the divine power of the angels in the god rank to assist in refining and absorbing the inner alchemy of the dark demon evil god tiger. In training, time always passes quickly. Even under Qian Rongxiu's deliberate control, it was already April of the following year when the inner alchemy of the dark devil god tiger was completely absorbed and transformed into a soul ring. At this time, her birthday has passed, and Qian Rongxiu is already 7 years old. Qian Rongxiu has benefited a lot from this 6 months of dedicated cultivation. First of all, she can move freely on the first level of the divine level, and her soul power has broken through to level 29, so she can take the final step at any time. It took a lot of time and energy to exercise the basics, but the harvest made Qian Rongxiu very satisfied. Her mental strength, which had been somewhat insubstantial after the sacrifice of Tianmeng Iceworm, was now completely under her control. The total amount of her spiritual power is conservatively estimated, and it is more than twice that of her previous one after she became a god. But what surprised Qian Rongxiu the most was the change in soul power. In addition to the 12 main channels, the 8 extraordinary meridians have also been dredged, and now her total soul power reserve of level 29 is already comparable to that of ordinary soul sanctuaries. It is equivalent to, before reaching level, she already has the capital to wrestle with the soul saint. As for the soul ring, Qian Rongxiu absorbed all the energy contained in the dark devil god tiger Niatan Zhongguan, except for the 2 attributes of evil and darkness. She naturally obtained the second soul ring, and it also provided Qian Rongxiu with 2 skills. The second soul ring and the first soul skill are thunder blades. Immediately dispatch 15 light blades mixed with lightning, sacred, and flame attributes, and with the help of the powerful cutting ability of the wind attribute, it will cause purification and burning effects on the hit enemies except for the basic damage. The second soul ring and the second soul skill, Tianzu. However, compared to the second soul ability, Qian Rongxiu prefers to call it the essence of inner alchemy, or passive. Because this soul skill called G-Bead simply gave her the ability to use the 4 attribute abilities of thunder, wind, space, and time. After acquiring this G-Bead skill, it no longer mattered what soul skills the dark demon evil god tiger provided her. The 2 most tyrannical attributes of the dark devil god tiger are incompatible with her, and the essence other than those 2 attributes has already been taken into her pocket. What's even more special is that the lifespan of this soul ring is not the 7 years corresponding to the dark devil god tiger's cultivation base, but a full 9 years. Qian Rongxiu, who did not forget to observe while absorbing it, discovered that the inner alchemy of the dark devil god tiger is really evil, and it will quietly absorb the soul power diffused on the god level. Even now, as long as Qian Rongxiu takes out this inner alchemy, it will quietly absorb the soul power and transform it into evil and dark attribute energy. It is conservatively estimated that in another half a year, this inner alchemy will be able to keep himself alive for 10 years. However, although Qian Rongxiu felt that the inner alchemy was really weird, she did not stop the inner alchemy from becoming stronger on its own. Because Qian Rongxiu felt that this might be a good gift for Bibi Dong. If replaced by the soul-eating Spider King corresponding to its attributes, the inner elixir of the dark devil god tiger's 10-year energy would definitely give Bibi Dong a martial soul avatar that is more terrifying than a rabbit soul ring. Of course, all of this is based on the smooth restoration of her relationship with Bibi Dong. Another month. Elder Guji, Huiwen Douluo had a gossip with her while eating. Among the children adopted by the Pope, a girl completed the awakening of her martial soul yesterday and is full of innate soul power. The Pope personally left the customs today to accompany the child's awakened martial spirit. It was the awakened demon fox martial soul, named Hulina. Hulina. The moment she heard these 3 words, RENXUE put down the chopsticks in her hand. She had long cultivated to the point where her heart was like still water, but now her heart was surging like a stormy sea. Hulina was the last straw that made her die with hatred and overwhelmed her. Before she died, Bibi Dong said to RENXUE that from now on, she hoped that she would forget today, forget Wahundian, and live for herself, and hoped that she could walk out of the haze and feel the happiness in the world. RENXUE knew that she would never be happy again. But at the same time, she was also aware of the heavy mission she was carrying. Behind her were piled up the corpses of many people who were loyal to the Spirit Hall and Seraphim Spirit. So she has been patiently in prison, waiting for the day when she can get out. Until Hulina, who was in prison with her, on the day Tang San became a god and ascended, looked at the colorful sky outside the window, and said with tears in her eyes, "It would be great if I wasn't from Wahundian. In that case, am I qualified to stand by his side?" At this moment, the tense string in RENXUE's mind collapsed. The gift of Wahundian to Hulina is like reborn parents. As the saint of Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dong's adopted daughter, she has far more resources, love, and care than RENXUE, who is exiled to Tiandu. And RENXUE also knew that because of Bibi Dong's hatred for Qian Sunji, she did not regard RENXUE as her own daughter, but Hulina, her adopted daughter, as her own. She also hated Bibi Dong's behavior before, but Jian Daoliu's hint before dying when she was accepting the divine test made her understand everything. It turned out that it wasn't Bibi Dong who was wrong. If it were her, if she was forcibly defiled and gave birth to a child, and one day turned over, she might drag all the members of that evil animal's family to their backs. But Bibi Dong didn't do that, and even blocked that deadly Shura sword for her. During the silence, RENXUE had already lost her appetite for the sumptuous breakfast in front of her. How could she allow such a white-eyed wolf to take her place again, and finally turn into a poisonous dagger to stab into the heart of Wuhan Palace and Bibi Dong's life gate? The strongest man who holds the title of the Golden Generation of Wuhan Palace, it takes him 2.5 years to pass through the killing city. Or does he need to be guided by a man to get through, and his ultimate achievement is limited to Soul Saint? Ah, that's it. RENXUE, who was planning to compare Bai Dong slowly, became more and more angry when she thought about it, but she couldn't sit still. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Daoliu gradually understands everything. Chapter 17 Jian Daoliu gradually understands everything. Aunt Gu, help me to tell my grandfather that from today on, I will go to the Pope's palace at Chenchi every day to study with the Pope, with my mother. Let him arrange it for me. In the end, RENXUE felt that these words could not reflect her determination to win this matter, so she added word by word, "No matter what, do it." Aunt Gu, do you understand what I mean? Yes, Your Highness. Although RENXUE has a noble status, she rarely orders her subordinates and elders to do something with such an attitude. Seeing RENXUE's seriousness at this moment, and her eyes filled with anger, Elder Gu Ji only felt that something big happened to her. Immediately, she took the highest-ranking token bestowed on her by the Great Consecration, squeezed past the archbishops who came to report the affairs, and said to the gatekeeper without hesitation, "The highest level of the enshrinement hall has issued an urgent order. I need to meet with the Great Enshrinement now." When the guard in front of the palace heard the keywords in this short sentence, whichever one he said was like the sky was falling, he immediately turned around and rushed into the conference room. Great Enshrinement. Gu Ji, the elder of the enshrinement hall, brought a token and sent an order saying that something serious happened to the temple. After a moment of uproar, the great worshipper Jian Daoliu knew the whole story. "You mean that Zioxia was eating breakfast?" Suddenly lost her mind for a while, and then her expression changed and she suddenly gave you an order. "Yes, Great offering. Elder Guji nodded frantically. Qian Daoliu felt like he had seen this scene before, just half a year ago. Even after Qian Rongxiu just accepted the divine test, this situation also happened. Is the oracle. Moreover, it is an oracle related to the Pope's palace, and Baobuki is also related to the vixen who just awakened his martial spirit yesterday. Qian Daoliu's brain started to run at high speed, combined with the known information, and with the help of the addition of mental power to the brain's thinking, he began to think crazily. The fact that Qian Rongxiu's expression was not good after receiving the oracle made Qian Daoliu conclude that the oracle must contain warnings and warnings. It is about the Pope, and Qian Rongxiu needs to go to the Pope's hall to accompany him on his own initiative, so the person warned in the oracle is not Bibi Dong, and even Bibi Dong, who is currently opposing the Hall of Enshrinement, will be one of his own. So who will be the object of the warning in the oracle? It was the variable that suddenly appeared this morning, that vixen named Hulina. Qian Daoliu was able to cultivate to the top of Douluo and rank among the great priests, not only because of the shelter of his ancestors, but also because of his brilliant intelligence. At this moment, Qian Daoliu thought he had glimpsed the truth of the matter. But if it was an oracle, like the oracle of the soul hunting operation, wouldn't it be enough for Qian Rongxiu to tell everyone openly, but this time, I used this roundabout way to warn him? Could it be that there are many unspeakable factors in this? For example, no one will believe it, or maybe God has restrained Qian Rongxiu. After another frown and thought, Qian Daoliu understood again. The soul ring only strengthens itself, and no matter how big it is, the oracle is sent down to tell the inheritors where there are good soul beasts, and it is just that the God loves her inheritors. And if it concerns other people, or if this person is enough to incite the future direction of Wuhandian. Due to the rule that gods cannot interfere excessively in human affairs, angel gods can warn their inheritors to be careful, but they cannot let their inheritors act as loudspeakers to reveal secrets. Moreover, the matter of secrets can be big or small. If it only concerns what a person will do after growing up in the future, people who have not experienced hunting an evil tiger and obtaining a million-year soul ring may only find it shocking. In addition, after Xiaoxiu knew the problem, she didn't directly issue a killing order for the worship hall to take action, which means that the existence of this vixen might not be a simple big problem. There must be a reason not to kill. I heard that the Pope's palace intended to adopt a son a few years ago. Could it be? Qian Daoliu gradually understood everything. At this time, after answering all the questions in his mind, Qian Daoliu said seriously, "You go back and tell Xiaoxiu that I will take care of things. So that she can do what she wants to do with peace of mind. If necessary, the enshrinement hall will be her strongest source of confidence." As ordered. Although he didn't know what the great priest was thinking, Elder Guji, who was ready to be only a sounding board for his thoughtfulness, flew directly back to the hall of worship. I found Qian Rongxiu, who had just finished eating and had some exercise and put on a divine robe, and was coming out of the big library, and conveyed Qian Daoliu's words just now. "Okay, I get it." Although Qian Rongxiu felt that Grandpa's words were a bit strange, after thinking for a while, Qian Rongxiu couldn't figure out what was wrong, and walked towards the Pope's palace with a thick stack of books in her hands. Dong dong dong. After knocking on the door out of politeness, Qian Rongxiu walked into the meeting room of the Pope's palace. In the end, after communicating with the big priest, Bibi Dong confirmed the study location here. Qian Rongxiu didn't mind where she studied. What she minded was that she didn't allow Hulina to occupy the magpie's nest again and take her place. And when she opened the door and entered, to her surprise, she found that Hulina was also beside her. She was sitting on a tall conference chair, playing with her hands on the table, and swinging her feet leisurely, like a child who didn't know much about the world. This appearance made Qian Rongxiu feel particularly dazzling. But at this moment, Qian Rongxiu did not express her dissatisfaction immediately. Instead, she stepped forward and said hello to Bibi Dong. "Bless me, mother." Afterwards, Without waiting for Bibi Dong's response, she sat on the seat closest to her hand and began to flip through the books she had prepared earlier. Sitting in the hall and waiting for a while, Bibi Dong couldn't help frowning when she saw the many books in Qian Rongxue's hands, as if she was really preparing to hold a study session here. She didn't understand the reason for Qian Rongxue's actions. In addition, what annoyed her even more was that today the great priest came to find her. The first thing was to inform her that she needed to cooperate with Qian Rongxue's study activities. The second is to reject the procedure for her to adopt Hulina. The reason given by Qian Douluo was very reasonable, which made her unable to refuse even if she was dissatisfied. The Pope cannot adopt a wild child whose future character is unknown. She needs to prove herself to the presbytery and the enshrinement hall. Bibi Dong, who was the Pope's apprentice back then, naturally had this kind of trial, and Qian Douluo naturally cited this example. Although Bibi Dong was angry and Qian Douluo refuted her wishes, after sitting quietly and calming down for a while, she felt that this so-called test was actually harmless. If Hulina is an excellent child, when she proves herself, she will definitely seek more compensation for her in the name of the Pope. If she is not, then she could have never appeared in the papal palace. Bibi Dong, who was adopted under the name of the Pope, has actually not met her a few times, but is somewhat impressed by her strong eyes. She has not yet had any relationship-building interactions with Hulina. As far as Bibi Dong was concerned, the last tenderness in her heart hadn't been entrusted to Hulina, a child who had just awakened her spirit. And it was this that Qian Rongxue valued. Only at this time, can she completely change Bibi Dong's mind with the smallest cost. Whether it is the love that is a complete scam, or the family relationship that has been let down to the point of abandonment. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. End quote. Great Martial Soul Core Competitiveness. End quote. Chapter 18. 10 Core Competitiveness of Martial Souls. After Bibi Dong recovered her thoughts, she couldn't help but let her eyes wander on Qian Rongxue and Hulina. Qian Rongxue was quiet and serious as if she wasn't a 7-year-old child, carefully flipping through the thick book in her hand, and at the same time taking notes with a pen. On the other hand, Hulina, even when flipping through a shallow picture book, always turns the page every 20 seconds. Her eyes are empty and unfocused, and you can tell at a glance that she is just showing off. An hour later, Qian Rongxue put away the hourglass she was using to keep time, and hugged the book she had brought with her. "Mother, my daughter is going back to the temple to practice first." After saying that, she opened the door and left without showing any sign of initiative, as if this reading activity was not something she tried her best to facilitate. Hulina, who was left in the conference room, was inevitably a little embarrassed because of Qian Rongxue's indifference when she came and went, and even had a vague feeling of being excluded and isolated. She pinched the lace corner of her little skirt and said timidly, "The Pope, I." Seeing the cowardice shown by Hulina's performance, and thinking of her performance when she was studying just now, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a little out of breath. "You should also go back. Remember to bring a brief history of Douluo tomorrow. In addition, bring a dictionary to look up the words you don't know." However, considering that Hulina was just a child who had just awakened her martial spirit and had not yet received a complete elite education in the martial arts hall, Bibi Dong had the patience to give her a chance. Although she has many opinions on Qian Rongxue, as long as Hulina can subtly learn the good qualities of Qian Rongxue in this book club, she will definitely be able to achieve greatness in time. As ordered. Hulina didn't know what Pope Bibi Dong expected of her, but she just secretly remembered this task that made her feel headache, and left the conference hall as if fleeing. Day 2. Qian Rongxue changed a few books, but still took yesterday's reading notes, flipping through them and recording them carefully. And Hulina, after getting the task, also began to study seriously. It's just not much. She had to flip through the dictionary to read a few sentences, and she didn't write down it, which made Bibi Dong's face look a little ugly. Today, Qian Rongxue never said a single unnecessary word no matter how she came or went. After Qian Rongxiu left, Bibi Dong frowned and picked up a brief history of Douluo from Hulina's hand, opened the first 2 pages and pointed out one of the lines, and said to Hulina, "Hulina, read the contents of this page aloud." Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Hulina was obviously panicked. She picked up the book tremblingly and started reading aloud. It's just that before a comma was read in this sentence, she had already swallowed 2 words. The gloomy expression on Bibi Dong's face at this moment made the already depressing atmosphere in the conference hall even more terrifying. She looked at the young but already charming face and sighed deeply. After a while, she said to Hulina, "If you don't know the words, you can just look them up once and record them all with your brain, so there will be no saying that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. In the future, write down all the words you don't know in a notebook." Understood. Seeing Hulina nodding dully and taking only one step at a time, Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a complaint that surprised her. "Qian Rongxiu is sitting opposite you, why don't you learn from her?" Hearing this, Hulina, who had been secretly comparing herself with the young master of Wuhan Hall whom everyone recognized, her expression suddenly froze. She lowered her head abruptly, covering up her embarrassment, and apologized to Bibi Dong one after another. "I'm sorry, His Majesty the Pope, to disappoint you." Day 3. Hulina did have some changes, but the change was to tie her hairstyle into a double croissant. She was originally a demon fox martial spirit, but with this cute hairstyle, she looked like a little princess who didn't know much about the world. Very cute and playful. As for Qian Rongxiu, her long hair was still plain and tied up in a ponytail, and she was not wearing a fancy fluffy princess dress, but an angel robe that was both elegant and noble. As soon as the 2 of them sat on the conference table, just watching the action of picking up a pen and flipping through the book, their temperaments were already decisive. Seeing this, Bibi Dong rubbed her temples and sighed deeply, forcing her to focus on Qian Rongxiu. If Hulina hadn't broken through to the 11th level of soul power last night, she would have prepared to send all 3 adopted children in that batch to a small branch hall in Tiandu or Xingluo for punishment. Both are children, how can the gap be so big? However, Bibi Dong recalled when she was young and recalled that she seemed to be far wiser than her peers, and she couldn't help but secretly lament that Qian Rongxiu was very similar to her. He is truly worthy of being her child. Although she was very reluctant to admit this fact, looking at her obsession with learning and cultivation, Bibi Dong knew that she had inherited it from him, and was completely different from the playboy Qian Sunji who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. The look of Qian Rongxiu turning the book sideways made Bibi Dong's thoughts drift to her short but happy girlhood. Looking down her cheeks, Bibi Dong gradually saw the name of the book that she had been pressing on her elbow and flipping through from time to time: Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Arts. This familiar title made Bibi Dong raise an eyebrow. She suddenly had the idea of communicating with Qian Rongxiu. Without thinking too much about her words, Bibi Dong opened her mouth and asked Qian Rongxiu suddenly, "Are you used to taking notes when you study?" "Yes, mother." Qian Rongxiu still maintained a decent expressionless answer, but her heart, which was completely opposite to her cold expression, silently made a nice gesture to herself. Hooked. And it was far shorter than she expected. This has something to do with Hulina's inability to support the wall, and looking at Bibi Dong's posture, she might kill 2 birds with 1 stone today. Under Qian Rongxiu's expressionless acting, Bibi Dong did not notice anything unusual, but continued to ask her, "Then how do you feel after reading this book?" What Bibi Dong was pointing at this time was also the 10 Core Competitiveness of Martial Souls written by Yu Xiaogang. Coming. Qian Rongxiu frowned, pretending to be calm and ignorant and telling the truth, "I think it's a great book." "Great? You think so too?" Immediately, Qian Rongxiu was more than twice as pleasing to Bibi Dong's eyes. But the next second, her good mood was knocked into the ice cave by Qian Rongxiu's serious and simple answer. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Why did she forget? Chapter 19. Why she forgot. This book is a very useful reference book, because it is like a summary. It brings together hundreds of years of research in our Wahundian, and makes an incisive summary and generalization. Originally, I had a headache. How on earth should I memorize all the knowledge in the library? But I came across this book by chance, and it was like a treasure. Unfortunately, some of the above theories are not entirely correct. But from a speculative point of view, by delving into the theoretical truth and reading more books to verify this, I feel that a few mistakes and flaws actually make this reference book more perfect. Call. Qian Rongxue's response made Bibi Dong unable to speak for a long time. But Qian Rongxue said innocently at this time, "Is Mother going to check my study notes?" "Don't worry, Mother, I will definitely not just talk about it, I will put it all in the reading notes, so that I can read back and recite the memory before going to bed every day." As she spoke, Qian Rongxue spread out her reading notes in front of Bibi Dong as if taking credit. While pointing to the first one, he took the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls and the other recorded in Douluo calendar 1987 research miscellaneous talk which was placed beside the table to Bibi Dong began to show. Let's first talk about the third item in the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls that I studied and verified today. Martial spirits are divided into two categories, namely, animal spirits and weapon spirits. First of all, I have doubts about the content of this article. The simplest thing is, I start thinking from myself. If there are only weapon spirits and beast spirits, then what is my seraph spirit? What about the ghostly elder's spirit, and besides that, what about plant martial souls? Because it has life, it can barely be classified as a beast spirit, but isn't its way of using it more similar to holding a weapon spirit? Qian Rongxue asked one question after another, even Bibi Dong was stunned. All along, the question that she hadn't thought about carefully was placed in front of her like this. And this problem is so obvious that a 7-year-old child can spot it at a glance. Why hasn't she had any doubts in these years? Bibi Dong didn't understand, but at this moment, it seemed that the fog that had been covering her brain was slowly dissipating. Following Qian Rongxue's questions, she also began to ask herself, how did you feel that this book full of loopholes was a peerless research, and included it in the collection of Wahundian with the Pope's right? But what disappoints Bibi Dong is that no matter how she thinks about it, except for remembering this incident, she can't even feel her emotions at that time. This made Bibi Dong, who had already reached the peak Douluo, feel both surprised and a little terrified. So in order to check, I went and brought all the books related to the classification of martial arts. Qian Rongxue's words continued. But at this time, Bibi Dong didn't need Qian Rongxue to give an explanation, she spoke first. On page 1987 of Research Miscellanies recorded in Douluo Li 72, there is a simple description saying Cardinal Nordenstad once put forward an imperfect hypothesis when he was still a branch in Neil City and served as a university scholar. Martial spirits in this world can be divided into two types, those whose functions are strengthened on their own, and those with external manifestations. The reason why it is an incomplete hypothesis is that Cardinal Nordenstad thinks that he cannot use the simplified name as an effective generalization, and the second is that the statistics of the types of spirits in the spirit hall at that time were less than 1 million. This made him feel that jumping to conclusions is not the proper character of a scholar. She has read this book before. Bibi Dong even remembered that this was the book she read when she came to the library to supplement her knowledge one afternoon in the third week after the beginning of autumn at the age of 17. At that time, she admired Cardinal Nordenstad's rigorous attitude towards academics as a scholar. She also faintly realized that she should take this as a warning in terms of life and cultivation, and be cautious in everything so that she can make no mistakes and strive for excellence. Why, she forgot. Click, click. While Bibi Dong was in a daze, she faintly heard the sound of something breaking. She didn't know what the sound meant. But she had a feeling in the dark that it was a kind of bondage. Immediately, a greater sense of crisis enveloped Bibi Dong, who was already cowardly and always used to hide herself. Just when her eyes started to feel a little hollow, her soul power was a little out of control, and her mental power was a little lost. A cold hand rested on the back of her hand. Qian Rongxiu sensed Bibi Dong's abnormal state, and also heard the sound of something breaking that Bibi Dong heard. With the help of this voice, Qian Rongxiu noticed subtle changes in Bibi Dong's deeply hidden majestic mental power. No matter how weak the divine power of an angel is, it still has the holy effect of purification and comfort. Sure enough, when Qian Rongxiu put her hand on it, but only sent a little spiritual power into Bibi Dong's body, this peerless powerhouse whose strength had already reached the peak of Douluo calmed down. Mother! Bibi Dong calmed down and looked at Qian Rongxiu, whose eyes were full of concern and worry. She waved her hand and said a little tiredly, "Nothing's wrong. It's just an old illness. He will recover soon. Then mother still needs to get more rest and don't be careless due to minor injuries." In the end, Qian Rongxiu didn't continue talking. It was the first time that she cared about Bibi Dong like this, and she still had a strong mental discomfort, among which shyness was the main factor. But in Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Rongxiu's eyes were so red that she didn't dare to continue talking when she thought of the terrible consequences. Dong dong! Dong dong! Inexplicably, Bibi Dong's heart began to twitch violently. A pain accompanied by soreness appeared on her powerful body that could withstand even a blow from a god. She took a deep breath, and another, and finally she even opened her mouth to take a deep breath to relieve the sour feeling. Qian Zioxiu. For the first time, Bibi Dong called Qian Rongxiu by her nickname. "I feel a little uncomfortable. I need to adjust quickly. Today's reading club ends here. Can you go back to practice and come back tomorrow?" Surprised, Qian Rongxiu couldn't say a word except her eyes widened. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's appearance like this, Bibi Dong frowned, and said in a soft voice that even she had never imagined. "I will be fine. At least for now, I don't need you to protect me." End of this chapter. Chapter 20. What a joke. Chapter 1. Chapter 20. It's really like a joke. After appeasing Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong personally sent her outside the door and handed her over to Elder Guz Hishu, who had been in charge of escorting her. Afterwards, she turned around and said angrily to Hulina, who was sitting there blankly, "You also go back." As ordered. Hulina picked up the book and left the meeting room that made her feel suffocated. After running all the way to the small courtyard where the children adopted by the Wuhan temple lived, Hulina threw the books on the ground, squatted on the spot and burst into tears. Why? Why is this happening? She obviously heard that the Pope was planning to accept her as a disciple and adopted daughter, but why? Yuan on the other side, Bibi Dong, who was sitting alone in the meeting hall, raised her hand and slowly stroked the 10 core competencies of martial arts that had been recopied in hardcover. She opened the book and slowly read the preface on the first page. Truth is always in the hands of a few. And until they are verified, I am willing to endure the criticism and doubts of the world. It is my only regret in this life that I failed to announce to the world the core competitiveness of the 10 martial arts that I have studied all my life. Yu Xiaogang. When Bibi Dong saw this foreword full of helplessness and frustration, what was she thinking in her heart? It's guilt and apology. She thought at the time that the only thing she could do was to try her best to keep this research in the Wuhan temple, so as to rectify his name someday in the future. Why, she would have such a ridiculous idea. With such doubts, Bibi Dong continued to read. Table of Contents. The top 10 core competitiveness of martial arts. The first one is that the innate soul power is directly proportional to the intensity of the martial soul. The core competitiveness of the top 10 martial arts. The second article, there are no waste martial arts in the world, only soul masters who don't work hard. The first two alone are already in conflict with each other. Since the first article gives strength value to martial souls, there must be differences between strong and weak, geniuses and losers. How hard should a martial soul who is born without soul power work hard to become a good soul master? If there are only soul masters who don't work hard, then what is he who is still a great soul master after middle age? taking credit for other people's research as your own. Advertised as a depressed person, but never thought of finding the reason from himself. He is not good at words, but why does he meet frequently with himself who is a saint? I used to think that it was all a bit of fate, but now in retrospect, it is full of loopholes. And what she heard about it a few years ago, she wanted to marry her cousin and ran away after knowing the truth. He. Bibi Dong shut the book abruptly, and smiled while touching her forehead. She smiled more and more freely and unscrupulously, and at the same time tears slowly fell from her eyes. It's like a joke. Her life, her so-called feelings and sincerity, her waiting, her silence, her patience. She is Bibi Dong, the second twin martial soul on the Douluo continent, the first peerless powerhouse who raised her twin martial soul to the peak Douluo realm, and the youngest first female pope in the history of the Spirit Hall. When did she become so ridiculous? Accompanied by a sentence of questioning, the sound like a broken mirror became more and more deafening. There was a sudden loud bang, and violent fluctuations that even caused Bibi Dong's 7 orifices to bleed were dispersed from the inside of her body. Although he was seriously injured, at this moment Bibi Dong felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. At the moment when her majestic mental strength made her feel in a trance, Bibi Dong recalled the difficult time when she was an orphan. She thought of the days when she had no food to eat but insisted on eavesdropping and practicing outside the wall of the bookstore in the next village before joining the Wuhan temple. She recalled the day when she overcame all opinions and became the undisputed candidate for the saint, and she also recalled the day when she got revenge and climbed to the top of the Pope's palace with full of hatred. She even remembered the day when she waited day after day to obtain the most perfect soul ring, and finally found the right time to win the 10-year-old Death Spider Emperor a year later. Yes, this is you, Bibi Dong. She coughed out the blood stuck in her throat, and said to herself in a hoarse voice. In order to achieve your goal, you must do whatever it takes and do your best. In order to prove yourself and to get everything you once looked up to, you must keep pace with them, even the gods who are above you. Bibi Dong took a slow, deep breath. The trauma she suffered earlier was slowly recovering under the influence of her soul ring. It seems that I can no longer ignore this fate. Her intricate feelings for Qian RENXUE cannot be separated from Qian Sunji's evil deeds, but even more inseparable from the evil thoughts released to her by God Rakshasa all the time. But grief, evil thoughts, death, these things that are supposed to be the means of soul power, when can they start to crawl on her head unscrupulously, influencing her thoughts and her life? The things that exist in her body should not try to rebel. She is the master of this power, even God is no exception. From now on, she will use her own eyes to examine the relationship between her and her daughter Qian RENXUE, and use her own heart to feel the emotion she wants to build with Qian RENXUE. Instead of being manipulated by the evil god like a puppet, she was bewitched by the unknown being that she broke free just now. On the other side, Qian RENXUE was taken back to the worship hall by Gu Ji in a daze. Her rare dull look instantly attracted Qian Daoliu's attention and concern. "Zioxu, what's the matter? Is there something sad?" Qian Daoliu hurriedly squatted next to Qian RENXUE, hugged her as if she had lost her soul, patted her back gently, and asked with concern. "But did the Pope bully you? Did she threaten you? Or beat you? Did she really do something to you?" Qian Daoliu's increasingly anxious tone called Qian RENXUE out of her sluggishness. Seeing Qian Daoliu suddenly burst into anger, she quickly explained. "It's not such a grandpa. What happened? But can you tell grandpa?" "Of course can." Qian RENXUE nodded obediently, but when she thought about what to say next, she was still a little shy. It's the Pope, it's my mother, suddenly she called me Zioxu." Boom! A pillar in the enshrinement hall suddenly collapsed, and the shocked golden crocodile Douluo, who was hidden behind the pillar before, slowly appeared in the smoke and dust. "When is this really the case?" Looking at Qian Daoliu, who showed a dumbfounded expression in front of her, and then at the golden crocodile Douluo who was behind the pillar without Kengzhu. RENXUE felt her cheeks suddenly warm up and panicked, which made RENXUE can't help coquettishly said, "Grandpa, why are you all like this?" End of this chapter. Chapter 21 It and number 039, just a dark gold dread claw bear with 1 years of cultivation. Chapter 21, It's just a dark gold terror claw bear with 47 years of cultivation. Ha 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 ha. Seeing RENXUE's rare little girl-like coquettish look, Daoliu's worry and surprise instantly turned into warmth. It would be great if the relationship between RENXUE and Bibi Dong could be repaired. Whether it's for the future development of their Wuhan temple, or simply for RENXUE's childhood. Don't take into account the previous attitude of the grandpas, just go and do what you want with the Pope, and your mother. Daoliu was afraid that RENXUE's thoughts would be influenced by the attitude of the worship hall, so while comforting RENXUE, he frantically winked at golden crocodile Douluo. "Ah, yes, my lord. We worship the temple just to maintain the so-called balance, so there will always be friction. And the Pope was too busy making decisions about the Hall of Elders before, and neglected to get along with you. This also caused a misunderstanding in our Hall of Worship, right?" RENXUE smiled when she saw golden crocodile Douluo using his own face as a rag and frantically cooperating with Daoliu in washing the floor. Sure enough, how could she be willing to live up to the unique gift of coming back this time? At this moment, RENXUE could not help but think a little greedily. Apart from revenge in this life, can she also have time to enjoy these family relationships that she never stayed for in her previous life, and to see the fleeting scenery that she only had a glimpse of once? Can she have this qualification? Is there anything XIOXU wants recently? As the ruling elder, Grandpa has to come. Daoliu's words dragged RENXUE out of her thoughts. She looked at the doting smile on Daoliu's face, then at golden crocodile Douluo who was secretly winking at Daoliu behind his back, and said, "In this case, Grandpa, please let Grandpa Jin Crocodile go out with you, otherwise he will stay in the worship hall every day and his bones will break from boredom." Little Lord. Hearing RENXUE's obviously embarrassing words, golden crocodile Douluo couldn't help but have question marks all over his face. "It's like this, I can break through to level at any time, and I should have a similar spirit ring. I think Mr. Xiang, who is currently hibernating near the mountains at the junction of the southern part of the Star Do Forest and the Star Luo Empire, is pretty good." Hearing that RENXUE had something serious to do, golden crocodile Douluo quickly withdrew his surprised expression and said seriously, "Mr. Xiang? My young master, please tell me what kind of bear it is, and where you need to work hard to make sacrifices. The golden crocodile, will definitely offer it to you. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you mercifully." Su was amused by the previous sophistry of golden crocodile Douluo and Daoliu. With such an attitude, RENXUE pretended to be playful and relaxed. "It's nothing more than a 47-year-old dark gold dread claw bear. Grandpa golden crocodile must do what he says." Golden crocodile Douluo, Daoliu. In the detailed discussion with Daoliu and golden crocodile Douluo, he explained his new oracle Popular Science about the top 10 ferocious beasts and dragon god legends. He also explained in detail that the 47-year-old Mr. Xiang is now hibernating and accumulating strength after being seriously injured. And said that as long as all the worshippers cooperate properly, there is definitely an opportunity to take advantage of it. RENXUE was pushed back to the temple to continue cultivating because of Daoliu's confident words. "XIOXU is cultivating in the Hall of Worship, and I will wait for Grandpa to come back with a live bear to send you off." RENXUE was a little worried when she saw her grandfather's arrogant look, but considering that she had repeatedly emphasized the powerful attack power of the dark gold terror claw bear and the full-length muscles in its brain, she continued to devote herself to training. In the past few days of studying, RENXUE did not delay her daily training. Instead, because her mood improved, she directly raised 20 steps for herself to practice. At present, her expansion of soul power can be transformed from the first stage of broadening the meridians to the second stage of concentrating the essence. When the capacity has basically been expanded to the limit, making the liquid more qualitative is the best way to expand the capacity. Compress and condense soul power. Now RENXUE is simply simulating and letting herself become proficient in this operation. When the grandpas brought Mr. Seong back and she officially reached the 30th level, she would end her cultivation of widening meridians and officially switch to compressing her soul power. While RENXUE was cultivating in an orderly manner, the meeting room of the offering hall was full of people again. After half a year, it was another long-lost emergency meeting of the highest level. Grand Priest, are we really going to war with the Pope's palace this time? While standing up to ask questions, Zhang Mo Douluo had already started warming up. We should have no chance of starting a war with the Pope's palace. Now that things have happened, Qian Douluo feels that he really has no way to ignore the question of this second idiot. The Pope has taken the initiative to restore the mother-daughter relationship with XIOXU, and XIOXU is very excited and happy about this. After consecrating the temple, we also try to avoid confrontation with the Pope. Certainly. As for XIOXU's interests, we must keep an eye on it in the hall of worship. Ming, understand. Although surprised by the woman's change and Qian Douluo's acquiescence, but as Zhang Douluo, RENXUE's grandpa, he naturally hoped that the young master, mother, and daughter could live in harmony. So today we are. Then since it wasn't a war with the Pope's palace, and the young master is now concentrating on cultivating in the temple, what is the reason to summon them so urgently? Even the rare Qingluan Douluo who has been practicing in seclusion, just when demon-conquering Douluo was thinking hard about the solution, he heard Qian Douluo cough twice, and then announced in an understatement. This time we are discussing the plan to capture XIOXU's soul ring and soul beast, the dark gold dread claw bear with a cultivation base of 47 years. Great offering, what are you talking about? After half a year, Jiangmo Douluo once again recalled the fear that he was shocked by the million-year-old soul ring, the peculiar dark devil evil god tiger soul ring, and inner alchemy. In the meeting room, except for the golden crocodile Douluo, who had known about this for a long time and had already been shocked, the rest of the priests also performed the same as Zhang Mo Douluo. Qingluan Douluo originally regretted the failure of this retreat and the short duration, but when he heard about this battle plan, he immediately secretly sighed. He almost missed the moment to witness history. Lion Douluo was always brooding over his failure to protect the young master before, and when he heard about the opportunity to make up for his mistakes, he immediately became excited and thought, which one is harder between his lion's paw and bear's paw? As for Guangling Douluo, who was secretly dozing off and pretending to wake up, now he just woke up and was frightened awake. He is now even grateful for the threatening ban imposed on him by Golden Crocodile Douluo when he first attended the battle meeting on the Million-Year Soul Ring and Evil Tiger hunting plan. The young master's 3 spirit rings in a row are so fierce, if he is not at the level of a soul saint, he may be crushed to death with his bare hands in time. If he accidentally said something wrong and made the young master unhappy, would he still have a good life? However, after carefully reflecting on what he usually did in the hall of worship, Guangling felt that he might have to sneak away to buy some souvenirs along the way and come back to make offerings so that he could sleep at ease when he went out this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Udon and number 039, T need it anymore. Chapter 22 You don't need it anymore. The surprise, emotion, and busyness of all the priests did not disrupt RENXUE's training plan for herself. She is still methodical and step by step. She gets up early at 5 o'clock every day, faces the sunrise, and imitates the method of practicing Ziki Donglei that she learned from the book to temper her mental power, go to the temple at 6 o'clock, and complete the daily basic physical training at the speed of light between the first floor and the 100th floor. That is, the 10-fold version of push UPS 100 times, sit UPS 100 times, squats 100 times, long distance running 10 kilometers. At 8 o'clock, return to the room to take a medicinal bath, shower, freshen up, and then eat. From 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock, I read and studied for an hour. After discovering that Bibi Dong seemed to have changed, RENXUE silently completed the reading notes of the so-called 10 core competitiveness of martial souls at the speed of light, and replaced the books with books on medicine, people's livelihood, military strategy, political emperor's art, etc. that she had never dabbled in before. At 11 o'clock, I went to the temple again and began to concentrate on climbing the ladder to practice. The current highest level is 140, and the training level is 125. RENXUE has not climbed once with all her strength. There are still 4 years and a few months before the end of the first test of the Angel God test. She is not in a hurry. At present, her body is also in the stage of growth, and the most important thing is to perfectly use the 5 years of the first divine test to perfect her body and potential. After all, she is only 7 years old. After practicing on the divine level until 9 o'clock in the evening, RENXUE would leave the temple, wash, and take a bath, and then make up for lunch and dinner. At 10 o'clock in the evening, RENXUE would use her mental power to force herself to sleep. After all, not only was her body and brain developing, but she was also a child who couldn't even drink alcohol or coffee. A day is full, although it sounds a little boring, but she can feel substantial progress every day, which makes RENXUE full of confidence and interest in cultivation all the time. She was like this in her previous life, obsessed with cultivation, learning and exploring things she didn't understand. If she hadn't wasted more than 10 years of her youth in Tiandu, even if she didn't have as many smooth buffs as she does now, she would have been far stronger than the protagonist in the book at the same age. In this life, she will no longer have what if, and her above-mentioned regrets have turned into reality. Another month. Because of Bibi Dong's change of attitude at the reading club, Hulina's torment once again escalated several notches. Bibi Dong no longer has any expectations for Hulina. She only hopes that Hulina can be worthy of her own cultivation talent and become a member of the Elders Academy in the future. That's all. She never mentioned such things as adopting daughters, saintesses, being raised as a golden generation, etc., as if this matter never existed. Mother, there are some small things to do in the worship hall today, so I will leave first. It is good. As the Pope, Bibi Dong naturally knows the duties and tasks assigned to Qian Dao Lumen. This time, Qian Dao Liu, as the ruling elder, was going to quell the wanton killing and cultivation of evil soul masters in a small village on the western border of the Heaven Do Empire. Originally, the Heaven Do Empire was just reporting on the handling of disasters and robbers, but found something abnormal during the review and screening of the Wuhan Hall. After reporting layer by layer, it was determined by the experienced local bishop to commit the crime as an evil soul master, and urgently reported to the upper management. This evil soul master has killed 4 villages and has not been found. His strength is unknown. After holding a meeting to discuss for insurance, and Sendao Liu himself had the idea of making a comeback, the Pope, the Elders' Council, and the Enshrinement Hall initially agreed on the idea. The seraph martial soul, no matter which attribute is sacred, bright, or flame, can absolutely restrain the evil soul master. Moreover, Qian Dao Liu's strength is undoubtedly number 1 today. Sending him to suppress the case with thunder will not only promote the majesty of Wuhan Palace, but also minimize the losses. After Qian Dao Liu took over the case, Wuhandian's Special Intelligence Department acted quickly to verify the location, investigate intelligence, and evacuate marginalized villagers to avoid being affected by the battle. In addition, the concentrated residents also have dedicated anti-evil soul master members from the Wuhan Palace to conduct screenings one by one to prevent the evil soul masters from blending into the people to confuse the public. This operation was officially completed early this morning, and Qian Dao Liu, who received the news during the day, would naturally set out as soon as possible. Go. Afterwards, Bibi Dong seemed to feel that it was a little unkind and decent to only respond with 2 words when she knew the situation. After thinking about it quickly, she added, "Don't forget to tell your grandpa to be careful on the road." As the successor of Seraph's martial spirit, you will also have to go on missions in the future. Let your grandfather pay attention and don't make a negative case for you. That would be too embarrassing. Hearing Bibi Dong's conversation that completely exceeded the limit, Qian Rongxiu's hand that pushed the door stopped immediately. Don't worry, mother. Bibi Dong knew that although the current relationship between her and Qian Rongxiu was far from that of the mother and daughter of the ordinary family, but this sudden small change has already made her very satisfied and enjoying it. Bibi Dong leaned on her chin, watching Qian Rongxiu's figure gradually disappearing into the corridor. When the door was slowly closing, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth without her noticing it. Your Majesty the Pope, then I too. It is good. If you don't come here anymore, Wuhan Palace will make other arrangements for you. Hearing this, Hu Lina's eyes suddenly widened, her voice full of fear and shock. His Majesty the Pope. It's me, have I not done enough and let you down? Facing Hu Lina's question, Bibi Dong nodded without any hesitation and said, yeah, I'm disappointed in you. But Wuhan Palace does not support idlers. With the advice of the Council of Elders and a group of cardinals, you will be arranged to go to the capital branch of the Tiandu Empire on a certain day. Hu Lina was shocked by Bibi Dong's ruthless sentence, tears streaming down like a burst bank. But what Hu Lina didn't know was that Bibi Dong didn't finish her sentence. The second half of the sentence should be: if you don't have any outstanding performance there, you don't have to come back until you become a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong once thought that after Qian Rongxiu absorbed the mimicry soul bone in the angel costume, she would be driven to Tiandu to do the latent mission out of sight and out of mind. However, after thinking about it for a month, Bibi Dong felt that she might not have been possessed by the pig spirit when she came up with this plan. Even if she hates Qian Rongxiu and wants to be out of sight and out of mind, wouldn't it be better to force her to practice in the temple and be imprisoned? Anyway, Seraph's martial spirit is inherited from gods. Even if she can't become a god, how can she be fed by Qian Daoliu to become a peerless Douluo? At that time, Wuhan Palace's guarantee will be 3 peerless Douluo. Even if there is a personal enmity between them, for the sake of the unification of Wuhan Palace, they can't unite and fight to destroy Tiandu first and then take Xingluo? Why are you engaging in all kinds of conspiracies and wasting the time of a genius with a soul power of level for no reason? Even if the Heaven Do Empire is a crown prince, how can it have hammer resources? If the Tiandu Empire's royal family is so powerful, why haven't they produced any titled Douluo in history? After careful consideration, Bibi Dong believed that the plan to weaken the Tiandu Empire's royal family, major nobles, and sects within the Tiandu Empire was indeed advisable. But this plan can completely allow the local cardinal to take advantage of some hidden relationships and interests to slowly figure it out, and there is no need to throw his own trump card into the muddy water. The first hidden relationship selected was the former Golden Trio who were about to be exiled to the capital of the Tiandu Empire to study, namely, Hu Lina, who was born with full soul power, and Xiet, who was born with a 7th level soul power and were adopted at the same time. Moon and Yan. With the help of the parents, guardians, and classmates' relationships, the bishop of the district can more easily conduct intelligence collection and interest analysis. Then, based on the known information and the financial support of Wuhan Palace, he made profits from the activities of the upper-class nobles, thereby promoting the so-called supremacy of the royal family's struggle for the throne. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 is really too abrupt, baby. Chapter 23 is really too abrupt, baby. Bibi Dong didn't care about Hu Lina's expression and thoughts at all. She didn't say anything to Hu Lina, she just waved her hand to signal Hu Lina to leave quickly. Desperate, this is Hu Lina's current state. She stumbled back to her room in a daze and fell deeply onto the bed. Grievance, unwillingness, remorse, all kinds of emotions came to her heart, and she fainted under such grief. Only, while fainting, she had a dream. In the dream, she had been adopted by Bibi Dong a week after awakening her martial spirit. There is no reading club, and there is no picture of Qian Rongxiu in memory. It was as if RENXUE shouldn't have appeared in the Pope's palace. The Pope treated her privately like a mother and daughter, and soon she was known as the leader of the golden generation of Wuhan Palace and the only candidate for the saint. And as the picture slowly progressed, she really appeared at the coronation ceremony of the saint. The scene in the dream was so real that it even had the magic power to empathize with her, and this also caused an idea to take root in Hulina's mind. All of this should belong to her reality. The dream came to an abrupt end at this moment, and Hulina also woke up suddenly from the bed. She clutched her chest, panting heavily. Her eyes were no longer filled with grievance, but full of resentment. It was RENXUE. It's all RENXUE, this person who shouldn't exist, who took away these things that should belong to her. She wants revenge, she wants to get back everything she lost, for sure, but Hulina's plan hadn't been finalized yet. The first thing she had to wait for was the notice to move out of the spirit hall. Hulina never expected that the movement at the Pope's palace would be so fast. In just half a day, the paperwork, accompanying vehicles, instructors, and luggage have already been prepared. According to the intermittent content of the dream, her title of saint has been obstructed by the hall of worship in every possible way, and Pope Bibidong has always been hindered by the hall of worship when she wants to fight hard. Why didn't the enshrinement hall stop at this time? RENXUE, enshrinement hall, big enshrinement, QIAN Douluo. That's it. When she thought of this, the hatred in Hulina's eyes became more intense. Heaven Do Capital, enter Heaven Do Royal Academy. It is good, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Hulina is so talented and even blessed by God. Hulina will definitely come back in the Soul Master competition 15 years later. And by then, this woman must vomit out everything she ate. That night, a carriage had already slowly driven away from the Pope's palace, and RENXUE, who was in the temple, only heard Qinglu and Douluo's report on the arrangements for the Pope's palace, and understood Hulina's whereabouts. RENXUE didn't know what Hulina was thinking. Even if she knew, she would probably just find it funny. Of course, adhering to her cautious style, RENXUE would destroy her humanely before mocking and ridiculing her, and then find a soul-eating soul beast to feed her soul, and then in order to prevent her from borrowing body revives the soul, and then burns the soul beast as well. Because of QIAN Douluo's departure and the launch of the plan to capture Lord Xiang, the only ones left behind in the enshrinement hall are Qinglu and Douluo, who has an overall view and caution, and Jiangmo and Qianjun Douluo, who only have the advantage of strength. Although Elder Gu's Hiju is the weakest, but because the 9th spirit ring will be attached to the fire of extreme yin. QIAN Douluo, Golden Crocodile Douluo, and Qinglu and Douluo agreed that when hunting the injured Lord Xiang, this flame, like a gangrene attached to the bone, might have an excellent effect like sprinkling salt on the wound. Another 2 weeks passed. During her cultivation, RENXUE discovered that the bead of the dark devil god tiger, which had been placed beside her all the time, unknowingly gave her the soul power that had been mixed with her for 10 years. All right. Since you have worked so hard to develop and seem to want to make a comeback, then I will give you this opportunity to let you feel death thoroughly, so without any hesitation. RENXUE gave this bead to Bibidong when she was studying the next day. Mother. It was the first time to give a gift to Bibidong, and RENXUE was still a little embarrassed for a while. Would it be a little too abrupt and disrespectful to just give away the soul ring without any foreshadowing? Furthermore, RENXUE was a little unsure what exactly Bibidong thought of her. The relationship between them should have progressed to the point where they can exchange gifts, right? Considering these, RENXUE was unavoidably a little apprehensive. Looking at her entire lifespan, she is actually only a 29-year-old and 7-year-old child who is only 36 years old in total. Orts. Shueqinghe's life experience has no reference value at all at this time, and the life of RENXUE Bengxue is even more. That, mother. Feeling at a loss, RENXUE tried again from the beginning. Bibidong naturally noticed RENXUE's embarrassed and uneasy expression standing in front of her. Seeing this, She frowned slightly. Did something happen? Ah, nothing happened, it's just... Only then did Bibi Dong realize that she didn't actually know RENXUE very well. Looking at RENXUE's expression at this moment, she couldn't guess what the child was thinking. So she can only figure it out based on her own understanding. Is there something that is inconvenient to tell Qinglu and Douluo and the others, but I can help you? It's not that kind of thing. I have a gift I want to give you. With that said, RENXUE awkwardly handed the box containing the beads and the soul guide to Bibi Dong, and continued with some uneasiness. It's just that the occasion is not very formal, and I don't know if my mother will think I'm too abrupt after accepting it. RENXUE's words confused Bibi Dong even more. She took the small box that RENXUE handed over, and examined it carefully. There was a small spiritual seal on the small white jade box. What shocked Bibi Dong even more was that this spiritual power actually contained a sacred aura that made her soul power feel very uncomfortable. Is this the divine sense of the angel god? What kind of things can be sealed with this kind of divine sense, and it's not very formal, abrupt? Why would RENXUE think like this? With many doubts, Bibi Dong spent a little time erasing the seal on the box, and opened it. The moment the box was opened, a puff of black air suddenly rushed out of the box accompanied by strong evil and dark attributes. A bead condensed with the ultimate black, lying quietly in it. Her own soul power was dark and evil, and Bibi Dong, who had accepted the Rakshasa test, immediately responded to the power diffused by this bead. And it was at the time of echoing that she came to a conclusion in her mind. This is a bead that condenses the soul power of an evil and dark attribute soul beast that is comparable to 10 years. After taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong suddenly closed the lid of the white jade box, raised her head and asked RENXUE in shock, "Zioxue, how did you get this thing?" While forcibly asking questions calmly, Bibi Dong's heart was churning crazily and said, "This thing was sent out in such a sloppy way, but it was indeed too abrupt. And even without any psychological preparation in advance, it's really too abrupt to send it over like a big thorn, my boy." End of this chapter. Chapter 24 End quote. One must know about protecting the young master. End quote. Chapter 24 100 Things you must know about protecting your young master. This is the inner alchemy produced by my second soul ring, the dark devil god tiger, after death. RENXUE gave Bibi Dong a very detailed science introduction, including the knowledge about the dark demon evil god tiger, the whereabouts of this soul beast's soul ring, and that her second soul ring was formed by absorbing other attribute energies in the inner elixir. Of these things. After listening to it, even Bibi Dong, who thought she was well read and well informed, couldn't help but widen her eyes, and opened her mouth in astonishment without the rare demeanor. The soul ring of the soul beast less than 10 years old has produced 2 soul skills, and besides the burst soul ring, there is a more precious inner alchemy. Absorbing the inner alchemy can form a soul ring, and it will also have 2 soul skills. This inner alchemy will also steal the soul power by itself to improve its cultivation. It was only the crystallization of a 7-year-old soul beast half a year ago, but now, after half a year of creation in the temple, it has become 10 years of. After a while, Bibi Dong seemed to have just completely digested what RENXUE said in less than a minute, and then said with emotion, "This soul beast is indeed evil, and it is worthy of being the creation of the evil god. Indeed, I really didn't expect that this inner alchemy can absorb soul power on its own. Mother should absorb it as soon as possible to avoid long nights and dreams." As for RENXUE's worries, Bibi Dong responded with incomparable confidence. "It's okay, this little thing is in my hands, but it won't make any waves." When RENXUE knew that Bibi Dong, who was able to forbear and hide, and could even be called a cautious dog like her now, when she uttered such confident words, most likely she would never appear again. "Any surprises?" So RENXUE said with confidence, "Since my mother said so, then I feel at ease." Seeing RENXUE's smiling face, Bibi Dong's expression became subtle again. "This gift is really too expensive, but I really have no way to refuse it. I will find a way to compensate you. Although RENXUE had never thought about getting anything from Bibi Dong when she gave this gift, she was still a little excited when she heard Bibi Dong say this. Then I'm looking forward to it. Just wait, mother will not let you down. Okay. Thump. With the closing of the heavy door, the chamber returned to tranquility. But after a while, there were two more fluctuations in the hall. Bibi Dong knew that according to the usual practice, when RENXUE left, the two titled Douluo elders who had been guarding the door had returned. She called out. Yuegwen, ghost. Subordinates are here. The two elders, the Pope's right-hand men, showed their figures at this time. I will retreat again, and the date of exit has not yet been determined. During this period, the affairs of the Pope's palace were left to the third enshrinement hall, Qinglu and Douluo, to decide. When the chief envoy returned, I would hand over the authority of the Pope's agency to him until I left the customs. And the two of you are CO managing the Elder Hall, and during my retreat period, protecting the enshrining hall, especially the young master RENXUE, is the most important task. If anything goes wrong. Having said that, Bibi Dong paused, then changed her tone, and informed the two elders extremely solemnly, no, you don't allow any mistakes in this matter. In obedience to the Pope's decree. After receiving the order, the two elders respectfully escorted Bibi Dong into the practice room deep inside the Pope's palace for retreat, and then left for the shrine of enshrinement. Just after the two elders left, Bibi Dong, who was supposed to be in seclusion, suddenly turned into a black energy and quietly left, quickly escaping into the distance. This is not the first time Qinglu and Douluo has been RENXUE's bodyguard. But Qinglu and Douluo had only seen RENXUE's happy appearance while walking, jumping up and down, and spinning around in circles from time to time. Young master, this is, what good happened? Or from the papal palace, it seems that the woman. No, it seems that the relationship between the Pope and the young master has been greatly repaired and improved. This sentence is not an exaggerated words of consolation by the priest, but a real fact. Although Qinglu and Douluo took into account the position of chief secretary in the Hall of Enshrinement, and has been doing his best to cause trouble for the Pope Hall, but he actually admires Bibi Dong's ability and strength. As the youngest Pope and the first female Pope in the Wuhan Palace, Bibi Dong not only proved that as a female, she could stand up to men, but she even proved that she could bring the Wuhan Palace into a place that it had never set foot on before. Past the peak. Now, what Qinglu and Douluo thought was the only blemish on the Pope's character, abandoning the young master, has gradually begun to improve. As an old man who has always hoped that the Wuhan Palace will flourish and develop harmoniously, after confirming the truth with his own eyes, he also wanted to follow RENXUE in a circle and jumped a few times. Not long after RENXUE returned to the worship hall and entered the temple to practice, Yuegwen and Gigi from the Pope's palace, as the Pope's confidants, came to report together and conveyed the Pope's oral order. It is good. Although he expressed surprise, Qinglu and Douluo did not refuse this difficult task. Qinglu and Douluo knew very well what this meant for the Pope to let him and the three priests of the Hall of Worship act as agents instead of handing over the rights to the two elders, Zhu and Gui. After receiving the Pope's temporary warrant, Qinglu and Douluo said, "The duty of guarding the young lord will be bothering you and Elder Ghost." Although Qinglu and Douluo has always been unimpressed with this male and female Yuegwen, he also looks down on this ghost who has been cowering in the shadows all this time. However, considering their powerful martial soul fusion technique called bipolar static domain, Qinglu and Douluo consciously entrusted his bodyguard mission to these two, and he can also take over the affairs of the Pope's palace with peace of mind. And just from the perspective of protection, this kind of terror domain skill that slows down time and restricts the opponent's attack methods is even far safer than him using absolute power to defuse the enemy's offensive. But don't worry, don't worry. Before leaving, Qinglu and Douluo was afraid that the two elders did not understand the etiquette and the value of RENXUE in the worship hall. He specially took half an hour to give these two elders a detailed science popularization about the contents of 100 Things You Must Know About Protecting the Young Master, which was written by him and Qian Douluo. Okay. I'll find out later. If it wasn't for the absolute gap between Qinglu and Douluo and Yueguan and Gaimei, when they heard number 12 in this outrageous manual, they would have acted impatiently. However, his mentality collapsed, but when he saw Qinglu and Douluo, who had always been arrogant and indifferent in front of others, acting like this uncharacteristically. Thinking of Bibi Dong's powerful exhortations before retreating, the two elders inevitably became curious about who Qian RENXUE, son of the current pope, granddaughter of the great priest, inheritor of the seraphim spirit, was. According to the information available in the pope's palace, the two elders only knew that after she awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, she only obtained her first and second soul rings 6 months later, and she never showed any outstanding performance after that. Then why, the two brothers, who have been together for 50 years, looked at each other, and after seeing curiosity in each other's eyes, they decided to take a closer look at this unobtrusive martial artist during this period of time. Young master of the Soul Palace. And this time, the two elders waited all the way from the sun to the moon and the stars. At this time, Qian RENXUE had not yet come out of the temple. The two elders who were unable to enter the temple due to the order of enshrining, naturally could not see her either. I said, "Old ghost. Oh, Chrysanthemum, tell me. Did we accidentally accept some great guard mission out of curiosity?" Ghost didn't respond, but silently rolled her eyes at Yueguan, and continued to escape into the darkness. After a long time, he said coldly, "You can ask questions that you can think of with your butt." End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Does the Rakshasa god like to live to death? Chapter 25. Does the Rakshasa god like to live to death? It was already 5 o'clock in the morning of the second day when Qian RENXUE walked out of the temple. For the sake of her own physical safety, Qian RENXUE rarely uses practice as a substitute for sleep, but she had a small accident yesterday. After her soul power rose to level, because she didn't have a soul ring, she couldn't realize the level, and she accidentally realized the essence of compressing soul power by accident. Then, with an idea, she wanted to use this mysterious feeling that she had just realized the technique to compress all the soul power in her body. Unexpectedly, this operation lasted half a day. And also taking advantage of this opportunity, Qian RENXUE experienced the happiness of the whole night. Since staying up late is harmful to your health, then staying up all night should be fine, right? With such self-deceiving thoughts, Qian RENXUE decided to reduce her sleep time by strengthening food supplements and nourishing mental power. Come here every once in a while, on average, sleep for 7 days and practice for 7 days in 2 weeks. The increase in practice time made Qian RENXUE feel better. But after opening the door, she saw 2 strange elders who suddenly turned around and looked at her with wide eyes, which made Qian RENXUE stop moving forward. Considering that the opponents were the 2 King Kongs in front of the Pope's palace, Qian RENXUE still saluted. "I've seen Elder Yueguan and Elder Ghost. Young master, you don't need to be too polite." Yu Guan then explained to Qian RENXUE why they were here, as well as the Pope's retreat and the handover of affairs with Qinglu and Douluo. "So that's the case, then I will trouble the 2 elders during this time. However, my schedule has always been simple, so the 2 elders don't have to worry too much." The 2 elders never expected that Qian RENXUE's seemingly polite description turned out to be an objective description of the facts. Bibi Dong's retreat allowed Qian RENXUE to skip 1 trip, and cleaning herself with angelic power also saved her the time of bathing and washing. In addition, time management master Qian RENXUE kept her diet simple and banned 3 meals a day in a way to obtain maximum energy at one time. In this way, Qian RENXUE traveled day and night between her room and the temple, which lasted for 2 full months. In a blink of an eye, it was already autumn in Wuhan City, mid-September 2627 in the Douluo calendar. Qian RENXUE had never felt the hustle and bustle and heat of this summer, and her sweat was sprinkled on the steps that were only bathed in divine light. And the rewards of these 2 months of hard work are huge. At this moment, the total amount of soul power she possesses is twice what it was before it was condensed. The so-called end is difficult at the beginning. After these 2 months of tempering, RENXUE has mastered the essence of condensing soul power. Next time, she will double the amount of condensed soul power. Even if the total amount of soul power increases, she is confident that she can compress the time into 1 month. Anyway, she probably won't be able to see her bear until winter, so she can't rush to upgrade. Because the Pope's palace only received it last week, Douluo completed the task report of calming down the evil spirit master, stabilizing the village, and screening the surrounding territories. Now set off to hunt bears, from her ambiguous descriptions to find traces of Mr. Xiang's hibernation, to make a comprehensive plan and set up traps. Even if Douluo is as strong as Douluo, if he wants to catch him alive, he will have to work hard. 3 or 4 months. I don't know if I can make it in time for the new year. Looking at the yellow color gradually climbing up the leaves, RENXUE couldn't help but sigh. I used to think that the new year was a dispensable day, but now RENXUE really misses the novelty food called hot pot that Guangling brought back last year in the worship hall. The warm boiled food is dipped in the sauce. Not only does it taste good, but it also adds a sense of interaction and excitement. Especially when you see Guangling Douluo trying to go head-to-head with Golden Crocodile Douluo for a piece of beef, it's hard not to laugh. O epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, missing Grandpa's nth day. Even Gu Ji is no longer here. The squirrel mandarin fish she cooked is obviously very delicious. Alas, epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. Times 2. Forget it, it's useless to think about it. After finishing the work, continue to practice. In her current state, she can easily reach level 2. Compared with the previous life, this achievement is already remarkable. But that's not enough. The reason why she left the customs at noon today is because she made an appointment with Elder Yuegwen to ask for advice. Elder Yuegwen's martial spirit is Qirong Tongdianju, which is the same as the fairy grass that Tang San, the son of luck, found in the Douluo medicine garden. Moreover, he himself loves flowers very much, and he is also quite knowledgeable in fairy grass and poisons, even far surpassing Douluo, whose martial spirit is already poisonous. Qingluan Douluo revealed after discovering that RENXUE was particularly interested in ancient martial arts and medicine. Elder Yuegwen's Yu family is actually a lonely ancient martial arts family. Elder Yuegwen's interest and research achievements are inseparable from the knowledge retained in the family's remaining books. These words confirmed RENXUE's decision to ask Elder Yuegwen for advice. She urgently needs some Qi Men scholarship to improve her physical fitness. Because in her fight with Tang San, the top 2 events that she least understood included that hidden weapon Guanyin Tears that can ignore her god-level defense with 1 blow of Shura's sword. It can kill 2 first-level gods in a row. The analysis of Avalakai Tesvara Tears in the book is ignore defense, never fail. In addition to this, what is even more outrageous is that even Tang San, the genius that Tangman has been in contact with for 200 years, does not understand its principle, only knows how to use it. Is this reasonable? RENXUE still can't understand this thing. The same goes for the second thing. Even though God Shura is one of the 5 great divine kings, God Rakshasa and God Angel are also first-level gods. If the Azura Excalibur can kill a level god in 1 blow without distinction, how rebellious is the Rakshasa god to dance on the head of the Shura god, and abolish 2 of his extremely talented gods chosen in a row. Gods also have internal struggles and are mortal. Does the Rakshasa god like to live towards death so much? Here, even if the status of the God King with the highest upper limit of Godhead is unshakable, will the newly elected God who takes over the Godhead be blessed with a huge amount of divine power in an instant? Why didn't I, who had become a god, know about this? After reading the Douluo series of books and reliving this life, every time she thinks back to the bits and pieces of her previous life, she always feels that in many cases her mind and the behavior settings of many people are full of all kinds of unreasonable things. QIAN. She was not prepared to argue with the Son of Destiny, the way of heaven, or the consciousness of the world. As long as her strength is strong enough, no matter how many unreasonable things exist in Tang San and in this world, she can make them reasonable. Thinking about it, RENXUE waited until Elder Yuegwen came to teach with books. See young master. After 2 months, even if it was as wild as the moon, she couldn't help admiring RENXUE. Although the level of cultivation is not deep, but it is this reckless cultivation and calm disposition that far exceeds those of his peers, even contemporary young people, which is enough to make him conclude that RENXUE will easily surpass her grandfather, the great priest QIAN, in time. Flow. Even if the bloodline of the seraph martial spirit is poor in talent, how bad can it be? Qian Sunji, who was called by Qian Douluo as having mediocre talent, hadn't he cultivated smoothly to reach the peak level 95 Douluo, using this as a reference standard? Is the talent of RENXUE, who is regarded as a treasure by Pope Bibidong, Qian Douluo, and even the entire enshrinement hall, really as unsightly as analyzed on paper? He didn't believe it. He can believe that his martial spirit is actually a broken chrysanthemum, he doesn't even believe it. Now Yuegwen feels that Gaime's guess some time ago is very reasonable. The reason why they always felt that RENXUE was still at around level 29 was that she must have used some secret method or spirit bone to hide her true strength. Yuegwen decided that RENXUE was hiding her power and biding her time. She wants to hibernate, but if she doesn't sing, she will become a blockbuster. 7 years old. An angel spirit bone. The strength is far beyond level. Even without publicity or showing off at all, he is still diligent and down to earth. G Tut. Now Yuegwen can't even imagine how bright the future will be for RENXUE, an elder who is steadfast in his loyalty to the Wuhan Palace when he becomes an adult. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Ignorant, weak, and stupid human beings. Chapter 26. Ignorant, weak, and stupid human beings. Under the temptation of investment and return, Yuegwen knew all the answers to RENXUE's questions, and he had to check his head to find the answer. In this way, RENXUE squeezed out all the knowledge in Yuegwen's brain with extremely high efficiency this autumn. Now she asks herself, if she encounters some weird fairy grass again, although it cannot be used as an encyclopedia, it will definitely not be like Douluo, who was cheated and lost his family property and had to thank others for their life-saving grace. His small land has also been reduced to the private backyard of the Tang family. RENXUE feels that although ignorance is a symbol of ignorance, it is definitely not the crime. This is no longer an evil deed that can be described as bullying an honest person. So in order not to lose in knowledge, she has to learn everything. Even a superficial introduction is not enough, she wants to be a titled Douluo in that industry. The next step she wanted to conquer was Tang San's other great help, the Haoshan sex secret technique. The book focuses on the detailed descriptions of the chaotic wind hammer technique and Great Zumuru hammer, so the pictures of these Haoshan school's unique skills in her memory are simply not too clear. Osumi Chuyu Blast Ring is not so much a unique skill that needs to be cultivated, it is more like a means of soul ring and soul power application. RENXUE, who has strong spiritual power and talent, just read it in memory. They all understood it. So at present, it is only one step away from replacing Haoshan Zong. It just so happens that the random cloaking wind hammer method also has the effect of assisting in climbing the stairs, and it can be used as a form of exercise to strengthen the body. In addition, going to the gods to forge iron can also allow her to learn about this exercise she has never done before without wasting time. I have a little understanding of the fields I have dabbled in. After all, if she smashes iron blocks over time, she will definitely have feelings for her. Now that a relationship has developed, it will definitely have a thorough understanding of its family history, siblings, collateral relatives, hobbies, future development direction, etc. Given time, she can go to the Steel City Zhengzhen City in person and loot all the good things there. RENXUE ordered to prepare hammers and large iron blocks of different grades when eating. She hadn't put down the tableware yet when she finished eating. Someone came to report that everything was ready, and someone took it and waited outside the temple door. She likes this efficiency very much. Objects such as iron blocks and hammers are not affected by the pressure of the soul power of the gods. After some deliberation, and considering that this is her first time blacksmithing and there may be a hidden danger of losing her strength during training, RENXUE controlled the number of layers of blacksmithing practice between 1 and 125 floors. When she didn't light a fire, but simply struck it. RENXUE was shocked by the magical feel, and the iron block she struck was dented by the strike. It seems that her physical strength is a bit too strong for this piece of shentai. Thinking about tempering her strength, if she didn't dig up a piece of deep-sea sunken silver, it might not be enough for her to strike. However, it is not enough to temper strength, but it is perfect for tempering one's own control. If it is said that other people's random cloaking wind hammer method is superimposed 9981 times in order to hit the same point to exert the ultimate power, then RENXUE wants to hammer out these 81 times perfectly and precisely control the smallest strength, so that this piece of iron will not be hurt. This kind of training difficulty has been doubled several times, but it far surpasses Tang San in the same time period. What is Tang San at this age doing now? Could it be that he was just able to climb the mountain and was barely doing the cultivation of Ziji Demon Eye, or is it impossible to do even that? Thinking of this, RENXUE could not help but curl up her lips. In this comparison of her efforts, she finally saw the gap in effectiveness. Finally, on the day of the first snow in winter, RENXUE ushered in the triumphant Douluo. Grandfather. After getting the news, RENXUE opened her martial soul directly, and the speed of light gave herself a whole body cleansing and highlighting, and then used all her strength to reach the entrance of the enshrinement hall within 3 seconds. With Douluo's peerless Douluo's eyesight, he naturally saw clearly what the golden spot of light that was moving at a speed comparable to teleportation was. He opened his arms and shouted with a kind smile. "Zioxio, Grandpa is back." This hug from the grandfather and grandson really couldn't stand it without the foundation of title Douluo's strength. "Seeing how lively you are, I feel relieved, Grandpa." Douluo rubbed RENXUE's head, then continued, "Come on, go out with Grandpa and see what Grandpa brought you, the best gift." Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen Douluo for a long time. At this time RENXUE blurted out, "Grandpa is my best gift." "Ha ha ha ha, Zioxio, your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter." But Grandpa likes it." During the conversation, the two had already arrived in the compound in front of the enshrining hall. At this time, there was no one at the entrance of the worship hall that had been cleared for a long time. Several priests who went out to hunt bears stood in the distance and acted as door gods, preventing all outsiders from approaching, and even these outsiders included the Moon Pass and ghosts who had made great contributions in guarding them recently. And when RENXUE saw that even the weakest Guji was in good spirits and had no disability at all except for the dusty body, she felt relieved and cast her eyes on the huge bear in the yard. Xiang Junmu is a ferocious beast with a cultivation base of 47 years, and its burly figure even far surpasses that ape called Titan. It's just that at this moment, his majestic body is covered with wounds and scorched flesh where bones can be seen everywhere, and under the confinement all over his body, only a pair of eyes full of hatred can still turn. Seeing that RENXUE's eyes scanned the priests and then locked on the bear, Douluo lowered his head and suggested to RENXUE casually, "Go Zioxio, how about getting your third soul ring right here?" "No problem." Oh Omega Oh, when he heard that after suffering such torture, he was going to be reduced to the soul ring of a young child, the imprisoned Xiang Jun struggled violently. Ow! With his mouth bound by his mouthparts, he could only let out bursts of indistinct roars, but the shock, resentment, and banter in his eyes conveyed all his thoughts without words passed it on. But how could RENXUE be frightened by the threat in Cricket Xianzhe's eyes? She immediately stepped forward and slowly took out a big sword from the soul guide. "Wow! Qian Rongxue dragged the sword with one hand, and walked towards Mr. Xiang step by step. The white and heavy sword made a long and slow sound on the ground. And this, to Mr. Xiang, sounds like a blunt knife grinding on his neck. He is afraid. But amidst this instinctive fear, there is also endless excitement. If they really want to let this child absorb his soul ring ignorantly, then the moment she absorbs it will be the moment for him to seize his body and be reborn. Ignorant, weak, and ignorant human beings, you will pay the price for your actions today. Thinking of this, Mr. Xiang stopped struggling. He even wanted to laugh if he could. Laughing at this human girl, she walked into his mouth step by step, waiting to be torn into pieces by him. Writer's words. Because the multi-platform writing seems to be out of sync, so I post it here in a unified way, lest someone misses it. 1. Because the original work itself has the issue of Qian Rongxue's age conflict, the age issues of any characters in this book are all private. 2. In this work, the first priority is to refer to the content of the novel, followed by reference to the anime that has just finished the first season and the second season has just started, and finally a small amount of reference to the manga that has changed the most original content. Because I think some people have only watched anime, so don't be too surprised if the content here is slightly different from what you know. 90% is because the original work is different from the anime, 9% is because the author made a mistake, and 1% is because the author lost his mind and made a mistake. 3. In the future. If you enter V or enter Q to read the monthly subscription, there will also be a speech at the end of the chapter, but it will be controlled within 200 characters, and the 200-character billing setting for reading articles will not be triggered. 4. I feel that the comment area is a bit monotonous, so come here to open a quiz discussion thread without prizes. It's already winter, and Shuebao's 8th birthday is coming, so who do you think Shuebao will receive as a present on this birthday? What will be the most expensive gift? Post to discuss guesswork. 5. In addition, you can praise me more in the comment area when you have time, really. Or praise the work. Or Kwaswebao is fine too. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Give me 9 yuan, ISN and number 039, T. That too much to ask? Chapter 27, Give me $9. Isn't that too much to ask? Qian Rongxue is not a real 7-year-old child. On the contrary, she has strong mental power and captured Mr. Xiang's expression clearly. She knew exactly what was going on in this beast's mind. However, he thought very well, and he would not think so in his next life. She slowly raised the big sword in her hand, pointed it at Xiang Jun's neck, gathered her soul power and chopped it down. Puff! Blood was suddenly pumped all over the place. But Mr. Xiang is still alive. The sharp pain from the back of his neck made him struggle again, and the look in his eyes became hideous because of the pain at this time. Puff! One more time. But this time, the huge sword in Qian Rongxue's hand was only about to cut off half of Xiang Jun's cervical vertebrae. With his more than 40 years of tyrannical cultivation, as long as he is not beheaded directly, he can survive by relying on his soul power. Puff! Puff! 2 more blows were struck one after another. Xiang Jun had never had such a moment, and he hated him so much that he had such a powerful soul power, which made him unable to survive or die. He will definitely curse this human being. No, he will curse everyone here so that they will never be reborn forever. Just when he was about to yell out these venomous words, with another burst of flesh and blood bursting out, Mr. Xiang lost consciousness forever. At the same time, a blood-red soul ring slowly emerged from the giant bear's body. This dark gold dread claw bear that once dominated one side, ushered in the eternal end of his life at this time. Thank you for your hard work and persistence. I will cherish your soul ring and soul bone. If it wasn't for Qian Rongxue not wanting to expose her current full strength, she wouldn't have spent so long to finish off this dark gold dread claw bear, so out of decency, Qian Rongxue still made a fool of the bear. After seeing her off, she sat down cross-legged and concentrated on absorbing the soul ring. Qian Rongxu's only true 10-year spirit ring was a god-bestowed spirit ring obtained during the divine examination, and now she has absorbed the wild 10-year spirit ring for the first time and she has not experienced any discomfort feel. During the immersive absorption, Xiang Jun's soul quietly appeared. He condensed into a black shadow and appeared behind the soul of Qian Rongxu's spiritual world, revealing his sharp minions. The defenseless appearance of this weak human soul eased his resentment before his death. He wants to occupy this body, plunder her life, and make her a remnant soul, watching all her cherished people die in the hands of her one by one. However, Mr. Xiang's complacency didn't last even a second, and the human soul, which was so fragile in his eyes just now, underwent drastic changes. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, Qian Rongxu stood up slowly, and she raised her hand to remove all the camouflage here. As the wings of the seraph slowly opened, the breath of God slowly emerged from Qian Rongxu's body. The tyrannical mental power drove Xiang Jun, who was formed by evil thoughts, to the edge of the sea of consciousness in just an instant. Then the flames rose, and with the brighter light and the ubiquitous sacred voice that sounded like chanting scriptures, Mr. Xiang was horrified to find that his soul was evaporating at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Mr. Xiang completely panicked. But facing the sea of spiritual consciousness that imprisoned him and the divine sense that made him helpless to resist, he couldn't even utter a desperate cry, let alone a begging for mercy. The moment Xiang Jun died was also the moment when Qian Rongxu completely absorbed his soul ring. Everything is under control. Qian Rongxu opened her eyes, looking at the shallow layer of bloodstains on her body. She smiled slightly and raised her hand to clean it off with her soul power, and then proceeded with a week of breath adjustment with peace of mind. Active absorption is no better than sacrifice, so Qian Rongxu started building her physical strength early. And this time of acceptance, she was not disappointed. The cost for her to absorb this spirit ring now was even much lighter than when Tang San absorbed the 10,000-year underground demon spider. Seeing that Qian Rongxu had got up, and even jumped 3 times on the spot, Qian Daoliu's hanging heart finally let go. In the test of his angelic domain and spiritual power, Qian Rongxu's soul showed no signs of weakening, and had been absorbing this 47-year-old soul ring in an extremely stable state. As expected of my granddaughter Qian Daoliu. Thinking about the unprecedented events this move had set, Qian Daoliu could not help but murmur to himself proudly. But at this moment, Qian Rongxu, who was inspecting Mr. Xiang's body, let out an exclamation of disappointment. What happened to Xiaoxiu? Seeing her grandfather's worried expression as he almost teleported over, Qian Rongxu just pouted and said, "Why didn't he explode his soul bone? Qian Daoliu, isn't there one on the right palm of the dark gold dread claw bear? Or is it a rare external soul bone?" Qian Rongxu, who completely understood Qian Daoliu's eyes, continued to express her aggrieved words. "I thought about it when I was killing the bear with my big sword. It's better for him to burst out a few more normal soul bones. Anyway, I have the angelic armor and I don't lack soul bones. It happens that I can give 1 piece to Grandpa, another piece to Grandpa Golden Crocodile, and if there is any left over, I can also give 1 piece to Grandpa Lion and Aunt Gu. Of course, if there is any left over, I can also give it to my mother." Hearing this, Qian Daoliu was inevitably a little ashamed. What do you think the dark gold dread claw bear is? How can any soul beast explode with soul bones like this? But Qian Rongxu didn't try to understand the meaning of Qian Daoliu's expression at all, and continued to tug on his sleeve and said coquettishly, "He has 47 years of cultivation for nothing, Grandpa. You said that 10-year-old soul beasts must produce soul bones. This Xiang Jun once dominated one side, and he couldn't eat 10,000-year-old soul beasts every day before retreating. A soul bone is not too much, right? He shouldn't be eating rice, right? For 47 years, I'll give him 9 yuan even if he's less explosive. Isn't that too much to ask?" Qian Daoliu sighed deeply, and then gave Qian Rongxu a doting blow. "Those gamblers who want to get rich overnight don't dare to have such ideas as you. And this Mr. Xiang, if he knows that he exploded an external spirit bone for you after his death and is still so disgusted by you, he may not be able to cheat the corpse and come back to settle accounts with you. What? There is such a good thing. This time, Douluo was completely taken aback by RENXUE. After staying there for 2 seconds, he belatedly understood what was going on in his starry-eyed granddaughter's mind, and he inevitably burst into laughter. At this time, what the elders who rushed back to the shrine one by one from afar after the patrol saw was such a peaceful and happy appearance of grandparents and grandchildren. Just with this bloody background, it has a bit of a cold joke unique to the Hall of Worship. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 She and number 039, S lacking a soul ring again. Chapter 28 She's lacking a soul ring again. According to RENXUE's understanding, the dark gold dread claw bear has a very small chance of having a metacarpal bone. The metacarpal bone is different from the arm bone, and it can be regarded as an external spirit bone. And among the left metacarpal bone and the right metacarpal bone, the right metacarpal bone is the top soul bone that the dark gold terror claw bear can produce. Although Douluo, who had fought against Xiang Jun, could not obtain the cross-era information like RENXUE, he could still know that the essence of this bear's whole body attack was condensed in his right palm. Killing Lord Xiang this time, in addition to the soul ring, he could also produce a top-notch external soul bone that RENXUE could absorb. This made him start to lament how powerful RENXUE was, who was so-called loved by the gods. Of luck. If this Xiang Jun exploded an ordinary soul bone of any part, Douluo would really sigh with regret. RENXUE lost a soul bone that was tens of thousands of years old, so he could only turn to absorb it. The current age is only 1099 angel costume. But now, the problems he had been worrying about all the way were solved directly, and it was still the kind of thing where he had a perfect score of 100 but had a 200-point answer. How could he not be happy? Now she said to RENXUE, "It just so happens that you have broken through to level, so go and pick 3 more angel soul bones from Grandpa to absorb." It is good. RENXUE, who had this intention, did not refuse, but sighed at Mr. Xiang's corpse, picked up the right metacarpal bone on the ground, and followed Douluo to the temple. After some weighing, RENXUE chose the right arm bone that can match with the right metacarpal bone, the skull bone that can help strengthen the mental power again, and the left leg bone that has the illusion effect. The transformation effect is somewhat repetitive with the simulation in the spiritual realm contained in her first soul ring soul skill, but the difference is that the soul bone skill does not require opening the martial soul and soul ring to activate, and it is instantaneous and does not consume high soul power. Simulation is more inclined to deceive the enemy, while transmutation is more inclined to one's own evolution. The difference between appearance is not big, but if it is maintained for a long time, if compared in terms of days, the latter will save about % of the time than the former. Soul power. The skull refers to the way in the book that Bo Sixi condensed the wisdom skull for Tang San's evolutionary spirit, and borrowed the soul power of the angel on the divine level and his own mental power to transform and expand it. After this operation, RENXUE no longer had to worry about her skull exploding due to excessive mental power. After absorbing the spirit ring, her spirit power soared to level 35. After suffocating 4 soul bones in one breath. Good guy, her soul power has reached level, and she lacks a soul ring again. And this level is not an ordinary level, it is the level after she has compressed her soul power 4 times. Now RENXUE was sitting cross-legged on the divine steps in confusion, not knowing what decision to make for a moment. She briefly reviewed what she had gained this time. The first is Mr. Xiang's soul ring, which provides her with 2 powerful auxiliary skills. The first soul skill, Berserk Transformation, increases own attributes to 500% in a short period of time, but at the cost of losing rationality during the use of this skill. Unless the opponent loses the ability to fight, the sanity will be restored. The second soul skill is Crystallization. Any opponent attacked by it will have its body crystallized, and after another attack, the crystallized parts will be directly shattered. The usage restriction is that she must be melee and in contact with the opponent. Externally attached soul bone, right metacarpal skill, dark gold fear claw. Issued from the right palm, 5 sharp claws can pop out, divided into normal mode and soul skill attack mode. Angel's divine armor, skull, absolutely immune. All negative status will be unaffected. Angel costume, right arm bone, absolute judgment. The right hand of the angel is also the hand of judgment, holding the holy sword to judge good and evil. Any skill that acts on the right hand, whether soul skills, normal, melee or long range, will increase the attack power by 300%. Angel's divine outfit, left leg bone, transformed. The God of Angels has countless incarnations and changes, which cannot be detected without active contact or with a mental power far exceeding twice that of the user. The Soul Ring soul skill Crazy Transformation, which originally had drawbacks, had its negative effects completely eliminated after RENXUE absorbed the skull. After the right arm bone of the angel armor is fused with the right metacarpal bone of the dark gold terror claw bear, the power it unleashes far exceeds that of the original dark gold terror claw bear at the same level. The harvest of this increase in strength cannot but be called rich. After pondering for a while, RENXUE made a decision and said, "As expected, it's better to stabilize your cultivation for a year and a half before considering the next soul ring." The speed of this improvement in strength was like jumping off a building in reverse, which made RENXUE, who had already suffered a fast loss, somewhat worried that her foundation might be unstable again. RENXUE knew that she was in a hurry, but she forced and told herself over and over again not to be anxious yet. So RENXUE still repeated the training of the random cloak hammering technique, condensed and compressed soul power, and took 30 minutes every day to find QIAN Douluo bubble. Time flies by and December 1-20 arrives. This year's New Year's Eve at the Enshrinement Hall was celebrated with rare excitement at RENXUE's request. Although there was no change outside the solemn hall, the inside of the hall was filled with lights and festoons. This is RENXUE's way of celebrating the new year from the book. And it was precisely because of this decoration that it was rare for her to only practice for 2 hours in the temple before running out. Although the contents of the book are fragments, fortunately, RENXUE was able to find some complete celebration methods and ancient customs after piecing them together. For example, if you want to eat dumplings today, you have to stuff gold soul coins into them, and you will have good luck if you are willing. Good luck. Seeing this meaning, RENXUE immediately decided to make the dumplings herself, and sincerely stuffed 10 gold soul coins into each Big Mac dumpling. Since eating a golden soul coin means good luck, multiply it by 10 times and everything will go well for everyone in the next year. This meaning is so good, it must definitely be listed as a tradition of Wahundian. These dumplings have to be made every year, and they have to be made into bigger ones. There are also paper cutting and window decoration cutting. This is a rarity, and it is said that the pattern is still exquisite. With every 12 years as a cycle, each year has a representative soul beast. But there is no record of what these soul beasts are in ancient books. However, it was a symbolic pattern anyway, so RENXUE simply cut it into a shape to enshrine the martial spirits of everyone in the palace. Some are affixed to the glass, some are affixed to pillars, and RENXUE naturally does not give up affixing them to various solemn doors. All the way down, RENXUE suddenly remembered Tang San's method of cultivating hidden weapons. Flying flowers and twisting leaves can be sharp weapons. RENXUE can't learn that skill, but as long as it is a skill, there is nothing that cannot be filled through hard work. +1 for the to-be-trained list. After following the instructions in the book, after eating the 4th meal late at night with everyone, that is, the full banquet of the Han Dynasty, after the bell that symbolized the New Year's Eve rang, RENXUE took out the red envelopes she personally cut and gave them to everyone present. Every elder sent it over. That is to say, I don't know if the author of this ancient book will crawl out of the grave at night after seeing RENXUE spend a year like this. I have a fever today. Only one update. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Can I Call You Schwetter? Chapter 29 Can I Call You Schwetter? As soon as the new year is over, February comes quietly. Qian Rongxue's birthday is naturally coming. In the past, she didn't have much obsession with birthdays, it was just that Su grew older year after year, that's all. But it's different now, since last year's birthday party and celebration, she has been looking forward to this special day where she can find an excuse to eat, get together, and play with everyone. Because Qian Rongxue feels that the time spent with her family is exceptionally short, warm but meaningful. At noon on February 2nd, after receiving this year's birthday gift from her grandfather, a large amount of money and precious jewelry, she received a summons from the Pope's palace. It's the Pope who is out of customs, and he has something to do with her. There was no news from Bibi Dong for more than half a year, but Qian Rongxue knew that she must be absorbing the soul ring, so she was not too worried. At this time, she was humming a little tune, squinting her eyes and walking towards the Pope's palace with expectation. Presumably her mother called her over to wish her a happy birthday. This experience was the first in 2 lifetimes. This made Qian Rongxue extremely looking forward to it. Entering the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was the only one standing in the center. Mother. Perhaps because of her excitement, Qian Rongxue's shouts had a rare long sound unique to a little girl. You came. She raised her hand to call Qian Rongxue over, and said with a sigh of relief. Today is your birthday, luckily you made it in time. After getting closer, Qian Rongxue noticed the fatigue on Bibi Dong's expression. This is, why? Mother. Before Qian Rongxue could ask in detail, she was interrupted by Bibi Dong. Let's take a look at the gift I prepared for you first. As I said, you won't be disappointed. Bibi Dong's tone was extremely proud and confident. Then she raised her hand and gift boxes appeared one after another, filling the area around the 2 of them in an instant. Seeing that the gift box packaging revealed that it was exquisite and precious, far more exquisite than the gifts she had received when she was the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire Shui King He, Qian Rongxue could not hide her excitement. Mouth. Mother, this. Bibi Dong still didn't explain, she walked in front of the pile of presents, and lifted the first big box with the word 0 on it with her soul power. The shimmering golden ribbon made of bright silk thread was slowly pulled apart, and accompanied by a transparent and clean scent of roses, the gift box was opened. Inside is a fire phoenix pendant made from a whole red rabbit hair crystal. In Douluo continent, there are legends about dragons and phoenixes. According to legend, the fire phoenix will seek good luck and avoid evil for the newborn girl, and even protect her from evil spirits with the fire of the sun. It is a kind of folk, will use precious gemstones, wood to carve long name tags and ornaments with fire phoenix patterns, and wear them on girls, in order to bless her from dying early and wishing her a smooth childhood. What Bibi Dong chooses is a pure natural heterochromatic hair crystal that is extremely rare among hair crystals, crystals with extremely fine villi inside, rutile inclusions interspersed with a network distribution, and red rabbit hair crystals. This is your full moon ceremony. Mom hopes that you can have a safe and smooth life. After placing the opened gift on the table next to Qian Rongxue, who was already stunned, Bibi Dong picked up the second gift box and continued, You are 1 year old. You are in a state of babbling and full of curiosity about everything. You seem to have endless energy to take risks every day. Although I've only heard of. But Mom hopes that no matter how old you get, you can stay so motivated and move forward bravely. After finishing his words, what was handed to Qian Rongxue was a bunch of small and delicate blood relics. Qian Rongxue, who is knowledgeable, recognized that this was the ashes of a certain pinnacle Douluo whose martial spirit was the bone in the Wuhan Hall after his death. As a martial soul fragment that condenses all the purification in front of the titled Douluo level, it can be used as a soul tool with extremely strong defense without even secondary processing. It's your 2nd birthday. You are much stronger than children of the same age, and you can already walk safely. At the same time, you are more curious about the outside world. Every time you pass by the enshrinement hall, you can be seen lying on the window looking into the distance. With that said, Bibi Dong handed over a thick album again. In the book with embedded photo stones, every page was the scenery recorded by Bibi Dong during her travels. Mama hopes that you, inspired by it, will one day see the wider world. You are 6 years old, it's time to awaken your martial soul. Will you be an angel spirit like your grandfather, or will you follow my twin spider emperor spirit? Now that I think about it, it would be better for a girl to follow your grandfather. The angel spirit is beautiful and sacred, just like you, the lovely one. Although Bibi Dong said this, the corresponding 6-year-old gift Jian Rongxiu received. But it was an extremely beautiful three-dimensional spider specimen that she had never seen before, with 6 purple wings as thin as cicada wings. You are 7 years old. You have grown up. In the blink of an eye, you have far exceeded my expectations for you. You are even able to give gifts to your mother with ease. My mother is very guilty, but also extremely pleased. But my mother feels that you don't have to be so sensible. You are really at an age now where you can hide in the arms of adults and act like a spoiled child. You are still young and can rely on me as much as you want, and of course your grandfather. As long as you miss me, Mom will immediately appear by your side. Then the gift box contained a pendant made of conch. According to legend, as long as you blow the silent pendant made by a mermaid, the patron saint will immediately come to your side, no matter where you are or how far away you are. Through the detection of mental power, Jian Rongxiu knew that Bibi Dong had condensed 3 levels of her avatar whose cultivation level was equal to that of a peak Douluo. With the brief pause in Bibi Dong's congratulatory voice, Jian Rongxiu knew that the last gift of the day was coming. Bibi Dong picked up the last long and narrow wooden gift box on the ground, opened it, and said slowly, "Today is your 8th birthday. Your talent in cultivation is far superior to that of your grandfather and me. Although you haven't told me about it, I also know that you embarked on the road to becoming a god early on. So, Mom is here to give me the wings to ascend to God. I hope you don't forget your original intention, don't forget to persevere, and don't lose yourself on this road to becoming stronger." In a long, narrow, and huge box made of Nanmu, 3 pairs of white skeletons with different shapes lie quietly. But Jian Rongxiu recognized the skeleton at a glance, it was wings. And there are 3 pairs. Exactly the same number as the wings of her spirit. When she looked towards Bibi Dong in shock, she only heard Bibi Dong explain lightly, "This is the external spirit bone that exploded from the bodies of 3 extreme birds of paradise. Although the age is uneven and they are all less than 5 years old, the attached soul bones can grow with you and will not be too much of a drag on you. It's a pity that these 3 birds of paradise are not siblings of the same mother. The affinity of the linkage is probably not as convenient as a set of 6 wings. You may have to spend a lot of effort to control them." The 3 external spirit bones were all from the same spirit beast, so Jian Rongxiu knew how small the probability was. Thinking back to the tiredness on Bibi Dong Feng's face that she hadn't had time to hide, a guess appeared in Jian Rongxiu's mind. Could it be Bibi Dong? Could it be that her mother has not been in seclusion at all in the past 6 months, but has gone out to find gifts for her? In just half a year, 3 external spirit bones have been cobbled together. This, even if it is sleepless, the efficiency is a bit appalling. Regarding this matter, Bibi Dong didn't want to hide it too much. She knew that with Jian Rongxiu's intelligence, she would naturally be able to guess her whereabouts in the past 6 months. She didn't explain anything more, she just said apologetically, "It's my fault as a mother these years. I'm sorry, my boy. I know that these vulgar things cannot make up for the harm I have caused you, but I still hope you will accept them and to be able to recognize me as my mother again. I will try my best to make up for my mistakes over the years." No, mother, I actually..." Hearing Bibi Dong's sincere apology, the tears in Jian Rongxiu's eyes could no longer be held back. If she had tried to understand the truth before, she would not have had a misunderstanding with Bibi Dong for nearly 20 years, and it was not until her death that the misunderstanding was resolved. And if she knew the truth, she definitely wouldn't deliberately say so many things to irritate Bibi Dong, so as to separate her guilt and regret from yin and yang. She should be the one who should apologize. With Bibi Dong as a victim, what else could she do? How can you stay normal and play the role of loving mother pretending that it never happened? But Bibi Dong seemed to want to know what RENXUE was going to say. Her pale red eyes were full of love, and after raising her hand to hold RENXUE's face, she said, "If you think there is something wrong with you, it's my fault if you don't raise your godmother." Bibi Dong thought her anger was wrong. The grievances between her and Chihiroji have ended with the success of her revenge. Forcing her unquenchable anger and resentment on a child who doesn't know anything, is there any difference from that shameless villain? Bibi Dong's playing a rogue made RENXUE not good at sophistry, so she could only turn thousands of words into a shout, "Mother!" Hearing that Bibi Dong smiled, her eyes also had watery fluctuations. She circled RENXUE, and responded excitedly, "Be good, my daughter." After untying the restraints, the two gentle people took off each other's masks at this moment, retracted their fangs, and hugged each other tightly. "From now on, as long as it is something you want, even if it is the lofty throne, mother will give it to you. Okay?" Bibi Dong has always wanted to have her own way of addressing her daughter. But now that things have happened, it would be too ridiculous to choose any nicknames. So, after thinking about it, Bibi Dong thought of a way for RENXUE to distinguish her from Douluo. "Also, can I call you Schwetter?" RENXUE nodded in Bibi Dong's arms and responded, "Yes, Mom." "Thank you, Cher." Even when she walked out of the Pope's palace and stood in the sunny courtyard in the afternoon, RENXUE's expression was still a little dazed, and she couldn't believe what happened just now. Original. Is this what it feels like to be loved by your mother? Different from Douluo's meticulous love and pampering, Bibi Dong's love and talk that always revealed a domineering atmosphere made RENXUE feel uncontrollably attached to her. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. It is our duty to revive the legacy of the Dragon God. Chapter 30. It is our duty to revive the legacy of the Dragon God. Some families were happy and some were sad. RENXUE took a rare day off for herself and went to bed early. RENXUE slept soundly, but some people really couldn't sleep. Deep in the core area of the Star Forest, in the secret space at the bottom of the lake. Ow! An angry roar sounded, and then the lake trembled violently, and a terrifying aura suddenly spread along with the biting wind. Woohoo! Da Ming, Ming, what happened? Although they are both 10-year-old soul beasts, under the protection of everyone, Xiaowu's mind is still like that of a child. Not to mention the significance of Daming and Erming guarding the core area, she didn't even know the legend of the Star Do Forest, and even regarded this blessed land that only kings and venerables deserved to enjoy as her home only. Sister Xiaowu, don't be afraid, it's okay, it's okay. Rao Qingtian Niu Bo Daming comforted him like this, but his eyes full of fear betrayed his heart at this moment. He is afraid. Because that person actually woke up and is still so irritable to this day. No living thing would be happy being awakened from sleep. The same is true for Dityan. Because of an inexplicable shock in the core area last year, he was briefly awakened. But Dityan, who had agreed to sleep for 1 year and would never get up early, naturally let out a small roar and cursed a few words to vent his dissatisfaction before going back to sleep. But who knows? The Silver Dragon King actually woke up too, and he woke up after his extremely powerful roar. This problem is huge. Dityan was in a panic. He was too afraid to speak out in anger. But what Dishan didn't know was that the Silver Dragon King was also panicked. She was awakened by a very close angelic power. Although it was Shura God's all-out sword that split him apart as the Dragon God in the end, but as the Director of Justice and the Angel of Judgment, he did not slash her when she was demented. Being unable to cut and not being cut are two different things, being unable to be cut and being injured are two different things, and there is no conflict between strong defense and keen pain perception. Therefore, the Silver Dragon King, who was only split but not split into a strong body, was very afraid of the angel god who followed behind him as the incarnation of judgment and killing. Especially, in the absence of physical fitness, she is in an extremely weak state now. Fortunately, this breath only appeared for a little while and then disappeared. Just when she thought she could continue sleeping and lingering even if she worked hard, and maybe the angel god didn't notice anything, Tian's roar made her unable to sleep at all. If, she just said if, these filthy words were heard by the angel god. She couldn't bring her army of angels to suppress the situation, right? In his current state, let alone an angel god, she can't even beat the bow-drawing little angel under the angel god's throne, okay? She can't sleep. During the past 6 months, day and night, all the time, she was worried about the revenge from the angel. But fortunately, her worst fears hadn't happened, she was still safe, she was still alive. After more than half a year of thinking, the wise incarnation of the Silver Dragon King felt that since he had woken up and Dishan's roar had announced the awakening of the Soul Beast King, this place was not suitable to stay for a long time. Presumably all this is God's will. The matter of waking up early must have its implications. After thinking about it for a while, the Silver Dragon King made a decision to carry out the plan of recuperating his wounds simultaneously with the plan of revitalizing the Soul Beast in the future. Anyway, as long as she doesn't die, her lifespan is theoretically unlimited. It doesn't matter to her whether it's tens of thousands of years in advance or 10 years in delay. It's just a question of how much her subordinates and dependents who were stained with the blood of the dragon god lost. If possible, she didn't want soul beasts that could cultivate for more than 10 years to be shackled by rules. With this in mind, the Silver Dragon King spit out a mouthful of dragon breath containing frost properties in the direction of Tian in displeasure. Without giving any instructions, she directly waved her broken wings that had not been fully opened for a long time and wrapped herself up. Like a cocooned larva, the Silver Dragon King's soul power wrapped her body layer by layer. From the outside, the silver-white soul power flashes from the inside to the outside, just like her strong and powerful heartbeat. Others may still think that the great Silver Dragon King is still sleeping and recovering from his injuries, but Tian, who is also a giant dragon and has the highest level of cultivation, knows that the Silver Dragon King is transforming into a human. She is going to the God Realm Stud. The prelude to the war will start soon. Thinking of this, the bellicose Dishan was filled with excitement, and the previous getting up energy had long since disappeared. Facing the hollow above the crypt, Tian couldn't help but shouted to the sky. It is our duty to revive the dragon god's legacy. It's time for everyone else to get up and celebrate. As for the azure bull python and titan giant ape in the core area, after hearing Tian's shouts that inspired the beast's heart, their faces were not so excited. They looked worriedly at Xiao Wu, who was shivering in their arms. Likewise, Xiao Wu was filled with fear at this shout. She only had one thought in her mind: she could just take this opportunity to quietly leave here and go to the human world where she wanted to go. The legacy of the dragon god, Emperor Tian's order, what are those, and what does they have to do with her? She wants to find a way to become a god, live her own life, and seek revenge from the spirit hall. In the enshrinement hall, after hearing the birthday gift given by the Pope to RENXUE, Douluo had an unquenchable smile on his face. At this moment, he didn't look like the peak of Wahundian's strength at all. Instead, he looked like a church priest who always had a smile on his lips. "Zioxu, have you thought about what you want for the fourth soul ring? Did the great angel god ever have guidance?" Douluo had expected the sudden increase of RENXUE's soul power long ago, coupled with the 3 external soul bones presented by Bibi Dong. Even if RENXUE consciously suppressed the increase of soul power, she could no longer stop it. She officially entered the ranks of 40. RENXUE, who had already thought about it, nodded to Jian Douluo after hearing this. What should I say? What do you need grandpas to do this time? Seeing the uncontrollable excitement and anticipation in Jian Douluo's eyes, Jian RENXUE shook her head helplessly. Grandfathers don't need to do anything. With the help of the power of the angel god's great offering, Grandpa just give me a god-bestowed spirit ring. The first 3 soul rings have always been used for doctrine, which made Jian RENXUE a little uncomfortable. There was always a sense of worry and anxiety that one day, if she continued to eat the cheap food like this, she would become a waste one day. Therefore, Jian RENXUE believes that this crucial 4th soul ring, which plays a transitional role, should no longer be spared. You should directly use the permission to use this God-given soul ring and use it to complete the 1st and 2nd God test. Afterwards, her 5th soul ring had to be done by herself. She has already thought about her target. The fire dragon and ice dragon, which are the source of vitality for the ice and fire yin-yang eye, are both good choices, or hunting a bright dragon is not a bad idea. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, according to her prediction, the fastest time to complete the 1st and 2nd divine examinations will be 4 years later. She has a long time to plan and prepare. Now she has not absorbed the 3 external soul bones, and her soul power has been compressed to level 39. However, with her spiritual power, angelic power, soul bones, and extraordinary soul rings, she can fight Soul Douluo after those 4 years. Even if she only has quasi-level soul power, she still can't fight against the peak Douluo strength Guangming Long under the exhaustion of all organs. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Okay, when will Zioxu need Grandpa? How is today? After hearing Jian RENXUE's arrangements for his soul ring, Jian Douluo agreed. Considering Jian RENXUE's extravagant configuration of the first 3 soul rings, he couldn't even say let's save this precious opportunity of a God-given soul ring. May I ask, platinum, black, red, the first 3 soul ring configurations, who has been invincible throughout the ages? What's more, as the great enshrinement of the angel god, he knows the reward after passing the god test. The only black that still complies with common sense will turn red after Jian RENXUE passes the 2nd divine test at the latest. Judging from Jian RENXUE's current unreasonable physique, it will definitely not be a problem to absorb a 8-year-old soul ring on her own in half a year. At that time, she will also rely on assessment rewards. Thinking of this, Jian Douluo immediately felt that the future seemed to be the holy light shining down from the God of Angels, and the journey was so smooth that he felt that it was so beautiful that it seemed to purify him completely. Grandpa, you are too anxious. Anyway, after waiting for half a year, I think my soul power can be compressed again. Okay, Grandpa is waiting for you to make arrangements. Grandpa is not in a hurry. Ever since Jian Douluo questioned Jian RENXUE's overcompression training method a month ago, Jian RENXUE casually hit him with an attack that was comparable to the top attack type contra level. Jian Douluo decided that unless Jian RENXUE's cultivation was completely contrary to common sense, he would never say another word. That was just an ordinary charge of energy when Jian RENXUE raised her hand. What did Zioxu say at that time? She hasn't used her full strength in this move, but if she is serious, she can definitely defeat Soul Sage, so don't worry. Oh my angel god, listen to what my granddaughter is saying. Thinking of these, Jian Douluo couldn't help but feel that he had to find time to go to the Pope's palace to have a chat with Bibi Dong, who hadn't had a homely conversation for a long time. Their Pope must not know how far his daughter has grown, right? It's a pity that there are some words that show off, so I can't say the whole thing. Because Jian Douluo had sensed from Bibi Dong's body the aura of an evil god that was completely contrary to the god of angels. I just don't know which god is behind her, let alone the demon god who has a feud with the angel god. With Bibi Dong's scheming and city government, combined with her indelible resentment against Jian Sunji and Wuhan Temple back then, it is not impossible to find the demon god who is completely opposed to the angel god. After thinking about it, Jian Douluo decided to draw it slowly and try it out carefully. If the fate of karma is really so sad, then he can only be a villain and take care of everything for Zioxu, even if the price is his life. Asterisk From the perspective of a reborn person and a god, RENXUE knew that Bibi Dong's inheritance came from Rakshasa, so she was not worried about Douluo at all, and she didn't think about it at all. She returned to the temple, preparing to absorb the external spirit bone first, and then devote herself to cultivation. This year is already 2628, and Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two protagonists of the world, are also 6 years old and will soon enter the Soul Master Academy to start their training this fall. The prelude to the story has officially opened, and RENXUE's older advantage has come to an end. Push it back one by one according to time. In 2628, the so-called Master Yu Xiaogang will accept Tang San as his disciple. In 2629, among the Shrek 7 monsters, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing successively awakened their martial souls. After the end of the first semester, Tang Hao will go to Notting College when Tang San returns to Holy Soul Village. In 2634, the 7 monsters gathered at Shrek Academy. In 2637, the Soul Master competition officially started, the Golden Generation was defeated, Tang San won the championship, Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast was exposed, and Tang Hao attacked the Pope's palace, thus the peak status of the Spirit Hall was shaken. In 2638, Hulina entered the killing capital. In 2639, Tang San entered the capital of killing. In 2642, Tang San and Hulina left the killing city together, and the plan to hunt Xiao Wu failed because of Hulina's love for Tang San. It was still 2642, because of Hulina's failure, the impatient and angry Bibi Dong forcibly launched the soul hunting project. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect was destroyed, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was seriously injured, and her plan to poison Emperor Shuye failed. Her RENXUE's 13-year lurking plan and wasting her entire youth were in vain. His thinking about it this way, it's not entirely Hulina's fault. Looking back on the resentment and frustration back then, RENXUE felt a stasis in her chest that was hard to get rid of. After reviewing the results, RENXUE suddenly realized, if Hulina didn't have the habit of relying on others and relied on her own efforts to pass the test of the Slaughter City, then there would be no intersection with the so-called pseudonym Tang Yin. Or, if she had the brains to think about it, there was a possibility that 2 people lived in the same era, the same sect, had the same twin spirits, and possessed the same technique of using hidden weapons. She would have already recognized Tang San's identity. Even if she doesn't have such brains and bold ideas, she only needs to truthfully report the situation in the Slaughter City to Bibi Dong. Without this heavy concealment, Tang San would not have successfully infiltrated into the team that hunted the soul beasts, the things that made Bibi Dong angry would not have existed, and she would not have lost her mind and allowed herself to poison herself rashly. You know, as Shui Qinghe at that time, she had already received the secret order to ascend the throne within 1 year. This kind of logic is unknown to anyone without a game. RENXUE was simply shocked by the game. She took a deep breath, hurriedly adjusted her breathing, and then raised her hand to rub her temples that had suddenly started to throb. Before the Battle of Jialing Pass, Hulina also revealed Bibi Dong's whereabouts, which caused Bibi Dong to fail in hunting for the spirit ring, and gave Tang San 2 10-year spirit rings for nothing. Hulina took all 3 of Bibi Dong's 10-year soul rings away and gave them to her little lover, the Saint of Wuhan Palace, the next generation of Pope. Hush ha! I can't think about it anymore, really. Thinking about it any further, RENXUE was afraid that she would go mad on this divine step. Meticulous, concentrated, clear mirror and water. The strong mental power forced RENXUE to calm down, and this operation made RENXUE, whose thinking had been completely broken, think of a brand new way of cultivating mental power. Forced calmness training method. In other words, you must maintain an absolutely calm and normal mind no matter where you are. Otherwise, if you are blinded by emotions, no matter how powerful you are, you will only be able to exert 2% of your usual strength. Okay, come on, me. The matter of absorbing the spirit bone can be put aside. Bibi Dong also said that the spirit bone is not of the same origin, and it takes a lot of energy to control it, so let her temper herself well before that. Thinking about it this way, for the next 3 months, Qian RENXUE always behaved a little weirdly in the eyes of Qian Douluo, who occasionally came to investigate. He was concentrating on sitting and meditating well, but suddenly he burst into anger, rose from the ground, picked up a hammer and smashed it on the god steps like crazy. Is Zioxu too stressed? Sure enough, children of this age need a fixed time to play and relax. With such thoughts in mind, Qian Douluo, who had a gloomy and serious face, did not hesitate to kick open the door of Guangling Douluo, who was sleeping soundly in the room. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. End quote. Guide to Surviving the Shrine of Enshrinement. End quote. Chapter 32. Guide to Surviving the Shrine of Enshrinement. What? Guangling, who was kicked open the door, turned over and sat up from the bed, putting on a defensive posture, but after seeing clearly that the person who came was Qian Douluo, he was suddenly startled, and without paying attention to the attack he was preparing to launch, he lost his stability and knelt on the bed. After the scene was awkward for a full 5 seconds, Guangling decided to take advantage of the situation and bow down directly, and respectfully said to Qian Douluo, "See great offering. Don't be so polite, and don't be so surprised in the worship hall in the future." Qian Douluo, who forced his way into Guangling's room, was now a little embarrassed. Normally, if a titled Douluo would be so sleepy, he might only be able to find a Guangling in this world. The so-called gods are fair. When a person has extremely high cultivation talent, something will inevitably be taken away from him, such as Guangling's intelligence. Of course, these are only for humans. His family's Zioxu, who was born to become a god, is naturally not within the scope of this common sense. Thank you for your compassion. Guangling is very familiar with climbing up the pole. He got up, patted the folds on his clothes, pulled out the seat and signaled Qian Douluo to sit down, and then he asked, "I wonder what's the matter with you coming to me in such a hurry, Lord? Don't say that." Guangling is respectful to the great priest, just like a licking dog. But for this, Guangling just wanted to say that if there is a problem with his attitude towards Qian Douluo first, Qian Douluo might educate him personally. Then this matter reached the ears of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo would definitely peel off every layer of his skin again. And then this matter must have spread to Qingluan Douluo. This brother is also a violent old man, let's take a layer of skin off him. After this, Qingluan Douluo's petty mind will definitely not give up and will definitely try to persuade Lion Douluo to come again. Haha. In Nyo's large family, the only 2 brothers who could allow him to dominate Guangling were Qianjun and Jiangmo. As for the new elder Guji, that is the young master's direct descendant. Hitting her is equivalent to hitting Qian RENXUE in the face. Once he did something disrespectful, he had to do it again. Therefore, in order to avoid being beaten, Guangling, who strictly abides by the survival guide to the enshrinement hall, still feels that it is better to be as humble as possible when dealing with Qian Douluo. He is not young anymore, why is he always beaten? 3 Although Qian Douluo felt that Guangling's attitude toward him was a bit too respectful, he didn't say anything more because business was important at the moment. I heard that you often go out to play when you are on missions. Light Feather, Sigma, oh, who did you listen to say this? No. Great Offering, no. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Qian Douluo raised his eyebrows as he looked at Guangling's righteous expression. Okay. Actually, it still happens occasionally. Talk about where you go and how you play. In particular, from what you have seen and heard, are there any scenes of ordinary families taking their children out to play, or what have you heard? Tell me everything in detail. Although Jian Daoliu's question made Guangling Douluo more and more confused, but after all, it was a request from the great priest. He didn't dare to question it, and he didn't dare to ask more questions. He could only express cowardly and cautiously. Okay, I will know everything. In the temple, after Qian Rongxiu vented the anger in her heart for the last time, she suddenly felt a sense of coolness, which spread downward from the center of her brows, hit her heart directly, and then spread to all her limbs. At this moment, the world seemed to be filled with coldness in her eyes. Could it be that the heart is like still water? While Qian Rongxiu was mumbling to herself, the long-lost Tianmeng's silkworm's slightly noisy cry appeared next to her ears. Sister Qian. As expected of my sister Qian. Our first soul ring has a new skill. New skill. In other words, our first soul ring and first soul skill have evolved. Hearing this, Qian Rongxiu released her martial soul and unfolded her first soul ring for perception. The first soul ring, the first soul skill, mind control. Among this skill, there is one more. The mind is as calm as water, which can act on oneself, making the user forced to calm down, without being disturbed by any emotions, and always maintaining absolute sobriety. After realizing the effect of this heart like still water, Qian Rongxiu nodded to the phantom of Tianmeng Iceworm to express her understanding. And Tianmeng Binkan, who had developed Qian Rongxiu's training early and easily refused to show up or disturb him, reluctantly waved to Qian Rongxiu, then continued to disperse his soul and sneak back into the soul ring. He concentrated on practicing. Qian Rongxiu's strong mental power has brought many benefits to Tianmeng Iceworm as a soul. Not only can you control your own soul to act as you want, but you can even carry out some seemingly effective exercises. Taking this nearly 1 year as an example, Tianmeng Bingxi felt that his daily hard training with Qian Rongxiu had allowed him to increase his total mental power by about 1 ml. For a soul that has only opened its mouth to speak, this should not be too exaggerated, it is too meaningful. And this 1 milliliter of mental power is still the spiritual power of the angel god concentrated on this floor. Of course, these words were spoken by Tianmeng Binkan quietly crying in her heart. He was afraid that after he really said it, his sister Qian would teach him a lesson again. Today's silkworm baby also showed the ultimate humility. When Jian Daoliu tortured Guangling for more than an hour and came out of his room, Qian Rongxiu happened to be looking for Jian Daoliu. Grandfather. Littles no. When both parties saw each other, they both wanted to say something, but the shouts at the same time made them quiet again. Zioxiu, tell me first, what's the matter? Well, Grandpa, I think I will absorb the spirit ring later. Absorbing soul rings, are you not giving yourself any room to rest? But Qian Rongxiu had already decided not to intervene. Jian Daoliu said nothing to Jian Daoliu, who had arranged for his practice. He turned a corner and said to Jian Rongxiu, then Zioxiu finished absorbing the spirit ring, and then consolidated her spirit power. How about going out with Grandpa? Upon hearing Jian Daoliu's request, Qian Rongxiu was stunned and then said, Grandpa, does he have a mission? Then we can set off now. Jian Daoliu shook his head, don't worry at all, Zioxiu, just follow your own practice plan. Seeing Jian Daoliu's appearance, Qian Rongxiu didn't seem to be in a hurry, so she responded after a little thought, then. After absorbing the spirit ring, I will mend the external spirit bone and strengthen my cultivation. It will take 3 months in total, is that okay, Grandpa? Jian Daoliu smiled and nodded. Of course, Zioxiu can take as long as she wants. That's good. Let's go out together in 3 months. With that said, Qian Rongxiu moved closer to Jian Daoliu, took his big hand, raised her feet and ran towards the temple. Grandpa, let's rush. Hurry up and finish absorbing, so we can go out early. Although she didn't know what Jian Daoliu asked her to do, Qian Rongxiu had strong expectations for this trip, Grandpa is the ruling elder of the Wuhan Temple, since he is going out. Could it be that Grandpa wants to take him on some simple but not rushed pursuit missions? She is looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. You call this a great soul master? Chapter 33. You call this a great soul master? The grandfather and grandson trotted all the way to the entrance of the temple, which made the guard responsible for guarding the entrance hall look askance. Our young master is so cute. Although they knew that it would be absolutely treasonous if they spoke out their inner thoughts. But who can say no to the cute little blonde loli who ran and blew her hair, and holding the hand of the big priest all the way? God, she is really clinging to Grandpa. The superposition of these attributes is like titled Douluo's martial soul avatar on their hearts. They are going to be cute to death. RENXUE, who had no idea that she had almost killed herself along the way, found a spacious place to sit cross-legged when she arrived at the temple. Grandpa! Come on! I'm ready! Douluo looked at RENXUE's full of vitality, which was completely different from the madman when she was cultivating on the god level, and couldn't help but tease. Are you really ready? Anytime, anywhere. Seeing RENXUE's confident look, Douluo said helplessly, Okay, then just close your eyes and adjust your breathing. Good. After RENXUE was ready, Douluo saluted in the direction of the angel god according to the usual practice, and then used his high priest rights bestowed by the angel god. That is to say, as the representative of the gods in the world, he bestows the soul ring on the examiner. Douluo suspended his hand above RENXUE's head, and within a short while, a golden soul power slowly condensed under his palm. As the soul power exerter, Douluo can naturally feel the increase in the age of the soul ring: 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. But in the blink of an eye, the age of this soul ring has been superimposed to 10,000 years, which makes Douluo's eyelids tremble. He always felt that the God-bestowed spirit ring was a bit different this time, because how could God have asked him to attach it directly from the 10,000-year spirit ring at the beginning, and RENXUE was just a great soul master? Does it mean that as a loved child, the gods have different initial expectations for her? But fortunately, after the age of the soul ring exceeds years, the speed of its age increase slows down. This is not only the will of the gods slowing down the release of soul power, but also Douluo's intentional control. He was afraid that excessive improvement would affect RENXUE's body. However, despite this, the God-given soul ring currently suspended above RENXUE's head is already a 5-year-old soul ring. At this time, RENXUE still didn't see any pained expression on her face. She was so calm, she didn't even release her martial spirit. It was hard for Douluo not to be shocked. 55,000 years, 58,000 years, 60,000 years. It was another 1-year increase in the age limit, but this sudden increase in pressure didn't seem to make any difference to RENXUE. 7 years, 8 years, 9 years. Finally, RENXUE released her martial spirit and revealed her spirit ring. For this result, Douluo was both gratified and helpless, and he didn't even know what expression to make or what to think in his heart. 9 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years. So there is still no need to use soul skills, show the soul bone to assist in resisting? Only now did Douluo deeply realize how powerful RENXUE had cultivated herself behind his back during these 2 years. You call this a great soul master, RENXUE? Tell Grandpa, what have you done? When Douluo was feeling wildly emotional again, the soul ring slowly switched from thick black to red. The 10-year limit has come. The pressure from the soul ring on RENXUE went up to another level. At this point, RENXUE didn't dare to continue to push her up although she hasn't felt any pain in her body yet. RENXUE, who has always been stable, decided to activate the first soul ring and the first soul skill heart like still water, and then cooperate with her mental power to test her current physical state in all directions. RENXUE knows that a million-year soul ring is definitely not something she can imagine now, but it is not necessarily impossible to have a soul ring with the same cultivation level as Xiangjun's 40-year soul ring. This is not conservative, nor is it RENXUE's negligence in training, it is really that the difficulty and test points of the two spirit rings are different. The difficulty of Xiangjun's soul ring absorption lies in the soul impact. As long as Mr. Xiang's malice-filled soul is defeated, the soul ring will be nothing but an empty mass of energy. Under the guidance of her powerful spiritual power, it can be eaten away by a steady flow of water. But the God-bestowed spirit ring is different, its difficulty lies in the limit of the body's endurance. The limit of 40 years is already the limit that RENXUE thinks she will rely on divine power as the last card to keep her body from being exploded by energy. RENXUE was very confident in her titled Douluo level mental power and her computing power under absolute calmness. She believed in her own judgment and would not take any unnecessary risks. If it is said to be 40 years, it will not be absorbed to 40 years. Because, it is not necessary. Her life is not to bet on this kind of place. Everything is planned, that is RENXUE's code of conduct after rebirth. So when it is close to 40 years, she will give Douluo some clear instructions and ask him to cooperate externally to help her limit the age of the soul ring without any accidents. At this moment, although there is no communication but as if he had a telepathic connection, Douluo also put away his thoughts after seeing RENXUE reveal his soul skills. He began to pay full attention to RENXUE's physical condition, not missing any of her expressions, for fear that if he lost his focus, his precious granddaughter would have an accident. 11 years. 12 years. But RENXUE didn't show anything anymore, she still activated the first soul ring and the first soul ability, and attached a thin layer of her spiritual power to her body. Until, the time of burning incense that made Douluo feel tormented has passed. At this time, the age of the soul ring has reached a terrifying 28 years. From RENXUE's absorption to the present, it took less than half an hour in total. This is not because Douluo is slowing down, but whenever he intentionally slows down, RENXUE will actively snatch the soul power from the divine power in his hands. However, when he discovered that RENXUE could subjectively control the inflow of soul power from the God-given spirit ring, Douluo felt unbelievable, but he felt relieved a lot. With such a keen sense of the body, and the mental power that can even be exerted to the outside for control, RENXUE will definitely not let herself fall into a dangerous situation. The 30-year limit has come. The thing that overwhelmed Douluo was that RENXUE had all her spirit rings fully functioning without any warning, and instantly showed her spirit bones to arm herself. RENXUE acted as if nothing had happened, but her switching speed to fully armed was so fast that Douluo couldn't help but be startled. Could it be the limit? Do you want to stop? It is true that RENXUE can take the initiative to obtain soul power, but the decision whether to persist is actually entirely in Douluo's hands. 31 years, 32 years. In fact, every time the age of the soul ring exceeds 100 years, Douluo's heart can't help but tremble. He was afraid that in the next second, RENXUE would collapse in front of him without warning. Because in his understanding, there is no one who can have such a feat as she is now. Even Tang Chen, who was both his enemy and friend, was known as the invincible and the strongest peerless Douluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Regret it, stinky bitch. Chapter 34 Regret it, stinky bitch. 33 years, 34 years. As time went by, Rao even practiced Douluo's physique that is invulnerable to water and fire, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Now it has been 30 years and 900 years. RENXUE, Grandpa is really scared. Douluo's hand showed signs of slowly rising, and he was very afraid now, whether his RENXUE would wake up from this state of trance after finishing the God-bestowed spirit ring ceremony. Sometimes, if you don't show your normal face, you'll be fine. What's more, now 2 strands of blood have slowly flowed out from RENXUE's nose, Her slender eyebrows are furrowed, and the word Sichuan appears between her eyebrows. Just when Qian Douluo was about to raise his hand, Qian RENXUE's first soul ring lit up again. The milky white mist that symbolized the spiritual power of mimicry rose slowly, and at the same time, a voice appeared next to Qian Douluo's ear well enough. Although the sound was very difficult, like the sound of gnashing teeth squeezed out of the gap, Qian Douluo knew clearly that it was the voice of his granddaughter Qian RENXUE. Target: 40 years. Must. After finishing the last 2 paragraphs, the voice and the white mist suddenly stopped, as if they had never appeared before, and disappeared around Qian RENXUE in an instant. Qian Douluo knew that this was a critical moment, and being able to spare some effort and even send a signal to him in the outside world was Qian RENXUE's limit at this moment. Qian Douluo firmly remembered Qian RENXUE's exhortation, and replied with all his attention and caution, "Don't worry, Zioxue, Grandpa must control it well." Qian Douluo knew that Qian RENXUE would definitely hear what he said, and with his cooperation, Zioxue would be able to relax and hit her goal. It has been 39 years, and the pressure contained in the soul ring has already shattered the ground around Qian RENXUE into pieces, and even the surrounding space faintly showed signs of distortion. In line with the level of Qian RENXUE's absorption, Qian Douluo, who tried his best to suppress the increase in the soul ring's age and make Qian RENXUE fully prepared just in case, also released his martial soul unknowingly and used it. All soul power and mental power. 39 years and 100 years, 39 years and 500 years. Up to now, every century is a new challenge for Qian RENXUE. As long as she is negligent, the pressure contained in the soul ring is enough to crush any part of her body. She released all her mental power without hiding anything, forcibly controlling and forcing her body to maintain normal operation, and the angelic power that had been warmed and nourished in her body was also used at this time, without any of hiding. Now the fight is about tolerance and long-term mental concentration. Even after being reborn, Qian RENXUE, who has always been cautious and able to do things with ease, has begun to feel a little erratic in her consciousness. Don't give up, hold on, Qian RENXUE. Tang San's 4th spirit ring was also in danger when it was absorbed. It relied on tyrannical willpower and belief to pull him back from the brink of death. You have been reborn, and you are a second-generation adult just like him. Could it be that from the same starting point, you still can't compare to him? If you give up here, you are afraid, and the way you used to make excuses, isn't it more ridiculous and funny than a clown? If you fail here, what can you do to change the fate of yourself and your beloved family members? Hate is actually a strong emotion. Under such encouragement, Qian RENXUE felt an unprecedented tyrannical force burst out of her body, supporting her, who was already somewhat exhausted, to persevere once again. In the outside world, Qian Douluo is still controlling the age of the soul ring. 30 years, 800 years. It's going to be over soon, Zioxue. Grandpa believes in you. At this moment, Qian RENXUE's body in the outside world is already a bit horrible. Blood began to overflow from her pores uncontrollably, and the creaking sound was like the tip of a knife scratching on glass. It was Qian RENXUE's bones that could not help but scream under the increasingly intense pressure. Tears began to flow out of Qian Douluo's eyes uncontrollably. Why? Zioxue. Grandpa hopes that you will become stronger, and that you will become a god. However, even if you do nothing, you are still Grandpa's pride and his most beloved granddaughter. Qian Douluo didn't understand why the smiles on Qian RENXUE's face increased after the awakening of the spirit, but the paranoia in her heart became more and more intense. He thought this might all be his fault. Children will always subconsciously imitate the behavior of adults. It is he who always shuts himself in the worship hall all day long, making Zioxue think that the only way to succeed in life is to practice. No, that's not the case, kid, it's not like that. However, reality did not give Qian Douluo more time to regret and blame himself. The most important thing in weaving baskets and baskets is to close the mouth, and the moment of success or failure has come. 398003990040. Receive. At the moment when the soul ring reached 40 years, with Qian Daoliu's stern voice, he suddenly raised his hand, the soul power poured into the soul ring suddenly disappeared, and the rippling blood red floated in the air. After stagnating for a moment, it suddenly gathered inward and slowly condensed into shape on top of Qian RENXUE's head. The 40-year-old God-given soul ring is complete. Next, it was time for RENXUE to repair the damaged body by herself. Qian RENXUE didn't move, while Qian Daoliu just stood there and waited. The wait this time was no easier than before. Finally, 2 weeks later, even Qian Daoliu's eyes were covered with blood-red bloodshot eyes, accompanied by a strong golden light. Qian RENXUE finally opened her eyes. The eyes of the grandfather and grandson met. Qian RENXUE spoke first, and the first sentence made Qian Daoliu's worries that had lasted for half a month disappear, and even smiled inexplicably. "Grandpa. Wait. I'm going to take a shower first. It stinks." After shouting, Qian RENXUE opened her martial soul instantly and turned into a stream of light. She pushed open the heavy door of the temple and galloped towards her room. The strength has improved again. With the previous speed, even Qingluan Douluo, who is known for his quickness among the worshippers, had to feel his conscience and say evenly matched. The speed at which Qian RENXUE became stronger far exceeded Qian Daoliu's dreaming imagination. He is 8.5 years old, and his strength is level, but his strength can already shake the titled Douluo. And what's even more terrifying is that as her strength increases, she gradually displays her dominance with a 1,000,000-year soul ring, a fake 10-year soul ring, and 2 40-year soul rings. It is none other than Qian Daoliu's favorite granddaughter, Qian RENXUE, who has achieved such achievements. Thinking of this, Qian Daoliu couldn't help laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, Bibi Dong, wait. I'm going to talk to you tomorrow and let you see how strong the daughter you were about to abandon is. So what if I reconcile with you?" In RENXUE's heart, her grandfather will always be number one. Regret go, bitch. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, The Vacant Saint. Chapter 35, The Vacant Saint. The first thing Qian RENXUE did after washing off the blood stains on her body was to immediately look in the mirror. She is terrified now. After seeing her hair and eyebrows in the foggy mirror, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, no hair loss. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to see people tat. Thinking of this, Qian RENXUE inevitably felt a sense of fear in her heart. She carefully washed herself for another fragrance, evaporated the water vapor between her body and hair with the warm fire-attributed soul power, put on a clean divine robe, and turned into a streamer to go. "I'm looking for Qian Daoliu in the temple. Grandpa, I'm really back this time." Qian RENXUE, who didn't even think about breaking, just threw Qian Daoliu into his arms again. And Qian Daoliu, who had always doted on Qian RENXUE, naturally hugged her firmly, and even dragged Qian RENXUE around in the air with ease, and kept praising her. "Our RENXUE is awesome. The 40-year-old God-given soul ring, you are the only one from ancient times to the present. Grandpa, what you said is too exaggerated, the ancient records have long been lost. Even angel gods were already called saints when they were the same age as me. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention and the listener has the intention." Qian RENXUE simply wanted to be humble, but in Qian Daoliu's ears, there was another meaning and thought. Indeed, his precious granddaughter has such terrifying strength. Why can't the status of the saint who is vacant in the Pope's palace be given to her? The youngest saint ever canonized by Wuhan Palace, she is also the strongest saint. RENXUE, the skill of your angel's left leg bone is transformation. Is there any way you can hide your soul ring? Of course you can. At the same time of responding, Qian RENXUE released her martial spirit and spirit ring, took the 4 spirit rings on her head in front of Qian Daoliu, and performed a lighting festival for him. Red, yellow, white, green, purple and blue, all kinds of colors flash across each other, even a little sparkling. This playful reaction made Jian Daoliu feel dumbfounded. Okay, Grandpa knows how good you are. Then he put Jian Rongxiu down, leaned down, looked directly at Jian Rongxiu, and warned Jian Rongxiu in a tone of entrustment and caution. Then Zioxiu, when you go out from now on, use your spirit bone's ability to hide all your spirit rings in black. For the 5th or 6th soul ring, consider disguising it as an ordinary 10-year soul ring. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu was a little puzzled. Hey? They're all 10,000-year soul rings? Isn't that too arrogant, Grandpa? No, the Pope, the Presbyterian Hall, and even the higher-level bishops have all heard about the fact that the grandpas of the enshrinement hall have protected you over the years. If it's just an ordinary soul ring configuration, or if it's a little bit beyond the standard, why are we here? Jian Rongxiu understood Jian Daoliu's intention immediately. So, Grandpa, you want to let them know the secrets we have hidden, so as to hide deeper secrets? Yes, they only think that Jian Daoliu is confident that I can protect my granddaughter. Showing such a soul ring configuration that has shocked the soul master world, so that they will no longer think about whether we still have concealment and hole cards, so that your deepest secrets can be hidden until you are invincible in the whole continent. Understood, Grandpa. Hearing this, Jian Rongxiu nodded seriously. Jian Daoliu is indeed a being who has traveled across the Douluo continent. His experience in life and politics is even greater than that of Jian Rongxiu, who has lived through it all over again or has read the entire Douluo series. Not coming. She also realized how inappropriate it was to want to stay ordinary, or just set up a full purple martial spirit. Indeed, just like that, how can it be worth the work of the entire hall of worship for her? It is true that she is the granddaughter of the great priest, the daughter of the Pope, and she is of noble status. If there is no reason for her to act in violation of the rules of the Wuhan Palace, she will be impeached. And those who are interested will think about what they are hiding in the hall of worship, which will lead to unnecessary suspicion and potential crisis. Rather than doing this, it would be better to show something arrogantly on the bright side, which makes people feel jealous but does not feel that it is too unreasonable. If you want to do some destructive behavior, but you dare not act rashly, and after thinking about it, you feel that this ordinary talent is not enough to allow relatives of the whole family to exchange their lives for their lives. It's just a 10,000-year soul ring, which is indeed a good speed. Because it is said that the soul ring of Sendaoliu is like this, and so is the legendary high priest on the island far away. There are predecessors to be found, not the first in the world, but one in a million. Seeing that Jian Rongxiu remembered his words firmly, Jian Daoliu felt relieved. Then is Zioxiu going to continue absorbing the externally attached soul bones? Yet, I feel like I'm in great shape now. Hearing this, it's not surprising that Jian Daoliu fell. It was just a good opportunity to show off to Bidong House Hung, and discuss with her the canonization of the saint and the presentation of Zioxiu's real situation to the higher UPS of Wuhan Palace. So he touched Jian Rongxiu's head that was still bristling after washing and drying, and said dotingly to her, "Okay, Grandpa just happened to go to the Pope's palace to lie down. After you finish absorbing the external soul bone, how about you tell Grandpa what you gained from this trip?" "Okay, but after talking to my grandfather, I also want to show off to my mother." Jian Rongxiu's eyes curled up. This novel childish behavior of showing off gave her a strange sense of joy in her heart. After hearing Jian Rongxiu's words, Jian Daoliu not only did not refute, but actually agreed very much, and even secretly teased him again seriously, "You really should talk to your mother. Our Zioxiu works so hard, and we can't just have Grandpa praise her. You should talk to your mother, and you must get some gifts from her." Jian Daoliu's little idea to deceive the young Jian Rongxiu was okay, but Jian Rongxiu, who was already an adult at heart, saw clearly. Instead of pretending to be a little adult and rejecting Jian Daoliu, she put on a serious discussion and grabbed Jian Daoliu's sleeve to ask for credit. "Okay. I'll go and blackmail you a little more, and then I'll share it with Grandpa. Qian Rongxiu's calculated Tong Yan Wuji greatly pleased the old man Qian Daoliu's heart. He raised his head and laughed again at the moment, and he still did not forget to praise. Ha 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 ha, Grandpa is not greedy for your loot, but when I go out with Grandpa in a while, Grandpa will be counting on your little treasury for relief. Qian Rongxiu was also at this moment, icing on the cake. She continued to kiss her. She pretended to be confident and patted her small breasts, which were starting to become slightly contoured, and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. When you go out, I will take care of all the expenses along the way." Humph. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 only tier 33 left. Chapter 36 only tier 33 left. After Qian Rongxiu bid farewell to Qian Daoliu, she returned to meditate and adjust her breath on the top of the divine steps where she had been away for half a month. Although the process of absorbing this God-given soul ring was a bit thrilling, the harvest made Qian Rongxiu extremely satisfied. Leaving aside the increase in spiritual power, even the divine power has quietly grown a bit, which is simply a surprise. The God-bestowed spirit ring endowed Qian Rongxiu with two very suitable skills. The fourth soul ring, the first soul skill, the moment of holy judgment. The first stage is a complete damage immunity skill that can be applied to oneself or others. It currently lasts for 2.5 seconds. During this period, you can move, attack and other actions. In the second stage, use the power of the Holy and Light to summon the Holy Sword Rain to attack the enemy. The fourth soul ring, the second soul skill, the Grace of Heaven. It takes 3 seconds to fully resurrect after death. After resurrection, you will have 3 seconds of invincibility. During this period, any skills and attacks cannot be selected. It can only be said that the soul ring bestowed by the gods is the soul ring that can produce the most desirable soul skills, and Qian Rongxiu has obtained the life-saving soul skill that Qian Rongxiu has been thinking about. One day she will become a god, and after this soul ring is deified again, even if her opponent is the king of gods, she can still survive with the help of heavenly grace. For a cautious person like Qian Rongxiu, what other soul skills can make her so excited? At present, her soul power has reached level 45. Qian Rongxiu climbed directly up the 250 steps. After briefly adapting to the pressure, she calmly absorbed the 3 pairs of external soul bones given to her by Bibi Dong. Because the soul bone has a relatively low H, there is not much discomfort when it is absorbed. The wing root part of the third outer attached spirit bone was just connected to the exoskeleton obtained from Tianmeng iceworm. The 4 spirit bones were integrated into a whole, and all of them could be unified with only 1 trunk bone. Although the exoskeleton given by Tianmeng ice silkworm does not have any soul skills, it can not only strengthen the defense strength near Qian Rongxiu's chest, but also can be spread throughout the body and serve as a link between all soul bones, allowing the angelic costumes that have not yet become a system already have a linking effect. So when this exoskeleton called for the torso bone, Qian Rongxiu was not polite, and directly used the torso bone in the angel costume to absorb it. Qian Rongxiu, who was already familiar with absorbing soul bones, completed the absorption again in less than half a stick of incense. The torso bone of the angelic armor gave Qian Rongxiu the soul skill called suppression. Everyone whose mental power is below Qian Rongxiu's will be slowed down and oppressed. The windfall brought by the external spirit bone with 3 pairs of wings is naturally that it possesses 3 skills. The first is super speed, as the name suggests, endows Qian Rongxiu with extremely high moving speed, which is currently invincible to the speed of a pure speed type martial soul sprinting at full speed when it is in the soul master. The second is tornado, which can condense the tornado by waving its wings. The third is feather blade, which condenses a small amount of soul power and turns it into a sharp blade-like feather. In addition, after being connected to the exoskeleton, the 3 pairs of wings formed by the attached soul bones also merged with the 6 wings in Qian Rongxiu's martial spirit without any strange feeling. That is to say, every time she released her spirit and spread her wings, her 6 wings contained spirit bones. Fortunately, Qian Rongxiu's condensed soul power had begun to bear fruit. After absorbing 4 soul bones, Qian Rongxiu's soul power reached level 47, which made her heave a sigh of relief. If she raises to level 49 in one go, then the pressure on her to gather her soul power will be a bit greater this time. Because this would make her fall into the endless cycle of absorbing the spirit ring, increasing the spirit power, stabilizing the spirit power, and urgently needing the spirit ring. This is not a good idea. When you are young, your bones are not fully developed, and your body is not stiff, it is the right solution to broaden the way to practice martial arts. Yuegwen also gave her a little suggestion in a tactful manner. If she is very interested in ancient martial arts, it is not too late to start practicing swordsmanship, gymnastics, and even more unpopular archery and hidden weapons at this age. After the age of 13 or, if you want to catch up, I'm afraid it will not only take a lot of effort, but half the effort is already the best result. Qian Rongxiu couldn't believe Yu Guan's absolute loyalty to Wuhan Palace. However, Qian Rongxiu listened to all suggestions on martial arts, especially the ancient martial arts that had been lost. At the moment, she recalled some martial arts with the clearest pictures in the book, and started practicing while condensing her soul power. 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 catties, lifting weights like light. As time went by, Qian Rongxiu seemed to feel something. This reincarnation-style move contains the meaning of endless life. Is this the essence of Tai Chi, the supreme martial arts among ancient martial arts? Qian Rongxiu didn't dare to speak nonsense, but she had figured out a little way, and after going through the fragments in the Wuhandian library and assisting Tang San in the very clear picture rehearsal in the book, she could already start to slowly deduce this. There are incomplete actions in the remaining chapters. Although I can't see the effect of this cultivation for the time being, Qian Rongxiu feels that it will definitely be effective when she feels the soul power that is becoming easier to control and the exquisite control skills in time to fight. 3 months passed quietly, during which Qian Rongxiu's soul power did not improve anymore, but in order to facilitate the practice of compressing her soul power, she has already ascended the 3rd step. There are only 33 steps left to complete the first divine test. But Qian Rongxiu did not try again, and she even decided that in the next 3 years, until the day before the end of the assessment time limit, she would not step into the 333rd level of the divine level. She ended her training this time just because she had an appointment with her grandfather Qian Douluo, and after that she will continue to practice until the first exam is over. After Qian Rongxiu conveyed this idea to Qian Douluo, he just nodded, and then asked Qian Rongxiu in a consultative tone, "Can Xiaoxiu's plan be postponed for a week?" "What's the matter with Grandpa?" "Well, apart from our agreed travel mission, your mother Bibi Dong also hopes that you can show up at the regular worship meeting next month." It is good. Although Qian Rongxiu didn't know why Bibi Dong made such a request. But in her capacity, it is a normal requirement to show her face at the regular meeting of the shrine frequently, so Qian Rongxiu didn't think much about it. "Since your training plan is urgent, Xiaoxiu, let's set off now." "Hey? Grandpa, don't you need to prepare anything else?" "No need, let's go." With that said, Qian Douluo took Qian Rongxiu's hand and turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the spirit hall. When Qian Rongxiu put her feet on the ground again, it was already 2 hours later. At this time, she was standing at the gate of the city, but she was stunned when she saw the 3 words engraved on the gate. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. If she went out to buy a roasted rabbit, would she be killed? Chapter 37. If she went out to buy a roasted rabbit, would she be killed? Nodding City. These 3 big characters engraved on the city gate made Qian Rongxiu feel at a loss for a while. Can there be such a coincidence in this world? Even if his belief is as firm as Qian Rongxiu, it is inevitable that an impulse will arise at this time: kill Tang San and Xiao Wu, right now. But she just thought about it. Tang Hao is now secretly protecting Tang San. According to the content in the book that Tang Hao beat Golden Crocodile Douluo with no power to fight back with one blow, even if Tang Hao is seriously injured now, he may not be unable to fight back in Desumuru. With the help of hammer, that is, Dahuan, Tang San was rescued. At that time, not to mention that it is easy to cause variables, and a 10-year soul ring will be wasted in vain. Although she doesn't like rabbits, she can't stand the crowd in Wuhan Hall. Even if it is to promote more direct descendants in Hong'ai, it would be good. What's more, in her plan, she was not prepared to let the Shrek 7 devils take shape. The kindness of acquaintance and friendship at a young age is not something only protagonists like them deserve. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help suppressing the restlessness in her heart and asked Qian Daoliu, "Grandpa, what are we doing in this small town?" At this time, Qian Daoliu didn't hold back anymore, and while lining up to enter the city, he said to Qian Rongxiu, "I heard that there is a harvest festival in the city today, so Grandpa will bring you to join in the fun." Harvest festival? It is a festival that Qian Rongxiu has never heard of, but autumn is the harvest season for ordinary people, so this harvest festival must have been set for this reason. Is Zioxiu not interested? Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rongxiu's sudden silence and asked her worriedly. "No, I was just thinking, what's so fun about this festival?" In fact, Qian Daoliu was stunned by these questions. The last time he left the mainland was also the last time, and he didn't know whether the customs of a small city like Notting City were the same as what he experienced 100 years ago. At the moment, I can only pick up what Guangling told him, as well as the activities common to festivals and celebrations, and say, there is a snack market, which is very lively. At night, a bonfire will be lit, fireworks will be set off, and it will be very beautiful to watch from the city tower or the bell tower. Really? Oh, speaking of, Qian Rongxiu has never experienced such things as watching fireworks and bonfires on the city tower, or opening windows to listen to ripples in rainy days. This kind of thing should be described in the book about youth. Qian Rongxiu, who had long regretted it, was naturally looking forward to having the experience to experience this kind of thing this time. Really, how could Grandpa lie to you? When he said these words, Qian Daoliu had already thought about it. Even if this little city of Notting doesn't have such an event during tonight's celebration, Qian Daoliu must make arrangements for it. Although both of them covered their faces with masks and hoods, they successfully entered the city after showing the Wuhandians cards. The crowded crowd, even if they don't need to identify the direction, they know that the destination of the flow of people is this lively market. Mutton skewers. Selling lamb skewers. Freshly baked mutton, 15 skewers for a silver soul coin, no charge for bad taste. Knitting's special product, purple flower bracelet, a string of 3 copper soul coins. Such a lively scene directly hooked Qian Rongxiu's heart. Prince Tiandu, how can he understand the sentiments of the people casually? On weekdays, when watching the fireworks at the New Year's Eve, it is always through the thick glass, interlaced with the toasts in various boring banquets, to take a glimpse. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's appearance, Qian Daoliu, who had been prepared for a long time, handed Qian Rongxiu a bag of copper soul coins and silver soul coins, and said to her, "If you want to eat, if you like, just buy it." Grandpa. Generous. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's excited look with a money bag on her head, and the excitement of every shop, Qian Daoliu's mouth hidden under the mask could no longer be closed. His granddaughter is indeed the cutest. It's a pity that he, an incompetent grandfather, didn't remember to take her out to play until so late. Ugh. Even if I have to take the divine examination, I guess there won't be too many such relaxing days in the future. When he was young, he was high-spirited but always failed to match Tang Chen. This made Qian Daoliu, who was old and had long since recuperated and buried his anger, inevitably become more sad when thinking about things. At this moment, he couldn't help being a little worried. How could he protect Qian Rongxiu's carefree childhood in his failed life? In the Douluo continent, because of possessing soul power, the average lifespan of a soul master is about 200 years old, and peak Douluo and peerless Douluo can live beyond 300 to 500 years. So in Qian Daoliu's personal opinion, Qian RENXUE was still a child when she was less than 50 years old, the kind of child who needs the care of adults. While Qian Daoliu was meditating, Qian RENXUE had already eaten all the way to the center of the market. Roasted rabbit. Spicy rabbit head. Rabbit legs. 1 for each gintama coin. Roast rabbit, I heard that rabbit meat is very good. Thinking of the rabbit meat dishes she had eaten at the Tiandu State Banquet, and reminiscing about the food miracle of this food stall that looked rough but tasted absolutely not rough, she felt a little greedy right now. So Qian RENXUE gnawed off the chicken wings in her mouth, came to the stall, and said politely to the boss, "Hello, bring me 2 roast rabbits. Just want, medium spicy." She eats one by herself and gives one to Grandpa to try. Okay. 2 gintama coins in total. Thank you for your patronage. Just as Qian RENXUE finished paying and was waiting for the boss to bake, a stern voice disrupted Qian RENXUE's full of expectations. How can there be such a vicious person like you? You want to eat rabbits? Won't your conscience ache? The voice was mixed with soul power, and the boss, who was just an ordinary person, was instantly silenced by the scolding. When Qian RENXUE frowned and turned her head, she saw the girl with scorpion braids. A trace of certainty flashed in her eyes, followed by displeasure. I just want to eat, what's wrong? While Qian RENXUE responded coldly, she did not forget to raise her hand to use the healing power of light in the seraph martial soul to relieve the discomfort of the stall owner. Then she shifted her gaze to an unattractive boy behind the girl with scorpion braids. His childish face has the restraint and maturity of an adult. What caught Qian RENXUE's attention was that since the bunny with scorpion braids jumped out and yelled, his hand had already been raised quietly, and the darkness in his cuff was hovering between her and the stall owner. Seeing the boy's behavior, Qian RENXUE, who hid her expression under the hood, couldn't help laughing. Well, he is worthy of being the future Tang Shenhuang. If she goes out and buys a roasted rabbit to eat, is that a sure way to die? End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Bullying Juniors, Wuhandian has become more and more corrupt these years. Chapter 38 Bullying Juniors, Wuhandian has become more and more corrupt these years. Qian RENXUE's unyielding attitude made the girl with the scorpion braid immediately raise her eyebrows and yell angrily, I told you not to eat rabbits, but you just can't. Because it was in a downtown area, even though Qian RENXUE wanted to slap her down without any scruples and waste her soul ring. But looking at the ordinary people around her, including old women and children, she suppressed the displeasure in her heart and asked Xiaowu and Tang San, who stood behind her. Doing something to ordinary people is your character. He eats rabbits, and they are soft-boned rabbits, so he is not innocent at all. After finishing speaking, Xiaowu took a step forward, showing her martial spirit and spirit ring. Her eyes were filled with anger. Don't think that you are from the Wuhandian, so you can do whatever you want here without reason. Qian RENXUE? This set of boxing techniques fooled Qian RENXUE, who was not good at arguing and was used to fighting. But Qian Daoliu, who is obviously rich in experience, doesn't like this. He didn't stand up before, but he was just surprised that the little rabbit who was let go by them dared to run into the human town, and fortunately he didn't die and yelled at his precious granddaughter. Now that he has come to his senses, how could he allow a soul beast to talk nonsense to his precious granddaughter? Why are the people in my spirit hall so unreasonable? You might as well tell me and let me listen. With the flow of golden soul power, Qian Daoliu took one step and stood in front of Qian RENXUE. And his appearance made Xiaowu retreat suddenly in shock, and even Tang San, who had a sinister expression just now, also had fear and shock on his face. In his perception, the strength of the hooded and faceless man in front of him was simply unfathomable and terrifying. At this moment, under the fury and surprise after hearing Xiaowu's unreasonable scolding, Qian Daoliu did not hide the threat that his soul power transfer aimed at this and the two men and women in the same company. Qian Daoliu was not prepared to take action against the junior next to him who kept making small moves. He took action just to restrain this ignorant rabbit. But who knows, repaying evil with kindness cannot repay kindness. Qian Daoliu never expected that, in his judgment, he was just a young, ignorant, poorly educated boy who was bewitched by a spirit beast. At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward and yelled at him. The principle of your spirit hall is that the small ones can't justify it, but the big ones are looking for a place. I saw it today. As soon as the words fell, Tang San suddenly activated the hidden weapon in his cuff, and pointed the sharp arrow at Qian RENXUE, who came out half of him. Xiao Wu! Run! Said, Tang San also released the spirit ring. The blue-silver grass grew suddenly, entangled the surrounding stalls, smashed at the surrounding people. Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE turned around and pulled Xiao Wu to escape. Even the power of a soul master is terrifying to ordinary people. The person was knocked down by Yang, and what was even more horrifying was that after the fall, the stalls, wooden frames, and charcoal fire above were also thrown at him. At this moment Bai used Qian Daoliu to attack. Qian RENXUE also showed her martial spirit suddenly, and under the rippling spirit power, all the people and falling objects were stagnated in mid-air. This is a way to release the time attribute soul power in Qian RENXUE's second soul ring and second soul skill G bead. Then, with the help of Qian Daoliu following behind, the person fell gently to the ground, while the booth and other things fell aside. Simply, thanks to Qian RENXUE's and Qian Daoliu's extremely fast reaction and cooperation, no one was injured in this turn of events. Just when Qian Daoliu raised his hand and was about to catch the fleeing rabbit, a voice suddenly appeared, bullying juniors. Wuhandian has become more and more depraved over the years. Among the panicked crowd, a middle-aged man in shabby clothes slowly walked out of the crowd holding a hammer. Although Qian Daoliu was old, his eyes were not dim. Looking at the hammer in the middle-aged man's hand, he recognized the man's identity at a glance. He immediately said angrily, "I've been just and law-abiding all my life, and I've never been like this before." First, he was criticized by a junior for eating his index finger, then someone secretly fired arrows in return for evil, and finally, he was detained as a dandy and degenerate by a wanted criminal who regarded his wife as a soul ring. After saying that, Qian Daoliu laughed a few times and said angrily, "Today, I want to learn from you, your good manners." Qian Daoliu was angry. What are these things? Soul beasts are just ignorant of upbringing and shameless. This Tang Hao also came from Haoshanzong, the #1 sect of Tiandu a few years ago. How could he be so confused and ignorant of good and bad? Tang Chen, you claim to be talented, but your grandchildren are going to waste all your glory. With the agreement with Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu never stepped into the natural danger of Haoshan sect. Can. This is Nodding City. He and Tang Chen are here, but there is no agreement that they will not use force. Thinking of this, Qian Daoliu suddenly revealed his martial soul, and the seraphim's wings suddenly opened. Black 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 red red. His real soul ring configuration, which had never really appeared in front of people, showed its original appearance at this moment. But after Tang Hao heard that the man in front of him called himself Qian Daoliu, his aura was not as fierce as before. I saw him showing 9 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. From the perspective of momentum, he no longer had the arrogance of just now. When the two confronted each other, he suddenly condensed all the soul rings into one, and the small hammer in his hand suddenly became bigger, and smashed hard towards the ground with an ear-exploding sound. This is the all-out blow that the former Haoshan Douluo used to use his unique skill of exploding the ring after opening Wuhanzhen. But the target of his attack was not Qian Daoliu, who was waiting for him, but ordinary people in a busy city with no way out. When Qian RENXUE and Qian Daoliu came out to save people just now, he already knew that these two people had scruples in their actions. So at this time, facing this absolute difference in strength, Tang Hao chose to make these people his escape tools without hesitation. Fortunately, his relationship with his mistress has not been made public. Now he has no way to continue to take care of him in Notting City. However, Wuhan Palace will not give up on what happened today. Thinking about this, he took advantage of the thick smoke billowing and chaos, and rushed towards an office in Notting College. Tang Hao could not care about the lives of the people in this city, but Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE couldn't care less. Standing on the ground, Qian RENXUE intuitively felt the violence of the great Samurai hammer. She hastily used the injury avoidance in the fourth soul skill, protecting as many ordinary people as possible. And Qian Daoliu also raised his hand, using his soul power to build up a protective wall, abruptly blocking the attack. When the thick smoke dissipated, no matter whether it was the assailant with the hammer or the two children, they disappeared. Only the panicked ordinary people were left, fleeing into the distance in panic. When the guards were late with weapons in hand, they shouted in the distance, "Please step aside, I will wait for the guards of Notting City, who is causing trouble here." The content of the words was very powerful, but the guard's voice, which had already seen the terrifying power of the collision of soul power, was already trembling. Qian Daoliu looked at the messy scene in front of him, sighed, and showed his badge. "Wuhandian arrests villains, idlers, etc., don't come near." Following Qian Daoliu's self-report, the bystanders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the one who stays is Wuhandian, a good person. Wow! The children's cries suddenly sounded, which was particularly eye-catching in this quiet market. And everyone's attention was inevitably focused on the woman who was coaxing the child in a hurry. Don't cry, shh. The woman was also anxious and uneasy. She hadn't come out of the panic of surviving the catastrophe. After realizing everyone's gaze, she hugged the child blankly. Bowed to Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE. "Thank you, the two adults of Wuhan Palace, for your life-saving grace. Thank you, the two adults of Wuhan Palace, for your life-saving grace." These words of the woman seemed to pull everyone's brains out of the panic just now. They also quickly looked at Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE, bowed and repeated the same words. "It doesn't have to be like this, it's your duty." With a big wave of his hand, Qian Daoliu led Qian RENXUE away from the place of right and wrong, and walked towards the nearest Wuhan Hall. After Qian Daoliu left, everyone dared to start whispering. "My God! I thought I was going to suffer such a catastrophe, and I was going to die. Me too, that's horrible. Those two groups of people just hit us. If it weren't for Master Wuhandian, my wife is only 3 months pregnant." As he spoke, the man's voice started to sob. The words of the young man naturally resonated with others. Those who were close and bold, after recalling for a while, whispered, "The clothes on those two people just now looked familiar, so they couldn't be children from the academy. I don't know, there were too many people and I didn't even notice." But these ordinary people thought they were whispering, and to Qian Daoliu's ears, they were no different from talking loudly. After entering the Wuhan Hall, met with the sub-hall master, briefly explained the matter, and said angrily, "Check, if he is a child in the academy, he will be expelled directly and dealt with seriously. Follow the will of the great priest. Then send word to the main hall of Wuhan City that the thief Tang Hao has appeared in Notting City, and everyone from the Elders' Hall is sent to immediately conduct a containment and search." "Yes." Qian RENXUE followed, and she breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Qian Daoliu orderly giving instructions and starting to rescue the possible wounded. But this time, she finally saw the tyranny of the Tang family in person, and she took a deep breath. "You are not benevolent first, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Is this the outlook and behavior of the future Tang Shenhuang, the future Lord of the Plains? Everyone has double standards, but is it too ridiculous to boast of justice and double standards like this?" She took a deep breath, tried her best to restrain her expression, and said to Qian Daoliu, "Grandpa, after you finish handling the matter, follow me to the mountains to the west. Anger should always have a place to vent." End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Silver. Hearing Qian Rongxu's words, Qian Daoliu raised his brows, but he didn't express the anger he was full of before to Qian Rongxu at this moment. Oh? Does Xiaoxu have somewhere she wants to go? Yes, Grandpa. Qian Rongxu nodded. After thinking for a long time, her eyes turned red. She took a deep breath, suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in her heart, and said to Qian Daoliu and her grandfather, "Grandpa, I suddenly discovered that kindness is actually wrong many times." Hearing Qian Rongxu's tone, Qian Daoliu was startled suddenly. He didn't understand why Qian Rongxu would suddenly say such things to him. Hastily waved his hands to let the others disperse, leaving only their grandparents and grandchildren in this hall. And Qian Rongxu also endured it until the others dispersed, and then slowly said one sentence at a time. "And sometimes I find that what I think is fair is actually wrong, or extremely ridiculous." "Why do you say that, Xiaoxu?" "I have seen in the oracle, our spirit hall, our family, or rather, my enemies, and their weaknesses. But I never thought of threatening them with these weaknesses in the past, and I never thought of harming Qiyu in the past." As she spoke, Qian Rongxu recalled her behavior in her previous life. Because of her insistence on fairness and impartiality in her heart, and her consistent behavior style, she gave Tang San many opportunities and allowed him to take advantage of many loopholes. She kept her promise, but Tang San was always slanderous, and he couldn't believe a word of nonsense. So much so that in the end, because of her stubbornness and persistence, she ruined the great situation of Wuhan Empire, and even made Bibi Dong sacrifice. Thinking of these various mistakes, Qian Rongxu's tears rolled down from her eyes. There was whimpering in her tone, and even more resentment and unwillingness, but today I discovered how ridiculous and funny everything I once stood for was. They never left me any fairness, and never took into account my weaknesses. I want to be kind to others and repay evil with kindness, but they littles know." Qian Daoliu held Qian Rongxu's cheek to stop what she was about to say. He first raised his hand and wiped away her tears. Qian Rongxu gradually calmed down from the slight tingling sensation on her calloused hands left behind by her hard work in martial arts in her early years. At this moment, Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rongxu with only heartache and self-blame in his eyes. "Xiaoxu, you shouldn't feel sorry for this, but you should be proud of it." "Why me?" "Because this is your character as the successor of the angel god, and it is the proof that you are superior to others." "But what's the use of this character? It just hurts me." "It will also harm you." But Qian Daoliu shook his head again in response to Qian Rongxu's speech. "Character is useful. When your strength far exceeds that of your grandfather, this character will become a proof that everyone praises, and it will be a sword that makes you have a clear conscience along the way. I don't need these. I just want everyone to be safe." "But Xiaoxu, just because of this, do you want to become a villain who acts treacherously, goes back on his word, and completely abandons morality and friendship like a pair of worn-out shoes?" Qian Rongxu was silent. She bit the corner of her mouth in pain. No matter in her previous life or this life, apart from cultivation, this is the first time she has thought about this issue so seriously. How on earth should she do it? She is now filled with anger, and the outlet she wants to seek, is it the right one? Although Qian Daoliu didn't know what Qian Rongxu saw in the oracle, with his life experience that far exceeded Qian Rongxu's 2 lifetimes, he touched Qian Rongxu's head and said, he comforted him and said, "Xiaoxu, you don't need to dig into a dead end. Time will prove everything, who is right and who is wrong. How can there be so much black and white in this world? It is nothing more than different positions and different perspectives on things. A good person is also a wicked person, but isn't the wicked really a good person? We do things with a clear conscience. Moreover, isn't it mentioned in the Angel Bible? The confusion of the angel god and her self-certification. Chapter 72, what is the third paragraph? Facing Qian Daoliu's question, Qian Rongxu was taken aback, and instinctively recited. She holds the sword of judgment in her hand, and her eyes no longer tolerate any treachery. But the light on her body and the snow-white wings behind her will still protect all living beings, good and evil. This statement is contradictory and willful. Although this description is very exaggerated, but this follow-up records the meaning of Angel God's mental journey when she meditated and transformed. Grandpa thinks that she wants to explain it to future generations. There is no real right or wrong, but as long as you have a clear conscience and a bright heart, it is good to have a heart that thinks about others. To treat good people, there are gifts to treat good people, and to deal with evil people, there are naturally thunderous and direct means. Listening to Qian Daoliu's enlightenment from scriptures, the enthusiasm in Qian Rongxue's eyes gradually disappeared. What she wanted to say returned to the original point. Grandpa, I want to go to the mountains to the west because the oracle mentioned the location of the reborn Blue-Silver Emperor. The reborn Blue-Silver Emperor. Qian Daoliu naturally knows what the Blue-Silver Emperor is, and also knows that there is only one Blue-Silver Emperor in the world. Yin. The soul beast that served as the fuse back then was also the soul beast that was sacrificed as a soul ring. At this moment, Qian Daoliu understood why Qian Rongxue felt so remorseful and resentful before. Revenge requires finding a piece of grass. The fact that the soul beast has already died once and is also a weak family member of the perpetrator is really inconsistent with their style of conduct and their character. No wonder Qian Rongxue chose to remain silent before. The enemies of their seraph clan have always been responsible for their grievances and their debts, and will not harm innocent people. But who is the first to cross the line? Can the dignified Haoshan Douluo see through this ordinary disguise with only a hood and a mask? After seeing through it, is he still ready to hit the innocent people with a hammer, his only granddaughter Qian Daoliu? Douluo went to fight a child who had just obtained the fourth soul ring? Who didn't want the face first? After thinking about this, Qian Daoliu took a deep breath. Then Grandpa will change the plan and accompany you personally. Chapter 40 Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, buried here. Following the perspective in the book, Qian Rongxue watched how and where Tang San and Tang Hao started their journey. She spread her 6 wings and led the way in front of her with super speed turned on. Even Qian Daoliu, who has a top-notch cultivation, seems to think that this speed is definitely not too slow. After traveling through mountains and rivers and covering a distance of tens of thousands of miles, we arrived in just half a day. Grandpa, it's here. After finishing speaking, Qian Rongxue swooped down, rushed into the mountain stream, and rushed straight into a huge waterfall. Sure enough, there is a cave behind the waterfall. After blasting the stone door open, there is a square of soil and a bent, lifeless grass on the dark stone platform in the deepest part. When he heard the movement at the door of the stone room, the grass raised its head very intelligently and shook its body, as if it was very happy. Qian Rongxue ignored the Blue-Silver Emperor's interaction. She first took out a wooden box from the stone wall on the right. She opened it lightly, checked the soul bone stored inside, and then handed it to Qian Daoliu who was standing behind her. Grandpa, you can replace the leg bone with this one. Although the flying ability is very tasteless to Qian Daoliu, another skill wildfire burns endlessly, spring wind blows and regenerates, the powerful resurrection ability of instantaneous rebirth of broken limbs, is very practical. At the level of Qian Daoliu, there is no shortage of powerful attacking skills, but this ability to restore oneself and save one's life has begun to appear important and valuable. Just like CAI, if one of the 1000 Daolu's soul skills is a resisting or defensive skill, he can use the soul skill to make it cover the entire Nodding City, chasing Tang Hao, a poor bandit, without any scruples. Qian Daoliu could tell the age and origin of the spirit bone at a glance. He did not refuse, and accepted Qian Rongxue's kindness with a nod. Okay, Grandpa will change it when he returns to the enshrinement hall. For the Seraphim family, the soul bone is not irreplaceable, otherwise there will be big problems in the inheritance of the angelic costume. After all, it shouldn't be that only the chosen ones are worthy of absorbing the angelic armor. This set of spirit bones was also used by Douluo when he was young, but after he realized that he had no hope of becoming a god, he separated them all, returned them, and replaced them with other spirit bones. However, soul bones are so rare, let alone soul bones produced by 10-year-old soul beasts. Even Douluo, who has all the soul bones, only has one soul bone that is 10-year-old. After Douluo took the soul bone, RENXUE took out a small bowl from the soul guide, dug some soil and poked the blue-silver emperor into it. Looking carefully, there is still a big difference between the blue-silver emperor and the ordinary blue-silver grass. The color will appear more crystal clear blue, and the grass blades will be extra wide and full. After leaving the stone room with the small bowl in hand, and stepping out of the waterfall to see the first ray of light outside, the blue-silver emperor, who was obviously more excited, wrapped RENXUE's fingers with the leaves. Is this grass stupid? She's not Tang Hao, and this obvious act of burglary, it's fine if you don't feel scared, and even get close to her instead. At this time, RENXUE inevitably had some guesses in her heart. She silently raised her hand and pulled out another ordinary blue-silver grass from the ground, and then put them all into the soul guide. In the soul guidance device she uses for storage, there is about 10 square meters of space that can store living creatures and provide oxygen. However, they are also staying in a place without light. It must be a more spacious storage space than the stone chamber. Does this grass feel more at ease? When returning to the city, Douluo took RENXUE on the road at full speed because he no longer needed to know the way. When the sharp corners of Nodding City's clock tower could be seen in the distance, by chance, a special signal flare for Wuhan Palace suddenly flashed in the sky. It seems that Shuoshu has come out of his hole. Listening to what Douluo said, RENXUE knew that it was the three worshipping grandfathers who rushed over urgently and surrounded Tang Hao, who had escaped from Nodding City. Then Grandpa, can we hurry up? Saying that, RENXUE also activated the soul ring, and borrowed the wind-attributed soul power to let Douluo ride the wind. Although it was a little short of the pure speed assist ability, Douluo's speed was more than doubled under the blessing of RENXUE's all-out tailwind. Douluo was taken aback, but it was only because the mouse hunting plan was imminent that he kept silent. Soon, RENXUE and Douluo arrived outside the city. At this moment, the three worshippers formed a triangle formation and surrounded Tang Hao. Ha 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 ha, I have no regrets in taking away the three priests from the Wuhan Hall today. After finishing speaking, Tang Hao raised his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, ready to explode himself. Is it? Sometimes it is better to come early than to come just right. At level 95, Tang Hao's body has already been seriously injured, and the self-destruction of Tang Hao, whose foundation was shaken by forcibly using the Great Zumuru hammer the day before, is not scary to any priest. However, if you blew yourself up here, Nodding City would inevitably be affected by Qi. At that time, even in order to withstand the destruction of the city by self-destruction and the harm of natural disasters like earthquakes to ordinary people, the three worshippers present, especially the weakest and poorly defended lightling Douluo, would inevitably suffer fatal injuries. This was the reason why Tang Hao laughed, and it was also the biggest reliance for him to be sure that he could complete 1 for 3 only by relying on self-explosion. It's just that the sky doesn't fulfill people's wishes in the era when the gods did not appear. The real overlord Douluo arrived just at this moment with RENXUE. In just a split second, he had activated his martial spirit avatar, and the angelic domain had also been activated immediately, surrounding all surrounding territories. He raised his hand, without even releasing his soul skill. With just a movement of his domain restriction ability, Tang Hao's sudden accumulation of violent self-destruction energy was suppressed. Tang Hao, who was originally arrogant in mid-air, was slapped hard to the ground while being suppressed, unable to move. This has already achieved the true power of level 99 extreme Douluo Douluo. The Golden Crocodile, Qingluan, and Guangling Douluo, who blocked and surrounded Tang Hao earlier, retreated thousands of miles away at the moment of Qian Daoliu's scolding, not being affected but also guarding against uninvited guests. With no one around to take care of, the victory or defeat was decided with just a raise of a hand. Because this is Qian Daoliu's all-out attack, even Qian RENXUE was not spared in this field. She released her martial soul to skillfully resist the pressure of Qian Daoliu, and silently began to judge in her heart. Fortunately, the pressure is around 270 floors. Qian RENXUE, who had already been doing sit-ups on the th floor and practicing the wind hammer technique, walked up to Qian Daoliu with a red face and panting, and looked at Tang Hao, who was crushed to the ground. She didn't speak, just silently took out the small bowl from her soul guide and held it in her palm. Even though he fell to the ground, Tang Hao, whose eyes were still blood-red and looked at Qian Daoliu with anger, naturally noticed Qian RENXUE's actions, and also clearly saw the object she was holding in her hand. At this moment, his anger was completely replaced by panic, and his chest was squeezed to the point where he could hardly breathe. With all his strength, he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Zuzi, dare you? Yin." It turns out that Grandpa Golden Crocodile, Grandpa Xiangxi, and Grandpa Guangling all thought this way at the time. In the battle between the two gods that year, she, Qian RENXUE, was like the blue-silver grass. The three enshrined grandfathers were like Tang Hao at this time, and Tang San was like Qian Daoliu, who was standing here with absolute dominance now. Qian RENXUE looked at Tang Hao's ferocious face with tears running down her cheeks, her hands struggling to support her body even though her fingers were broken without realizing it. She took a deep breath, and then spoke in a voice that was so calm that it was almost indifferent. Xian pronounced his verdict to Tang Hao, "This is the causal loop I gave you." Then, the angel's ultimate fire appeared and burned the blue-silver grass in her hand in an instant. "No. Yin. My Yin. Your Wuhan palace is completely unconscionable." While roaring angrily, Tang Hao was like a fierce ghost in hell, shouting hoarsely at Qian Daoliu and Qian RENXUE, "You, and you all will not have a good death, and you will not die without a burial." But before he finished venting his roar, there was no follow-up. Under the thousands of fluent angel swords condensed with soul power, his unwilling and resentful head opened his mouth wide and looked up at the sky. Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo who was once famous in the mainland, was buried outside Nodding City at this moment. The angel domain dissipated, and the pressure within a radius of 100 miles disappeared. And after Qian RENXUE saw that her grandfather was not prepared to deal with the funeral matter, she once again released the flames of the Xiang fire, burning Tang Hao's body to the ground. Even the remaining ashes from the final burning were swallowed up in batches by using the power of the space attribute that has not yet been fully controlled to open up the black holes in different spaces. Apart from the burn marks and 6 soul bones, there was no trace left on the ground that Haoshan Douluo had been buried here. Chapter 41 ISN and number 039, T love enough to sacrifice? Looking at the scorched earth on the ground, Qian RENXUE did not speak for a long time. After a while, she took out the real blue-silver emperor from the soul tool and asked her, "Your husband is dead and I burned him, do you want to follow him? Or, let's be fair, fight to the death?" But facing Qian RENXUE's ruthless and tricky question, Lan Yinhuang didn't respond at all. Instead he was excited, breathing the air around him with twists and turns. Sister Qian." At this moment, Tianmeng Iceworm quietly poked out his round and shiny head from Qian RENXUE's cuff. "I'm afraid this blue-silver emperor is not the Yin you know." "How you said that?" "Although the blue-silver emperor has the title of immortality, this rebirth posture is probably similar to the rebirth of the phoenix from the ashes." Looking at Tianmeng Iceworm's brain shell that seemed to be full of wisdom, Qian RENXUE asked again, "What's the explanation?" In order to make rational use of the limited amount of energy, after the phoenix is reborn from the ashes, it usually only retains its memory or a part of its strength. At this point, Qian RENXUE and Qian Daoliu, who was eavesdropping on the side, understood. According to what this million-year-old soul beast saw, this blue-silver emperor was the one who chose to retain his strength and erase his memory. But is this reasonable? Aren't you so loved that you can sacrifice yourself? And this weak grass, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it has retained its strength, does it? Tianmeng Iceworm, as a wise soul beast majoring in spiritual power, even after becoming a soul, his eyesight value has not weakened in the slightest. On the contrary, with the blessing of Qian Rongxue's divine power, his specialty in survival has become even more proficient. Without the need for Qian Rongxue or Qian Douluo to ask questions, he consciously understood the doubts of the two big brothers, and took the initiative to explain, "After all, I have nothing to do, so I can only watch and analyze from the side. In my opinion, Miss Qian, don't look at the blue-silver emperor who looks weak, but if she really didn't keep her strength, but simply regenerated into an ordinary blue-silver grass that retains her memory, she might have died in the dark. In the hole. So her strength may not be weak, but that she has no way to grow, and she is used to extend her life. Maybe if you find a good place for her, the real situation of the blue-silver emperor will be revealed. Moreover, our spirit hall only knew the result of the sacrificial offering back then, so who knows the inside story between these two couples? The inside story. Qian Rongxue has never had a true love, let alone married and had children. She couldn't understand what Tianmeng Iceworm's insider information meant. Seeing Qian Rongxue's bewildered expression, Tianmeng Binkan couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, this god is fair, there are gains and losses, his Qinja is outstanding in cultivation, but she is not as good as Tianmeng in terms of worldly feelings and eating melons, and I still need a lot of advice from his wise soul in the future. Thinking of this, Tianmeng Binkan briefly explained to Qian Rongxue in the ultimate vernacular, "Are the two arguing? What else can I do? I have children, let's make a living, and get away. For the sake of the child, what else can you do? You can't let the child have no father, right? After all, her identity as a soul beast has been discovered. If there is no father, this child will not be an iron orphan when he is born?" Hearing this, Qian Rongxue asked again. "If that's the case, then you want to be reborn with memories." And after the blue-silver emperor in the book was resurrected, he was still a yin, but after thinking about it carefully, Qian Rongxue realized that there was never any confession of a yin in that book, and after Tang Hao also became the master of the plane in the later period, there was almost no a yin, the god king of Tang. The shadow of the mother. If there is any inside story in this, it is completely reasonable. In addition, the vigorous growth of the blue-silver emperor in the pitiful small vegetable garden transplanted to Douluo also matched the description of Tianmeng Iceworm. And Tianmeng Binkan, who was lying on the cuff, listened to Qian Rongxue's questioning, and continued to explain. "Is the conflict so big that if I die for you once, we won't owe each other anything?" And Hushanmen Binkan seemed to be afraid that Qian Rongxue would not be enlightened, so he was too stubborn in this regard, and insisted on asking why that he couldn't understand in love, so he puffed up his chest confidently and said, "Sister Qian, listen to my younger brother's analysis in this regard, you must be right, although the younger brother has not been doing well for 1,000,000 years, he has heard a lot of stories. Whether it's between soul beasts or between humans, if you hear it a lot, sometimes you only need to take a look at it to know what's going on." Qian Rongxue nodded when she heard this. Although she was still a little suspicious, she no longer started to think about why, but directly accepted this setting, and began to think about what kind of events led to such a result. "Sister Qian, just think about it, if Tang Hao really loves so purely and hysterically, why would he want his wife to grow in that kind of place? Even if he is injured, it is not difficult to find a geomantic treasure, right? You still worked so hard before you died, maybe it was because you were addicted to acting, and acted so hard that you even believed it. Extremely hypocritical stuff, he must feel ashamed, but he doesn't want to admit it, and he feels that he loves deeply. But to be honest, after getting along for so many years, even if a dog is threatened, it still hurts my heart. RENXUE felt that she was about to figure it out, but being surrounded by Tianmeng ice silkworms, her brain seemed to be on fire again. Her mental power is at the level of a titled Douluo. The twists and turns made RENXUE's scalp tingle. Is love really tormented like this? When she turned her attention to her grandfather Douluo and saw a thoughtful and approving expression on his face, RENXUE realized. Her brain, which is only a little talented in cultivation, should stop thinking about love. She doesn't deserve it. And according to what Tianmeng Binkan said, there is no fragrance of cultivation in falling in love. Maybe she is really a piece of rotten wood. It's better not to get involved in love. I really want to delve into this knowledge, and I will go to tutoring after I sit on the seat of God and use my brain that has been enlightened by divine power. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is already 1,000,000 years old before he can talk eloquently about it, and Grandpa is also over 200 years old. The sum of her 2 lifetimes is less than 50 years old, so what are you doing? Forget about it, wait for Grandpa to send someone to investigate. She just needs to confirm the composition of the Blue-Silver Emperor and make several insurances. This is the end of the topic of I intentative. RENXUE also took this grass back into the soul tool. Then she coughed twice, covering up the shock on her face just now, regaining her usual indifference, and asked Douluo, speaking of Grandpa, what are you going to do with those 2 children? Chapter 42 There is no longer a missing and number 039, father and number 039, S vengeance and number 039. Douluo had already made arrangements for this matter. Seeing RENXUE's embarrassing appearance of changing the subject, Douluo didn't pierce her inner embarrassment, but replied, the child is naughty, but the college education is not good, so let's report the criticism and deal with it. As for the rabbit that was brought back to the Wuhan Hall to be kept in captivity and wait to be released, the behavior is in line with the punishment method of Wuhandian, and Wuhandian has always been more lenient to gifted children. After all, they are rare seedlings. But after hearing about Douluo's handling, RENXUE, who expressed inappropriateness, added at this time, Grandpa, this is inappropriate, that is Tang Hao's son. Douluo, good guy, no wonder Tang Hao appeared at that time. He thought it was Tang Hao who was also eyeing the rabbit. It popped up suddenly because, after marrying a soul beast, I couldn't understand their Wuhan palace hunting other transformed soul beasts or something. It turned out to be Huduzi. That boy was ordinary, even classified as ugly, completely different from the tough and unrestrained descendant of the Clear Sky School, and the martial soul was an ordinary blue-silver grass, not the Clear Sky Hammer. Even if the Blue-Silver Emperor is alive, his bloodlines cannot be awakened. And the quality of the martial soul of the Blue-Silver Emperor is exactly the same as that of the Clear Sky Hammer, so it wouldn't be surprising to inherit either one. He was still not cautious enough, thought too little, and was careless. Douluo seriously reflected on his carelessness. Now that Tang Hao has been killed, it is the most sensible choice to kill the grass and roots at this time. Otherwise, judging from the boy's distorted temperament now, he will definitely be a disaster in the future. It is also a good thing to use this matter to train Xiaoxu and make her heart not so soft all the time. With this in mind, Douluo asked RENXUE, what does Xiaoxu mean? Cutting the weeds and rooting out the roots is a clever plan, but that person has extraordinary luck, so it's not easy to do it easily. RENXUE frowned, pondering over the words to express vaguely to Douluo. And Douluo, who turned on the cautious switch, after thinking less than 10 times in just 1 second, did not point out the word oracle, and asked like a riddle with a frown. Is there something wrong? RENXUE didn't hide too much, and said bluntly, the second generation is a human being who knows it from birth, and there is a hidden danger of the immortality of the soul. After the death of Bashu in the different world, he traveled to the Douluo continent. After becoming a god, he was reincarnated again because he wanted to find the dead Xiao Wu, and he was able to awaken his memory and return to the divine world. Shouldn't a normal person return to the netherworld after death, reincarnated with no memory? Why is he? After Qian Douluo heard Qian RENXUE's description, his expression became serious. That's not what education can change. As for the matter of the soul, it is most appropriate to deal with it after becoming a god. And the second generation still has bad intentions after being a human being. It must be crooked in his bones, and he will definitely confront Wuhandian in the future. Could it be that he is favored by the evil god? See God's first favorite. The successors of God Shura have all been wiped out, just picking up rubbish. Thinking of Sea God's actions in disregard of the laws of the God realm over and over again, Qian RENXUE nodded, acquiescing to Qian Douluo's favor of the evil god. Yes. Hearing this, Qian Douluo took a breath. With the favor of the evil god, the second life is a human being, born to know it, and it is the kind that makes the angel god feel troublesome and sends down the oracle. Could it be that he is the son of the demon god, or is it the legendary evil god king? That really can't be killed. Now he is Tang Hao's son, and their identity has been discovered by them. What if he is found out again in the third life after eliminating the roots? That would not be to eliminate the root of the problem, but to cause endless troubles. Now that he is in the open, and he is a young child, it is very easy to control and monitor him. Even if it was the evil god's blessing, before this evil creature truly became a god, he and Bibi Dong could definitely protect Xiaoxiu until the day she became a god. After thinking for a long time, he reviewed Wuhan Palace's case files on the delay strategy. After Qian Douluo pondered for a moment, he waved his hand to summon Qingluan Douluo, who was isolated from the domain and could not hear the contents of their discussion. Come over, Qingluan, let me know. Those two urchins who made trouble yesterday will suspend all Wuhandian subsidies from now on. Publicly announce what he did yesterday. He was expelled from the academy, and he was not allowed to re-enter the private academy under the Wuhan Palace, and he would never step into Wuhan City unless he was ordered. According to the order. At the same time as receiving the order, Qingluan Douluo attached the personal information of the two children found in Wuhandian. Tang San, born in the Holy Soul Village, was born with full soul power. His mother was ominous, his father's name was Tang Hao, and he was a blacksmith. Haha. Studied at Notting College, apprenticed to Master Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, why is this name so familiar? After just one thought, Qian Douluo remembered what kind of person Yu Xiaogang was. The son of Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, his martial soul mutation has not exceeded level yet. He was suspected of deliberately approaching the saint when he was in the Spirit Hall, and stole the Spirit Hall's books and research materials. Really, snakes and rats are a nest of relatives, and it was also the trigger for the conflict between the two generations of popes, damn it. Qian Douluo knew that his assertion was unreasonable to vent his anger. But, without Yu Xiaogang, a sanctimonious liar, would Bibi Dong and his son have a happy ending? Is it possible for his son not to lose his mind and do something that would shame his ancestors? Qian Douluo took a deep breath, suppressed the thought of squeezing Yu Xiaogang to death now, and continued to give instructions to Qingluan, send Judgment and Bu to monitor every move of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Other than that, there is no need to make any arrangements, everything is as usual, posting the information that the thief Tang Hao is dead. Wuhan Palace already had a revenge for killing his mother with Tang San, who was favored by the evil god, and no longer lacked a revenge for killing his father. According to the order, Qian RENXUE was on the side, agreeing to Qian Douluo's arrangement. I just don't know that Tang Hao's death will make him sluggish, or make him work harder. No matter what the result is, she can't slack off in her training. According to Qian RENXUE's guess, if he can't stay in Notting City any longer, Yu Xiaogang will definitely go to the Shrek Academy in the south of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom to seek help from his former friend Frank for Tang San's safety. And Shrek Academy. This is another pit. Frank, a fraudster, let alone a miser who violated several imperial business laws. Just saying that it can accommodate Zhao Wuji, a wanted criminal, the outlook of this college is very worrying. Putting aside the grievances with the Titan clan for now, the reason why he was besieged by the Bishop of Wuhan Temple was because he acted recklessly and smashed up other people's restaurants. He also refused to plead guilty and make compensation. In the end, the disciples of Wuhan Temple who were responsible for law enforcement were defeated, and he refused to plead guilty again, and fled in fear of crime. The grievances with Wuhandian are not too big, but 3 indemnities need to be paid. One is the loss of the restaurant, the other is the compensation and alimony for the injured law enforcement disciples, and the bishop's medical expenses. After all, it is normal for a soul master to fight without eyes and fists. Even if he is sentenced according to the law, he will not be sentenced to death if he is charged with all possible crimes. But even in the face of such treatment, Zhao Wuji still acted arrogantly and was not even willing to pay compensation if he did something wrong. With such a dean and teachers, can the students from Shrek Academy have a correct outlook? Can you not fight against Wuhandian? Thinking about it this way, dismantling everything that can be dismantled from the Shrek 7 monsters in the future can be regarded as removing Tang San's help in the future. Chapter 43 I made a mistake that all men make. As the prince, Daimyo Bai couldn't agree with Spirit Hall just in terms of standpoint. Although it is said that it is possible to lure him to the throne as an expedient measure, but, with the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it is not impossible to destroy the Star Do Empire, so there is no need to do so. What's more, after reading the content of the book, RENXUE couldn't have the slightest interest in attracting this prince who was the same age as her, but had a rough life, self-destructive behavior, and broken views. Oscar is remarkable, but as an auxiliary system soul master with full soul power, RENXUE thinks that he can be considered to win him over because of his outstanding talent. However, judging from the time, Oscar is 1 year younger than her, and he had already awakened his martial spirit last year, probably already adopted by Frank. In terms of education, perhaps we can only put a question mark on it and put it on the list of observations. I'm lucky if I get it, but I don't need to be too sad if I lose my life. According to the order, the 3rd Shrek monster is Tang San, and the 4th is Ma Hung Jun, who possesses the phoenix spirit. RENXUE's first impression of him was that of a talented fire-attributed attack-type soul master. However, after reading about their childhood background in the book, she couldn't bear to look at this man directly. Because the excess of evil fire in Wuhan can only be relieved by having sex, what bullshit is this? All excess energy has its positive way to alleviate it. After Master Yu Xiaogang increased the daily training volume of their Shrek 7 monsters, didn't Ma Hongjun have no evil fire for a long time? To put it bluntly, I am too idle and spoiled. If you are really trapped by evil fire and cannot be resolved through normal means, can you cure it permanently? Either Ma Hongjun was inherently inferior, or it was Frank's lack of education and Daimyo Bai's precepts and deeds. Regarding these two possibilities, RENXUE prefers the latter. Because from what she saw, Ma Hongjun's character was actually not bad, and there were even quite a few shining points. After Ma Hongjun got Tang San's benefits, he was the 3rd elder brother and the 3rd elder brother all day long, not to mention hard work. But in the end, he ended up as a 2nd-level god, and his family was ruined. In the hands of Tang Shenwang and a certain kind-hearted rabbit, how about holding 4 places to enter the god realm with their families? Although his karma was that sea god forcibly tied the knot regardless of face, Ma Hongjun treated Bai Chenxiang wholeheartedly in the end because there is no separation between man and nature. He could only watch Bai Chenxiang day and night at the divine level, and after she died of old age, he would wash his face with tears all day long. Compared with Tang San's hypocrisy, this sincere heart is very precious. Before his martial soul is awakened and Frank takes it away, he can be taken and educated from an early age. The 5th monster is Xiao Wu, and the 6th monster is Ning Rongrong from the Kaibao Glazed sect. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect quickly came to get close to the Tiandu imperial family and the Wuhan palace, and the upper three sects have always had a tradition of sympathy. However, Ning Fengzi, that is, Ning Rongrong's father, will soon find his way as long as the conditions are enough to make him tempted. This 7-treasure glazed tile school is a strong head, and it can also be used as the first hoe for their Wuhan Hall to pry the unbreakable relationship between the last 3 guarding the Tiandu imperial family. And the benefits of holding the 7-treasure glazed tile sect in her hands don't stop there. Tang San's biggest purse was also taken away by her, not to mention the limited development of the Tang sect, let alone those expensive metals in Zhengzhen City. Sha thought. Ning Rongrong wants to take it too. The last monster among the Shrek 7 monsters is Zhu Zuqing. Not only did she have the lowest sense of existence, it even made Jian Rongxiu suspect for a while that her existence was just to set off Daimyo Bai's The Prodigal Son Turns Back and the Tool Man who used the spirit fusion technique together. Her education was supposed to make her fight against this injustice. But under the brainwashing of Daimyo Bai, Tang San, even Yu Xiao Gang, Frank, and Lu Erlong's so-called husband gang who couldn't help him, plus Xiao Wu's best friends' cooperation inside and outside. It really made her give up resisting, and accept Daimyo Bai instead. According to Jian Rongxiu, there is no need to let go of this hatred under the common danger of having a fiancé and both of them already in danger of their lives. Daimyo Bai ran away to enjoy himself alone, completely disregarding Zhu Zuqing's safety. This is already a serious betrayal, and when you already have a fiancé. If you continue to sing and visit prostitutes every night, and behave in an arrogant manner, it is not just a matter of caution. This is the second level of betrayal. There was no apology after that, he just committed a mistake that all men would make and looked after himself, so he turned back. In Qian Rongxiu's view, this was the third level of betrayal. This Zhu Zuqing can also be poached away, but if she stubbornly chooses love, she doesn't have to force it. Even if her talent is higher than that of Daimyo Bai, so what? A dead genius is no longer a genius. Qian Rongxiu would not have the slightest bit of compassion for this character who was qualified to appear on the Jialing Pass battlefield. After making a balance analysis, Qian Rongxiu said to Jian Daoliu, "Grandpa, I still need to trouble Anbu to do one more thing." "Zioxiu, say it." "In the Riham theocracy, there is a village with a lot of poultry spirits. In recent years, a boy will have a mutated spirit. The boy's surname is Ma, his name is ominous, and his martial soul is a mutant fire phoenix with outstanding talents. But after all, it is a mutation from a bird, the blood is not pure, and there are hidden diseases. And boys are naughty by nature, but not bad by nature. If you find out, I hope you can receive Wuhan City and be taught by the elders of criminal law. After several months of observation, if the behavior is acceptable, you may consider learning from Aunt Gu." Jian Daoliu immediately understood Jian Rongxiu's description when he heard that he didn't speak like an ordinary person. "This is the oracle." Immediately, he solemnly said to Jian Rongxiu, "Grandpa understands," then turned to tell Anbu, and issued a first-level secret order. After arranging everything and waiting for Qinglu and Douluo to return to the city and convey his will to the local Wuhan Palace branch highness. Then he rode King Luan's martial soul avatar, and returned to the hall of worship together with Jian Rongxiu and several other priests who also came out to help. One day before, in the evening, Tang San and Xiao Wu who fled back to the academy looked panic-stricken. Among them Xiao Wu trembled more than Tang San. She recognized that martial soul. Those seraphs were the group that attacked Da Ming and Er Ming and killed her mother a year and a half ago. Are they coming for themselves? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's pupils were already covered with blood red. Seeing this, Tang San quickly comforted him, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. It's fine. That appearance is obviously not from the local area. As long as we don't go out during this time, it will be fine." Although Tang San comforted her so much, she was still a little worried. "I always feel that there is an invisible hand quietly holding her heart." Chapter 44 How many families do you have to destroy to be satisfied? That night, almost at the same time, in Yu Xiaogong's office, Yu Xiaogang, who was concentrating on sorting out the materials, suddenly raised his head amidst a hoarse question. Appearing at the door of his office at this moment is a middle-aged man with tattered clothes, an unremarkable appearance and a sloppy appearance, holding a sledgehammer. "You are the master. You are." Yu Xiaogang stood up suddenly, looked at the sledgehammer in his hand, and remembered his guess about Tang San's life experience and said hurriedly, "You are the Crown Prince of Haoshan." Hearing that Yu Xiaogang had guessed his identity, Tang Hao was unavoidably surprised, and he thought to himself. No wonder he was honored as an honorary elder by the Hall of Spirits, but there was a bit of ink in his belly. It is also reassuring to entrust Xiaosan to his education. Having made up his mind, Tang Hao said to Yu Xiaogang, "The priest of the Wuhan temple and his granddaughter had a conflict with Xiao San and his friends. I have to deal with it. I'm afraid I don't have time to take care of Xiao San's safety. During this period of time, you let him and his friend and Sheng stay in the academy, don't cause trouble, if necessary. If you hear some news, take him out of Notting City and go to your friend's place as soon as possible." Tang Hao had heard about Yu Xiaogang's affair with the current pope when he was away from the mainland, and Yu Xiaogang himself did not shy away from this relationship. In this case, if something unexpected happens to him, he will definitely have to deal with thousands of Douluo at that time. According to the tit-for-tat relationship between the Pope's Hall and the Shrine Hall, with Yu Xiaogang's lover in the middle, it can also leave a way out and time for Xiaosan to develop. With twin martial souls and an innate talent full of soul power, she will surely become the best in the entire continent in time. Thinking of this, Tang Hao made the worst plan, and sent a token, a wooden box and a kit to the table. "If something happens to me, I will give these to Xiao San when he becomes the Soul King. All his doubts and the direction of future development can be found here. Tell him that his blue-silver grass is not ordinary." Looking at Tang Hao's look of supporting Gu, Yu Xiaogang's eyes immediately got wet. "Spirit Hall, how many families do you have to destroy to be satisfied?" Thinking of this, the veins on Yu Xiaogang's forehead popped up, and even his fists were unconsciously clenched. Seeing this, Tang Hao already understood Yu Xiaogang's attitude, and he left a sentence, "Teacher, father too. I feel very relieved that Xiaosan can have a teacher like you." Afterwards, Tang Hao disappeared into this office with a gust of wind, leaving only the paper documents that were blown up by the wind and hovered all over the sky, proving the fact that this Haoshan Douluo had been here just now. After a long time, Yu Xiaogang, who was in shock and anger, came back to his senses. He hurriedly put away the two belongings left by Tang Hao, then opened the door and went straight to the dormitory where the work-study students lived. "Little San, what's going on tonight?" Tang San, who was called out from the dormitory, was shocked when he heard Yu Xiaogang's straightforward question. Seeing the shocked, angry and worried look on Yu Xiaogang's face, he did not hide anything at the moment and said bluntly, "Because there was a conflict over shopping, but the old and the young over there were unrelenting, as if they were very strong, so I took Xiaowu and ran away quickly when I saw that things were not going well. After that, it seemed that someone stopped those two for us, and we ran back to the academy." Hearing that Yu Xiaogang nodded, it was indeed the same as what he had heard. One old and one young, combined with Tang Hao's previous description of worship and his granddaughter, Yu Xiaogang knew the identities of these two people directly. The legendary great priest of Wuhandian, and his granddaughter, who is also the daughter of the current Pope Bibi Dong. Originally this should be his and Bibi Dong's daughter. It's really a coincidence that there is no coincidence. Wuhandian used to have trouble with him and Bibi Dong, but now it wants to have trouble with Tang San, who is as close as his son. After thinking for a while, Yu Xiaogang immediately made a decision, and said to Tang San and Xiao Wu, "Pack up your luggage. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. We will leave in 2 days. Set off." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's arrangement, Tang San was inevitably taken aback. "Are you going to drop out of school and leave?" "Yes, Wuhandian has always been unreasonable and takes 3 points. If you clashed with those two adults, it will definitely not give you good fruit to eat. Why not use this to change to a better academy and find a stronger teacher? Better colleges, stronger teachers? It's okay. According to what Tang San saw, the teaching staff of Notting College was just that. Private colleges, schools used to accommodate ordinary children, can't provide the education he really needs at all, and staying here is a waste of time, just waiting for graduation at a mixed age. Teacher said so. Do you already have a direction? Tang San asked Yu Xiaogang. Yes. In the south of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, there is an academy called Shrek Academy. It does not recruit ordinary people, only monsters, and you and Xiaowu also meet the requirements. Only recruit monsters. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help yearning, and the uneasiness in the dormitory before was completely dissipated. There is nothing more important than improving your strength. So Tang San didn't have any objection to the sudden school transfer notice, and immediately nodded in agreement. I know the teacher, but I don't have any luggage, so I can leave at any time. It is good. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then left without asking any more questions. After one day. Also in the evening, with the ringing of 5 o'clock, the signboard at the entrance of the Wuhan Hall in Notting City changed. The arrest warrant on the new post was torn down and replaced with happy news. And the porter yelled, "Congratulations! Congratulations! The thief Tang Hao has been killed by the ruling elder of Wuhan Palace, the sky has eyes, and evil people will eventually be punished." This is the news of the ruling elder and the thief, and it spread like wings in this small city of Nottingham. At the same time, the truth about the farce at the market last night was also spread together. A boy and a girl caused conflicts for no reason, vented their anger on the stall owner, and then used martial arts and soul skills to destroy other people's buildings in order to escape, mutilating ordinary people, and disregarding the lives of women, children. And the boys and girls are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, two work-study students studying at Notting College after investigation, compared with the ruling elders and cunning villains in the Wuhan Temple, which is far away from the common people. The horror incident that happened under the nose yesterday, and even experienced personally, naturally received far more attention than the former. Not to mention these two, the identity of the real culprit was also reported by the Wuhan Temple, which aggravated the discussion even more. As a result, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had just finished dinner and left the cafeteria, were inexplicably watched and pointed by a group of people when they walked in the academy. Chapter 45 Get Out of My Academy. A few senior students, very bold and full of sense of justice, stood in front and pointed at the two known as college bullies and said, "Are you talking about the two of them?" "Yes, it's the two of them." The student who was watching at the same time nodded in recognition. After getting the confirmation, the two disgruntled first-year students, Tang San and Xiao Wu, loudly preached and criticized. "Tisk tisk, dominating the first grade, I really thought I was someone, so I started to bully others. Sure enough, it comes from the heart. This domineering behavior is rampant, and the ugly one is also sinister and dark in heart." Although the students present felt that what he said was reasonable, not everyone had the strength of his 18th level soul master. There were only a few senior students who broke through the 15th level of spirit power, leaned in front of that person, and continued to add, that Tang San hasn't had much contact with each other, but that Xiao Wu, who is usually awesome, whoever accidentally glanced at her, just accidentally bumped into her, at least pointed at her nose and scolded her. Hearing this, the boy named Zhao Zihu with 18th level soul power rolled his eyes at the classmate next to him, and said angrily, "What's your name, Xiao Wu? I want to call you Miss Xiao Wu. Be careful when someone comes and beats you." "Ah ha ha ha, brother Huzi is right. If you want to call me Miss Xiao, be good, you scared me to death." Not only were these words not whispered, but they were made to hold a loudspeaker. Naturally, Xiao Wu, who was walking on the road, heard them. She was not happy at the moment. She stood up directly, showed her martial soul and soul ring, as if she was about to fight, and scolded, "What are you guys saying? What do you say? What does it have to do with you? We are scolding those two little bastards who don't know the seniority, don't know the law, and have lost their conscience to bully other people with the surname of ordinary bosses. Who are you calling a bastard?" As soon as the keyword was set, Xiao Wu seemed to be in high gear, and luckily, he kicked his leg towards the senior classmate. And although Tang San didn't rush over to argue, he also frowned and became angry. These people jumped up to taunt him and his friends out of nowhere, clearly provoking trouble. In accordance with Xiantian Treasure Record, the 5th article, all disciples of the Tang sect should not provoke right and wrong easily, but if there is an active aggressor, it is promised to return it with a thunderbolt. Xiantian Treasure Record, the 3rd article, determine that the opponent is an enemy, as long as he has a way to kill him, he should not be merciful, otherwise he will only add trouble to himself. Tang San immediately backhanded and pressed the mechanism, the sleeve arrow in his cuff shot out with the sound of piercing through the air. Zhao Zihu, who was restrained by Xiao Wu, didn't notice Tang San's secret shot at all. It was simply that he and Xiao Wu were fighting head-on. In order to avoid Xiao Wu, Tang San only blocked the gap between the two of them, and shot an arrow straight to the right of his chest. Tiger. But although the right side of the chest is unknown, Zhao Zihu, who was only a soul master and only a strong child, fell to the ground on the spot after suffering a critical blow to his chest. After the internal organs were shattered, with the violent breathing, the internal organs and blood clots kept pouring out. They are all children from the college. How could everyone have seen such a scene before? The students standing aside couldn't help being frightened and shouted loudly, "Killed!" At the same time, other senior students with bloody spirits also showed their martial spirits and soul rings, vowing to avenge their dead classmates. The news and punishments posted by the Spirit Hall are indeed fair and fair. Tang San and Xiao Wu were cruel and unreasonable. You can treat your classmates like this, not to mention the poor common people and small stall owners who make them feel dissatisfied. Thinking that their parents were also ordinary people, they might have almost died in the hands of Tang San and Xiao Wu yesterday. This group of students inevitably hardened their fists, and rushed forward like desperately. It's just that, although people's wrath is terrifying, it's not an opponent under the joint efforts of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Because of Tang San, he is not just a child, he also has the mysterious heaven kung fu, and the technique of concealed weapons. The chaos in front of the cafeteria immediately attracted the idea of the school teachers. But after all, it is a teacher of a low-level college, at best it is only around the strength of a great soul master. In this melee, especially when a student is seriously injured and about to die, he has no time to take care of other things, so he can only ask for help from the principal's office. It wasn't until the headmaster rushed here and released the spirit power together with the teachers that he finally pulled the red-eyed Tang San and Xiao Wu away from this group of students. But it also happened to be the time when the headmaster subdued Tang San. Yu Xiaogang heard the news from Wuhan Hall, and rushed to the cafeteria in a hurry. Seeing that the vicious principal released his soul power and was pressed down on the ground, unable to resist, he immediately blushed and shouted angrily, "What is this doing? Who allowed you to punish students privately?" Yu Xiaogang's 2 sentences of questioning not only stabilized the principal, but also questioned the students who were going to continue to explain the cause and effect to the principal, and were about to admit their mistakes and say that they should not scold others. The headmaster saw Yu Xiaogang's angry attitude, and said angrily, "Doing what? You should ask what your precious disciple did. What a disgrace to our nodding college." Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang only acted as the principal because he heard the notice posted by Wu Hundian. "I am even more unhappy now. Lin Xiao. In vain I have treated you like a brother all these years. Listening to the wind is like rain outside, and you are going to kick us out when you return to the academy, right? You have really worked hard these years, you didn't drive me out directly, since you don't talk about friendship, I won't be polite to you either, as the honorary elder of Wuhandian, I don't allow you to do anything to my students." Under the roar, Yu Xiaogang directly showed the token Tang Hao gave him. The 6 tokens of the Wuhan Hall with complete signs immediately frightened Principal Lin Xiao, who was about to defend himself. He saw that Yu Xiaogang regarded him as an enemy at this time, completely unable to see the appearance of the student lying on the ground, and this full of slander, he immediately wanted to give himself 2 slaps. If he had known this before, why did he just run to the Wuhan Hall, put on his old face and apologize to others, hoping that they can relax the treatment of these 2 children, and also said that there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstand? What kind of misunderstanding is this? This is clearly the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help laughing angrily, the honorary elder of Wuhan Palace. What a majesty, master! With that said, Principal Lin Xiao took a deep breath, and angrily cursed at Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and Xiao Wu standing beside him. This ruined temple of ours cannot accommodate you 3 great Buddhas. Leave. Get out of my academy. Chapter 46. Then please let them step over my dead body first. Let's go. But Lin Xiao, remember, today's matter, we won't just let it go. Just think of yourself as a villain who is adding insult to injury, and we know that mountains and rivers are easy to meet. We will meet again later. After all, Yu Xiaogang took Tang San and Xiao Wu, turned around and left the place of right and wrong. But Tang San, who was dragged away by Yu Xiaogang, turned his head and stared at the old dean on crutches, imprinting his appearance on the bottom of his heart. A group of vicious villains who have fallen into trouble. How can such a person be a teacher? With such a teacher, the school will be over as soon as possible. When he got to the school gate, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help feeling thankful that he had already prepared. The carriage and luggage were already arranged properly. Immediately took Tang San and Xiao Wu into the carriage full of luggage. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, let's go directly. Okay, trouble master. Rao Xiao Wu, who was jumping up and down before, calmed down at this time, and obediently asked Yu Xiaogang for trouble. But Yu Xiaogang was so angry that he didn't pay attention to the panic and apology in Xiao Wu's eyes. Compared to Wuhan Palace's slander against the 2 children, what he cared more about was the death of Haoshan Douluo that was rarely discussed in Nodding City. If Haoshan Douluo hadn't also been killed by that despicable villain Qian Daoliu, if it hadn't been for these. How dare they, the Spirit Hall, bully Tang San to such an extent? However, judging by the attitude of Wuhandian, he must not know that Tang Hao's son is Tang San. Just treat him as a commoner who offended a nobleman. It's okay, it's safe for them to hide this layer of identity. Thinking of these, Yu Xiaogang's panicked heart calmed down. After thinking about the attitude of Wuhandian again, and after confirming that his life is safe, he turned his head to comfort Tang San and Xiao Wu. It doesn't matter, they are just wallflowers. When you really have the strength, you will find that these ignorant people are not worth mentioning. This is how I came here in my early years as a teacher. Now too. But it doesn't matter, he still has Tang San as his apprentice. With his twin martial souls, he will definitely clear his name. At that time, the titled Douluo with twin spirits will surely make everyone who looked down on him tremble if he breaks down the gate of the Spirit Hall for him. Because he set off a day earlier, on the way, Tang San suddenly thought of leaving home this time. He must go home and report. Simply leaving the border and going in the direction of the Holy Soul Village will not be completely different in the itinerary. But after hearing that Tang San had the idea of going home, although Yu Xiaogang's complexion changed suddenly, he didn't stop him. According to Haoshan Douluo's instructions, Xiao San must not know his father's true identity, and he wouldn't be able to tell anything about it even if he went home. Thinking so, Yu Xiaogang also nodded in agreement. The group arrived at Holy Soul Village that night. Saint Soul Village, the village entrance. The arrival of the carriage at night still attracted the attention of the neighbors. Worried that Su was some noble lord or local official, old Jack led the strong villagers to greet him. Seeing that it was Tang San who got off the car, old Jack's face was full of surprise and joy. "Little San, are you coming home?" Tang San heard the words. He didn't nod his head, but he didn't deny it either. He got straight to the point. "Grandpa Jack, I'm going to study at a high-level Soul Master Academy in Soto City, Barak Kingdom, and I'm going home to let you know." Advanced Soul Master Academy. Hearing this keyword, old Jack clapped his hands happily, and even turned his head to show off to the neighbors in the neighborhood. "Look at Ziosan, she is indeed the pride of our village." But that was not what Tang San cared about. He had no intention of chatting with old Jack at the entrance of the village. He asked again, "Grandpa Jack, where is my father?" Hearing Tang San's question, old Jack inevitably had a dodge look on his face, as if he didn't know how to answer. Seeing old Jack's performance, Tang San was a little anxious. He grabbed old Jack's hand tightly and asked again, "Grandpa Jack, where is my father?" Seeing the cold light in Tang San's eyes, old Jack was startled, and then he waited to organize his words, and said directly, "A few days after you left for school, he disappeared." It was Sister Wang at the entrance of the village who wanted to come to ask him to help repair the hoe, but when she entered the house, she found no one. At first everyone thought he was drinking somewhere again, but "Haven't you gone home yet?" Tang San hurriedly asked. "Yes. In the past 2 months, we haven't moved anything in the house, just to clean up for you. Ziosan, don't worry too much, your father must have somewhere to go before he left." Although he said so, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. An alcoholic who can only blacksmith, suddenly left home a few days after his child went to school. What could this be? Isn't it just that I don't want children anymore? Old Jack has lived for such a long time and has heard about many such things. "You didn't report to the police?" "No." "Okay. I'm going home to see if I can and I won't come back." Old Jack didn't think much about the implication of Tang San's words. He just thought that Tang San was sad because his father was gone. He hurriedly said, "It's okay, Ziosan, if you don't want the blacksmith shop, let's take it back and use it as a warehouse. In the future, you will go to study abroad, and you will live directly at Grandpa's house when you come back from vacation." The grandson of the Grandpa's family has also gone to school to find a job, and he may not come back in the next few years. "It's okay, Grandpa will keep a new bedding for you." The room used as a blacksmith shop in the village was originally used by everyone in the village as a warehouse for the village. But on a rainy night 6 years ago, Tang Hao came in the rain, and brought another baby. Tang Hao was red-eyed and limping at the time. After asking for a long time, I found out that it was his wife who was robbed when she gave birth to a child. No matter who was gone, he was the only one who escaped with the child. People in the village thought he was pitiful, and he had no fixed place to live, so the women and children helped clean up and brought bedding and other daily tools that night, while the men built a stove and a kong, which made Tang Hao stable. "Come down." Since Tang Hao ran away and the child went to study abroad again, leaving this room unused is not amiss, and it is all a disturbance, so it is better to restore it to its original appearance. And it's going to be winter again soon, and it's too inconvenient to get things to the cave outside the village, so it's better to continue to use this room as a warehouse. Old Jack has already figured it out. When spring comes next year, he will ask everyone to build another house for Ziosan next to his house, and leave it for him to live in when he comes back. From now on, Ziosan will be his grandson. But these words, old Jack didn't come to remember to say. He was interrupted by Tang San sternly. "No need." His eyes were full of disappointment and hatred, watching old Jack said word by word. "It's not necessary to be hypocritical. I'm going back to take a look at my house, and I'm leaving and I won't be coming back." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving old Jack alone. Xiao Wu, who also got out of the car, didn't give old Jack a good look. After giving him a blank look, she chased after Tang San. The home was the same as when he left, there was no dust on the stove or table, presumably it was just as old Jack said, they were all meticulously cleaned. Thinking of this, Tang San inevitably sneered. Haha! What a rush! It is said that the tea cools when people leave, but although his father has disappeared, he has not left yet. They are all neighbors who have been together for 6 or 7 years, they are so cold. While looking through the old things at home one by one, Tang San found a letter on the table and under the iron box usually used to save money. There are only a few simple lines on the paper. Although the handwriting is a bit scribbled, it can't hide the rough and unrestrained spirit. Little San, by the time you read this letter, I have already left. Don't look for me, you can't find me. Although you are still young, you have the ability to take care of yourself. Only when the young eagle spreads its wings can it fly high earlier. Don't worry about me, your character has inherited a lot of your mother's delicacy. Dad is a useless person. You are getting older, and Dad needs to get back some things that should belong to me. One day, our father and son will meet again. I hope you become strong, but I don't want you to become strong. You choose your own path. If one day you feel that the profession of soul master is not good, then go back to Holy Soul Village and be a blacksmith like me. Do not read. Tang Hao. Looking at the paper in his hand, Tang San was stunned, and the anger in his heart instantly turned into helpless loss. In the middle of the night, in front of the blacksmith shop, there were 2 clamoring figures sitting side by side. They were wearing the same clothes and just sat quietly without speaking. After a while, Tang San took a deep breath, breathed out the already slightly cool evening breeze, and said to the girl sitting beside him who had been silent all this time. Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank me, what are you doing? Thank you for always being with me. Looking at Tang San's red-eyed and lonely look, Xiao Wu comforted her. Don't be depressed, we all just started over in a different place. Although the chance coincidence and the process are not so pleasant, these will make us grow better. Moreover, your father left to make you grow better and make you stronger. If you continue like this, wouldn't you have failed his painstaking efforts? Xiao Wu's comfort made Tang San feel better. He looked at the blacksmith's house behind him that would live up to his existence, then turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, and said, Xiao Wu, let me ask you a question. Seeing Tang San's serious expression, Xiao Wu did not tease him as usual, but said seriously, what's wrong with you? Would you like to be my sister? I really hope to have another relative. Hearing this, Xiao Wu stared and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang San. Listen to me first. I was born with only my father, but now my father is gone. My last relative has also left me, and I don't know when I will see him again. I really hope that I can have another family member who can be with me. I have nothing, and you have seen the situation of my family. I am just a poor commoner. I can't give you wealth, nor can I give you power. You are also born full of soul power, but I am different from you. I can see that your life experience should have a story. But I never asked, because I was afraid that the gap between our origins was too great, and we couldn't even be friends. But I really hope to have a sister like you. Although I can't give you what the nobles have, I will give you my promise. I will always protect my sister and never let her get hurt. Listening to Tang San's promise full of friendship, Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly turned red. After a while, she choked up and asked, what if one day many people want to kill me, and you can't beat those people, what should I do? Then let them step over my corpse first. Hearing this, 2 lines of tears flowed from Xiao Wu's eyes, she cried and hugged Tang San, and shouted. Elder brother. Younger sister. His father was gone, but he had a younger sister again. Tang San looked up to the sky, and silently swore a lifetime vow to the stars in the sky. Then let them step over my corpse first. RENXUE looked at the report in her hand and couldn't help but read the words above. However, her voice was not as generous and moving as the person involved, but full of banter. If one day you find out that Haoshan Douluo is your father, he could have continued to live, but his life was lost because your good sister did not let others eat rabbits. How should you deal with it? What about this oath? Chapter 47 First Examination Ascension to God and number 039, S rank, examination continues. RENXUE flipped through the recent follow-up reports. According to the ANBU report, Tang San and his party were heading towards the border of Barak Kingdom. This time the carriage and horses are tiring, Xiao Wu and Tang San have to practice on the road, and the master is also weak. With stops and starts along the way, it is estimated that it will take at least half a year to arrive. Okay, just submit reports as a routine from now on, but when they enter Shrek Academy, you can consider monitoring them as appropriate. Yu Xiaogang has nowhere to hide in front of the Anbu of the Wuhan Palace for what he considers to be a hidden whereabouts and interpersonal interactions. RENXUE didn't even need to mention a few words of oracle. Wuhan Palace had already compiled complete information on Yu Xiaogang's whereabouts, plans, intentions, and various possible interpersonal relationships. This surprised RENXUE. After all, when she was the ruling elder, the ANBU was far less thorough and cautious than it is now. This is the good effect of teaching by precept and example. Her chattering, and the wave of hunting and killing of the dark devil god tiger woke up Qian Daoliu. And Qian Daoliu's change has taken effect from top to bottom, and all the groups that work for the Hall of Worship and obey the orders of the big priest have also changed their previous behavior. Such waves of infection will surely improve the atmosphere of the entire Wuhan Hall. Thinking of this, RENXUE's mood inevitably improved a bit. Based on her foundation and background in Wuhandian, as long as she sticks to the bottom line of IQ, there is no reason to lose in the war between the empire's separatists. As for the Anbu's team leader who was in charge of reporting, he kept his head down and listened to RENXUE's instructions, and nodded seriously. According to the order. Afterwards, RENXUE left the meeting room of the enshrinement hall and walked to the temple, where she began to concentrate on cultivation. It is now 2628, and Tang San Xiaowu is only 6 years old. Because of the coincidence, they temporarily live in Soto City. At least there will be no changes in 6 or 7 years. You can rest easy for a while. Asterisk 2631, Fall. 2.5 years have passed. Without outside interference or entanglement with any affairs, RENXUE directly retreated in the temple for 2.5 years. This year, she is 11 years old. RENXUE, who has officially entered the growth stage, although her face still shows some signs of opening, her figure is far taller than her peers. Maybe it's because girls develop earlier, her chest is slightly raised, her waist is slender, her legs are straight, and her stature has reached more than 1.6 meters. The special thing about today is that today is also the last day of the first exam of the 9 angel exams. After waiting for 5 full years, RENXUE is finally beginning to break through the first test. RENXUE's soul power level is now level 20, and she has not hunted any soul rings. The compressed soul power reached a bottleneck at the time. In terms of the total amount of soul power alone, the current RENXUE is not even inferior to the 2 Douluo Qianjun and Jiangmo. It's a pity that although quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, RENXUE doesn't have the coercion of a title Douluo when it comes to releasing her soul power, which makes her feel very regretful. Counting the 5 external spirit bones, RENXUE has a total of 9 spirit bones on her body, which can be used for assisting and attacking. Not to mention the power in battle, it can provide her with a good boost for the divine test alone. Knowing that RENXUE was going to break through the divine test today, Qian Daoliu didn't feel worried. Instead, he felt relieved that he had finally waited for this day. Because as far as he knew, RENXUE's practice location had been moved to the 332nd floor as early as 2 years ago, only 1 step away from completing the divine test. Xiaoxue, come on. Although he is not worried, QIAN Douluo, as the god of angels, will naturally not be absent. At this moment, he stood silently beside the divine steps, smiling and cheering for RENXUE. "Grandpa, I will work hard." The simple QIAN Douluo, although he felt that RENXUE's ready-to-go and stern appearance was a little strange, he didn't think too much about it. He still doesn't know what kind of fright RENXUE will bring to him from the first divine test that RENXUE has been quietly brewing for 5 years. After nodding with QIAN Douluo, RENXUE released her martial spirit and started her first divine test. She didn't move forward in a hurry, but climbed up slowly step by step, like strolling in the courtyard. RENXUE is very confident now, and any step down from step 333 will not bring any pressure to her. This journey is just a way for her to accumulate strength, use steps to replace the superposition of random cloak hammering techniques, and help her truly ascend to the divine level. Half an hour later, RENXUE finally reached the 332nd floor. Looking at the 333rd floor that she had endured for 5 years, she took a deep breath, and after brewing her soul power, she suddenly exerted strength on her right leg and ran forward. The first test of the 9 tests of angels, set foot on the first step of ascending to the gods, and the task is over. No, not done. The moment RENXUE stepped onto level 333, the oracle came. However, RENXUE interrupted the oracle. Before the pressure on the divine steps began to dissipate, RENXUE looked up at the looming statue of the gods on the higher level. She repeated firmly, "My divine test, my ascension to the gods, is not over yet." After RENXUE went up 2 more steps, the suddenly silent oracle sounded again, "Permit." The divine examiner, RENXUE, ascended the rank of God in the first assessment, and the assessment continues. "The God of angels is watching you." Hearing this expected response, RENXUE nodded, took a deep breath, and concentrated on walking to a higher level. But at this moment, QIAN Douluo, who was ready to celebrate at the bottom of the divine steps, was dumbfounded. Did he just have his eyes dimmed and his ears hallucinate? QIAN Douluo always knew that RENXUE was a child with ideas, but he never expected that she could have such ideas. "I usually hide it, and I don't show any rebellion at all, but now it's all right. The first time I hid this grandfather from him, I made a big one for him." However, QIAN Douluo has no time to criticize RENXUE at this time. Without knowing RENXUE's plan at all, QIAN Douluo decides to leave and go to the statue above the god steps, waiting for RENXUE to deal with it at any time emergency. Because QIAN Douluo didn't have a divine test, the pressure on the divine rank didn't exist for him at all. In just one leap, he had already reached the statue. At this time, RENXUE, who abandoned the method of climbing stairs at a constant speed and slowly, had already rushed to the 5th floor. This speed made QIAN Douluo dumbfounded and deeply surprised. This is his granddaughter, his pride, but Zioxu, when is she going to stop climbing up? It shouldn't be because you want to climb to the top, right? Chapter 48 The God Realm focuses on you. It's still 490 steps away from reaching the summit. After calculating in her mind, RENXUE exhaled another breath. Even though she was always prepared, it was inevitable that she would be a little reluctant to achieve the goal of reaching the summit. 5. The pressure after the th floor is no longer something she can face with a smile. At the 5th floor, she paused for the first time. Although the soul skills in the soul bones basically have no effect on current climbing, they also add to the physical strength. At this time, RENXUE mobilized the power in the spirit bone, and focused on strengthening the control of the limbs. The spirit ring opened, using the spirit power to wrap herself up. The 2 skills of divine speed and wind blade in the wings attached to the soul bones were also released, one for acceleration, and the other for propulsion in the opposite direction. After completing this series of operations, RENXUE gave up the initiative of her body to her mental power. Next, there is a state of testing perseverance and ebb and flow. Her physical body will be on the verge of reaching its limit around the 7th floor, but the upper limit of what her mental power can withstand should be above the 950th floor. Saving her own strength until the end, finding a way to break through the 49th floor, and now continuing to hide your strengths and bide your time is the way to ascend to the god rank. Although she spread her wings, RENXUE couldn't fly on this divine step. The waving wings greatly relieved the pressure on her legs to lift up and move forward, but it also increased her soul power. The burden of passing. But that doesn't matter, what she lacks most now is this kind of soul power reserve. RENXUE, who had started daily training on the divine level for a long time, had already developed a skillful method of absorbing soul power under pressure. The only thing she worried about was that the pressure from the top that she couldn't reach during training might be something that she couldn't resist even if she devoted all her soul power in her heyday. But it's too early to think about this now. There are still 300 floors to go from the highest point. RENXUE's body was under the control of her tyrannical mental power. Even though her legs were as heavy as lead, her steps of one step in 10 seconds, were not messed up at all. In just a short time, RENXUE had reached the 7th floor. The moment she stepped up the stairs, a hurricane-like soul force rushed toward her. Even Douluo, who was standing on the top floor, heard the sound like a blunt instrument hitting the wall. Just a face-to-face, RENXUE's 7 orifices were already bleeding out, and the arm that was hanging by her side also began to tremble. This incident caused Douluo, who was standing above, to break into a cold sweat. He was staring at RENXUE below. Because of his excessive concentration, big beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead, and he was completely unaware of it. Different from Douluo's trembling in fear, RENXUE, who had been prepared for the accident, secretly said, "It's finally here." The physical limit was later than RENXUE expected. This is a good thing. First of all, open the angel costume skull, and the soul skill absolute immunity. The pain that crazily passed through her mind suddenly disappeared. Although the oppression of the body by the soul power was still there, after the pain disappeared, except for the bleeding and the rattling of the bones, she no longer had any consciousness. Then RENXUE stood still, nourishing the meridians, heart, and lungs with divine power, making them adapt to the current situation. At the same time, she slowly raised her right hand and released her external soul bone right metacarpal bone dark gold dread claw. 5 long, narrow, and sharp claws suddenly popped out. After 3 rounds of luck, RENXUE took a deep breath and officially started to accumulate power, rotate and exert force with her hands as the base point. It is no longer the superposition of accumulated power acting on the soul power cycle. The real chaotic wind hammer method has begun. At this moment, the palms replaced the legs and served as the fulcrum for climbing. The angel's 6 wings allowed RENXUE to maintain the most basic stability even in mid-air. What's even more daring is that at this moment when the physical body is really facing the limit, RENXUE abandoned the conservative plan of climbing the ladder, and directly reached out and climbed the 3rd and 5th steps at once. The speed has obviously become faster, but the pressure generated by the soul power cannot be escaped by speed. In the blink of an eye, RENXUE had rushed to the 8th floor. But then, there was a crunching sound, and the left arm that was rushing forward but without the soul bone to strengthen it suddenly rotated, twisted, and broke. But RENXUE did not stop climbing. 810 RD floor, TH floor, 8th floor. As the chaotic cloak wind hammer technique gradually moved towards the number of 99 to 1, RENXUE was able to borrow more and more strength. Click, click. Followed closely by the right leg to assist in exerting force. 838 floors, 858 floors. Then, her left leg with the left leg bone was also shattered on the spot. RENXUE, who had lost her combat power point, only had 6 wings and 1 arm left, and she persisted in climbing. At this moment, the place where she fell was already on the 9th floor. There are only 79 floors left after climbing this long step to the gods. The terrifying soul pressure did not allow Qian Rongxiu any room to hesitate. At that moment, she did not hesitate at all, using her wings instead of legs and feet to support her to continue to use strength, rotate, and climb. Although it has the support of the external spirit bone, the ears are weaker than the wings of the angel costume, and even with the blessing of the main body spirit, it did not last for too long. After going through 10 steps, Qian Rongxiu's wings also began to break and collapse one after another. This pain is no longer immune to the soul bone. The martial soul is the foundation of a soul master, and the pain of a broken wing is no less heartbreaking. In just one blow, Qian Rongxiu's face had already turned pale, and the only remaining arm was trembling in the piercing pain. After all her wings were broken, she suddenly fell on the god steps without any fulcrum. No. Qian Rongxiu propped herself on the ground with one hand, panting heavily. The feeling of dizziness when she lowered her head suddenly, as well as the cold sweat brought out by the pain, made her feel bad again. That does not work. Even in this state, the counting in Qian Rongxiu's heart still didn't stop. We are now on the second floor of 970, only 27 floors away from reaching the top. Only 27 floors away, how could she give up here? She didn't want to be like Tang San, only satisfied with the 333rd floor. She has to work hard, even harder, to make up for the gap in cultivation. She must open the door to the divine world with her own hands, otherwise Grandpa will do it again this time. If she can't avoid this, what's the use of her being reborn? Hatred is also a kind of driving force, not to mention that what is swirling in Qian Rongxiu's mind at this moment is the hatred of genocide. She took a deep breath, mustered up her strength again, raised her hand and firmly embedded her claws in the steps. Layer. Raise your hands and climb up again, the second level. Seeing Qian Rongxiu struggling like this, Qian Douluo, who was next to the statue, had already burst into tears. Limbs are broken, and even the wings in Wuhan are broken, how painful it must be. Qian Douluo's lips couldn't stop trembling. He wanted to speak countless times and shouted to Qian Rongxiu below. Zioxiu, that's enough, that's enough. But, seeing the determination in her eyes, showing that she never gave up, he swallowed back all the words. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu's right arm was not only rattling. If her chest were not protected by an exoskeleton, her internal organs would have deformed and broken under the high pressure. The torso bones can no longer support it, and it relies entirely on the millions of years of cultivation of the exoskeleton to hold up the scene. Fortunately, it lived up to expectations. As the last driving force for the march, and also the strongest part of her body, the right arm with a large amount of soul bone, Qian Rongxiu absolutely cannot allow it to break at this time. She took away part of the spiritual power and divine power that remained on her body, and concentrated on protecting her right arm. Looking at the only 15 steps left above, she made a decision, to blow up the ring. This is the last energy reserve in her body except for the divine power used to maintain her life. At this critical moment, Qian Rongxiu had no time to consider the choice, let alone hesitation. With I can't die anyway, and the injuries will be repaired after passing the divine test. In this way, she got rid of the belief that life and death are no big deal, and she concentrated all the soul rings on her body in one place. Platinum, black, red, red. The 4 soul rings suddenly merged into one, and then followed by a roar, Qian Rongxiu's body exploded with unprecedented soul power. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Its speed was so fast that it even surpassed Qian Rongxiu's sprint before the 600th floor. Not enough. Not far, looking at the only layer left, Qian Rongxiu didn't hesitate at all. Using the power of the ring explosion, she once again used her right arm as the fulcrum to use the random cloak hammer technique. Floor 997, Floor 998. 999 floors, Qian Rongxiu collapsed on the last divine level in an extremely embarrassed state. Although because of her final decision, the internal organs seemed to be squeezed and deformed, and the right arm was broken and smashed, but she succeeded. Feeling the pressure of the soul fading away like the tide, RENXUE knew that she had succeeded as she looked at her grandpa kneeling beside him. Her eyes were already in a trance, gradually falling into darkness as Douluo shouted Xiao Shuet. When RENXUE's consciousness returned to tranquility, a solemn voice slowly sounded. RENXUE, the test taker of the divine test, passed the first divine test to reach the rank of chief god. With a weak body, I strive for the road to becoming a god. Your feats amazed the gods and made the god of angels and her relatives shed tears. Today, the entire god realm's eyes are focused on you. The god of goodness marvels at your tenacious belief, repairing your internal organs and meridians. The goddess of life marveled at your perseverance and repaired your limbs and bones. And the god of angels and her relatives are proud of you. The god of angels, together with the angelic family members of the gods, will work together to repair your martial soul and bestow it with deification. After the 3 votes of the God Realm Committee directly passed the Special Declaration of Rights, the Divine Test Taker RENXUE will be awarded the top Divine Test reward. The age of all soul rings is increased by 5 years, the age of all soul bones is increased by 5 years, the angel affinity is 50.00%, and has the right to command an angel army. The gods have taken care of you and will continue to watch over you. Chapter 49. While the honors and rewards were announced, the second test of the Angel God test also started. The second test of the Angel God test, pass the gate of heaven. RENXUE, a candidate for the divine test, needs to pass through the Tianmen. During this period, he is not allowed to use soul ring skills or any soul bone skills, and he is not allowed to kill any of the Angel Legion's divine soldiers. Time limit, 5 years. Douluo, who was listening dumbfounded at the side, also keenly noticed at this moment that there was no penalty for failure in the assessment announced by the gods. Douluo couldn't find out what the divine intention was. He only knew that his granddaughter was really called his loved son this time. Under the repair of the divine power of the heavens, RENXUE, wrapped in golden light belonging to the god of angels, was suspended in mid-air. If you look closely at her body, it is not difficult to find the green light spots wandering on her skin and the white light gathering in her heart. In less than a quarter of an hour, RENXUE, who was scarred and embarrassed, was resurrected with a new attitude and full health, standing on the divine level. RENXUE opened her eyes, instinctively releasing her martial spirit, and was pleasantly surprised by the rewards she had gained from her desperate efforts. Martial spirit, deified, at this moment, her seraph spirit possesses the majesty and posture of the angel god, and every time she flaps her wings, there is a rhythm of golden light. Even if you do nothing, just maintain the state of releasing your martial soul, you are already majestic. The benefits of deification of martial souls are definitely not only the changes in external appearance, but its inner practicability and plasticity that excite RENXUE even more. The biggest benefit to her from the deification of her martial soul is that she can start to forge the body of a god. The conditions for ordinary people to possess the body of a god must be to become a god at level and open the door to the divine world and complete self-breakthrough. And now she has the so-called god's body in advance, which means that after she reaches level, she will have a chance to break through again. The gap brought about by the 2 breakthroughs cannot be described as 1 + 1 = 2. To put it bluntly, equals. This is so in line with her cultivation values after rebirth. In addition, the gifts from the 2 god kings, the god of kindness and the goddess of life, made RENXUE even more excited and full of surprise. Because the goddess of life repaired her body and bones, she became stronger. After looking inside, her bones also glowed with a glistening green color, and what was hidden behind this light was the mystery controlled by the goddess of life. Life goes on forever. In other words, the goddess of life not only gave her the grace to repair her body, but also directly taught her the secrets she had learned. The good god's heart repair, although it was fair enough, only made RENXUE's internal organs too strong, but after the inner energy flow circulated for a few breaths, RENXUE also discovered the clues. In her heart, a seed was planted. A kind heart has sprouted within you. RENXUE didn't know how to figure out what this sentence meant, but she knew that another kind heart was the divine weapon of the god of kindness. Thinking of the idea vaguely mentioned in the book that the god of good and the god of evil had already planned to strike, RENXUE immediately looked in the direction of the Pope's palace with some worry. Maybe there is a wonderful telepathy between mother and daughter. At this time, Bibi Dong, who was taking a nap, was suffering from the torture of the Rakshasa god in her dream. Kill her, kill that bastard, that beast that has dragged you down for your whole life. The melancholy sound is full of bewitching meaning, and the black and purple mist in the dream is also filled with poison that makes the soul resentful and corrodes the soul when it is smelled. Kill her and swallow her soul, and your Rakshasa secrets will be further advanced, and the evil god will definitely reward you and treat you differently. You will become a more powerful Rakshasa god than me. As if he felt that the verbal temptation was not enough, in order to arouse the resentment in Bibi Dong's heart, the Rakshasa god even thoughtfully inserted those scenes in the dream that made Bibi Dong feel sick every time he thought about it. Scenes of her and Yu Xiaogang getting along when they were young. Scenes of her getting along with Jian Sunji's master and apprentice. The shocking changes in the basement, and the imprisonment without seeing the light of day. Bibi Dong in the dream was wrapped up in all this, and her eyes seemed to have lost all clarity, and only thick hatred and resentment remained in her muddy eyes. After a while, I woke up from the dream. Bibi Dong opened her eyes suddenly, raised her hand to pick up the handkerchief, and wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Although she looked tired, there was a hint of teasing and ridicule in her expression. The Rakshasa god's move had already touched her reverse scale. Originally, she was prepared to leave some room, but she just wanted to clear up the cause and effect and let her go. Haha. After receiving the 10-year-old soul ring sent by Schwerer, the dark demon evil god tiger is indeed the soul beast that is said to have been descended by the evil god. Its cunning and evil are even more terrifying than the Rakshasa god. This 10-year-old soul ring not only plays an important role as the 7th soul ring of the soul-eating spider emperor, but also plays the important role of the true body of the martial soul. It also gives her 2 attributes that match the martial soul, and a soul skill that meets her current needs. The soul-eating spider king, the 7th soul ring, the 1st soul skill, devour. This devouring is the inheritance of the dark demon evil god tiger's ability to devour soul beasts to improve their cultivation. After combining with the soul-eating spider emperor, she can devour not only cultivation, but also souls and even divine souls. At this time, the arrogant Rakshasa god has not yet discovered that she has quietly walked into the spider web when she laid plans for him in her dream. The Rakshasa god thought he had her under his control, but he was careless and arrogant. It is simply concluded that her god's reduction is simply due to the choice of heir. But it is not. It is she, Bibi Dong, who is using her mortal body to eat away at the power and soul of the god Rakshasa god. Originally, she was secretly eating away at the divine power of the Rakshasa god, but she found that her attitude towards her, a divine test taker, was a bit like nourishment. She was just playing second-hand out of reservation. But now, she cannibalized the Rakshasa god, but it was purely out of personal hatred. The dragon has reverse scales, which will cause anger if touched. The only way is to be washed with blood, and the only way to pay for it is with life. But, to be able to make the Rakshasa god suddenly be so anxious to seduce her to get rid of RENXUE. Because her relationship with RENXUE had already improved, Bibi Dong also knew that today was the day when RENXUE was preparing to break through the first test of the angel god. On days like this, the gods from the evil camp, which are diametrically opposed to the light camp where the angel gods belong, are so unable to hold back. I think Schwerer has made a breakthrough again. And it's not just an ordinary small breakthrough, it's a breakthrough that is enough to impress the god realm. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's complexion improved, and the usual indifferent and confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The order. With a cry, the hard-working ghost appeared beside Bibi Dong. The young master of the Wuhan Palace is young and promising, and can be regarded as a model for the Wuhan Palace. The Holy Maiden's succession ceremony will be held on a certain date. You are asked to go to the consecration hall now, negotiate the date with all the consecrations, and then notify the results to the Presbyterian Hall and the bishops. According to the order. Chapter 50. For an entire hour, from Bibi Dong's nightmare to sending ghosts to the enshrinement hall to convey information, RENXUE, who had just passed the divine examination and was supposed to return home with honor, was forced to kneel on the small mat and listen to Daoliu's scolding. "Xiaoxiu, do you know your mistake?" "Grandpa, I know I made a mistake." Seeing RENXUE's aggrieved look, Daoliu did not have the heart to reprimand her. God knows how his heart was clenched when he saw RENXUE's martial spirit collapsed and no skin left on his body. This rebellious granddaughter, she must be taught a lesson this time. Although Daoliu was thinking so viciously in his heart, what he actually did was completely opposite. He squatted next to the small mat where RENXUE was kneeling, opened his arms and hugged his granddaughter tightly, who was beginning to look like a little adult, and said in a trembling voice, "You scared Grandpa to death, Xiaoxiu, wivu." Thousands of words turned into Daoliu's sobs, and the original stubbornness in RENXUE's heart also disappeared at this moment. Yes, this is in front of Grandpa. In a different place, if she was looking at her grandfather like this, what kind of mentality and behavior would she have? Just thinking about it made RENXUE's eyes moist again, and she repeated again, "Grandpa, I was wrong." Later, in order to divert Daoliu's attention, RENXUE began to rarely show off her improved strength. "Grandpa! Look, look!" As she finished speaking, RENXUE opened her martial spirit again, slightly bent her wings, and handed them to Daoliu, asking him to carefully look at the wings, which were completely different from the ordinary seraph's martial spirits. The originally golden feathers turned platinum, and each feather had light golden vein-like veins. This pattern is nothing but a path for the flow of divine power. In other words, each of RENXUE's wings contains divine power. Take the soul bone soul skill feather blade as an example. The feathers released previously were condensed from the soul power of the martial soul. Combined with the wind attribute of the feather blade, it can cause a large-scale blow to the enemy. And now she also releases this skill. With the blessing of Wuhan's own divine power operation system, not only does she not need to use soul power, but the feather blades she releases are full of divine power. The angelic power has its own purification and burning effects, which means that all RENXUE's current attacks based on martial arts are equivalent to an extra layer of passivity. Daoliu, who was already an ultimate Douluo and a believer in the angel god, naturally had such a vision. Just hearing what the oracle said about the deification of martial souls was far less real than seeing it with my own eyes. Besides, Grandpa, the goddess of life left the mysteries of life she cultivated in my bones, and the god of kindness seemed to have left me a legacy. RENXUE didn't hide anything and truthfully told Daoliu about the changes in her body. Originally, the profound meaning of the god of life was enough to make people marvel at it, but Daoliu was still inevitably taken aback by the second half of RENXUE's words inherited. Hearing Daoliu's wide-eyed exclamation, RENXUE nodded. Yes, it is the seed of a kind heart. A kind heart. Daoliu frowned. This was another title he had never heard of. RENXUE is naturally aware of Daoliu's confusion. This has nothing to do with Daoliu's ignorance. It is entirely due to the inexplicable lack of many records in this era. Even the Wuhan Palace, which is known as the Omniscient, no complete records of the divine world can be found in the library. Although, 10,000 years later, these records have become inexplicably comprehensive. RENXUE did not get too caught up in thoughts and memories. She briefly explained to Daoliu. The god of kindness's natural weapon has the same name as this. Although it may be because the god of kindness happened to help me repair my heart, this coincidence is a bit too coincidental. Listening to Jian Rongxue's explanation, Qian Daoliu was stunned, and then expressed his thoughts. There are so many coincidences in this world. During this assessment and the reward stage after the assessment, the God of Angels will definitely be watching you. Even if the God King wants to do some little tricks, he will definitely not be able to hide it from her. Since it is the favor she has acquiesced to, then Zioxiu, you should behave well. Well, I will. Qian Daoliu's indifferent attitude made Jian Rongxiu calm down after thinking wildly for a while. Sure enough, Grandpa is worthy of being a grandpa, and this indifferent attitude is enough for her to learn from. So Jian Rongxiu adjusted her mentality and said to Qian Daoliu, "So, I think it's time to prepare for the second divine test now." "Okay, Grandpa won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Qian Daoliu stepped aside and watched silently as Qian Rongxiu walked towards the rear of the angel statue and behind the Tianmen that suddenly stood up. But in fact, Qian Daoliu's heart was far from as calm as he showed. Two gods, not only is there a first-level divine residence, there is also a divine king. After the brief excitement, Qian Daoliu inevitably felt a little more worried and melancholy. He sighed and walked to the angel statue with a sad expression. While kneeling on the ground to worship, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "God, if the inheritance of the divine throne is not unique, can I also fight for it?" He still dared not forget the scenes of Jian Rongxiu's hard-fought climb to the divine level. And now, she shoulders the favor of the God King. How much danger will be waiting for her in the future? As a worshipper of the angel god, he has no hope of becoming a god. He once thought that this strength was enough to protect his family, his children, and even the successor of the angel god, but now he is deeply aware of it. Own mistakes. With just this little strength, just this mediocre peerless Douluo's strength, how could it be enough? Thinking of this, Qian Daoliu lowered his head and prayed more helplessly and humbly. "God, I have never forgotten my mission. If there is such an opportunity, I will not have any hesitation when it comes time to sacrifice my life. God, that is my granddaughter, my only, my most precious granddaughter. How could I, over and over again, be so helpless as I watched my loved ones leave me one by one, and there was nothing I could do?" After Qian Daoliu thought of all his helpless sorrows, he, who had long been overjoyed, shed tears again. He hates himself for being weak, he hates why he didn't fight for that glimmer of hope like Tang Chen did back then, and he hates that he used to be so unwilling to make progress that now he can't even be his granddaughter's long-term support. Just when Qian Daoliu fell into deep remorse and self-blame suddenly, milky white light slanted down from the ceiling, accompanied by a voice sounded beside Qian Daoliu's ear. "I am Raphael, the fourth divine envoy under the throne of the angel god. Believers of the angel god, are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Hearing this, Qian Daoliu suddenly raised his head, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. Then, listening to that solemn voice, he continued, "I am the guardian of the angelic tree, the guardian of the soul and faith, holding the sword of the blazing angel, and controlling the 72 legions of the angel. As a second-level deity under the throne of angels, I will now give you the inheritance of the throne of guardian angels. Can you shoulder this important task?" "I can." Qian Daoliu's voice was even more firm and unhesitating than he had imagined. So what if it means a narrow escape from death? What Qian Daoliu can't bear the most now is his weakness and incompetence. As long as there is a chance, he will do his best for Zioxiu, even if he goes through fire and water. It seemed that Sen Daoliu's determination was felt. After a while, there was a white divine light, and the so-called oracle appeared. Qian Daoliu, the divine tester, bestows 9 tests on the seraph angel. The first test of seraph god examination: draw out the sword of fire. Time limit: 3 months. If the mission fails, seraph will be deprived of his qualifications to take the divine examination, and he will not be able to enter the divine realm for eternity. RENXUE, who had already entered Tianmen, was not yet aware of the changes in the temple. She had a slight impression of the test of breaking into the Tianmen. She had spent a lot of energy before finding the trick to break through quickly. But this time, she was not going to use the know-how and experience from her previous life to speed pass. She is here to learn knowledge. The Haoshan sect has been hollowed out by her, and the so-called upper three sects no longer need to exist. As for the Kaibao glazed sect's so-called multitasking Kikiao glazed heart, she had already started similar training. The Blue Lightning Overlord sect doesn't seem to have any special skills worthy of praise. And she had already mastered the special skills of her angel family, and she was in urgent need of new knowledge. And these, a complete angel army guarding the Tianmen, are her goals.